The 46th session of the Senate in the third regular session of the 19th Congress is hereby called to order. May I call on our distinguished Minority Floor Leader, the Honorable Senator Aquilino Coco Pimentel III, to lead the chamber in prayer. You may proceed, sir.
Let us put ourselves in the presence of our Almighty God. We gather in this chamber today with a deep sense of responsibility for the trust placed in us by those we serve. Though we come from diverse backgrounds and beliefs, we are united by a shared commitment to seek the common good and to serve with integrity. As we begin our work these last few days of our regular session, we draw strength and guidance from your word. What does the Lord require of you but to act justly, love mercy, and walk humbly with your God? May this call be the foundation of all our decisions and actions today and in the following 4 more session days before the campaign break, even as we are rushing some of the measures which we are considering. Help us to trust in your guidance as we navigate complex issues and seek to bring about concrete solutions to our people's actual problems that reflect justice, understanding, and compassion. Grant us unity of purpose even amidst our differences. Remind us to approach one another with humility and respect. Bless this chamber with wisdom, fairness, and a spirit of collaboration, that our work may uplift the lives of those we serve. May we always honor you as well as the people who have entrusted us with the sacred duty and extraordinary privilege of passing legislation. In the spirit of unity and peace, we humbly offer this prayer. Amen.
Amen. The young ambassadors will lead the chamber in singing the Philippine National Anthem. Thereafter, the group shall also perform a song entitled Pilipinas Medley.
Bayang magiliw, perlas ng silanganan, alab ng puso, sa dibdib mo'y buhay. Lupang hinirang, duyan ka ng magiting, sa manlulupig, di ka pasisiil, sa dagat at bundok, sa simoy at sa langit mo'ng mugaw. May nilagang tula at awit sa paglayang minamahal, ang kisam ng watawat mo'y tagumpay na nagniningning. Ang bituin at araw ng kailan pang may magdidiling. Lupa ng araw ng buwan at ipagsinta, o ay langit sa piling mo. Aming ligaya na pag may mga api, ang mamatay ng dahil sa'yo.
Our due thanks to the young ambassadors. Secretary, will please call the roll.
Roll call of members, the Honorable Senator Binay, Senator Cayetano Alan, Senator Cayetano Pia, Senator De La Rosa, Senator Ejercito, Senator Estrada, Senator Gatchalian, Senator Go, Senator Ontiveros, Senator Lapid, Senator Legarda, Senator Marcos, Senator Padilla, Senator Pimentel, Senator Poe, Senator Revilla, Senator Tolentino, Senator Tulfo, Senator Villanueva, Senator Villar Cynthia, Senator Villar Mark, Senator Zubiri, the Senate President.
With 20 senators present, Chair declares the presence of a quorum. Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. President, before we proceed with the order of the day, I'd like to acknowledge several guests present in the gallery today. The Chief Minister of the Bangsamoro Autonomous Region, Chief Minister Murad Ibrahim, is here as guest of the Senate, and Senator Ejercito. Minister Iqbal of the Ministry of Higher Education and Minister of Higher and Technical Education of the BARM, Engineer Aida Silongan, Minister of Science and Technology, Attorney Shah Elijah, Minister of Interior and Local Government, Attorney Raisa Jajuri, Minister of Social Service and Development Deputy, and the Deputy Floor Leader of the BARM, as well as the guests of our Senate President, members of the Kapisanan ng mga broadcaster ng Pilipinas, Camarines Sur Chapter, headed by Ronnie Bukacaw, Roel Viñas, Francis Otero, Rona Alvaran, Eddie Ventura, among others, Mr. President. Guests of Senator Revilla, Nelly King, Councilor Gilbert Amier, former board member Gerald Ortiz, and Miss Kelly Day, the Miss World Eco International. Guests of Senator J.V. Ejercito, Secretary Carlito Galvez of the Office of the Presidential Advisor on Peace and Reconciliation. Other guests of this representation as well, Congressman Gonzales of Mandaluyong, as well as Congresswoman Queenie Gonzales. We acknowledge the foregoing guests, Mr. President.
Welcome to your Senate to the aforementioned guests, particularly the Chief Minister of BARM and the entire BARM family. Welcome, sir. Majority Leader.
Mr. President, I move that we dispense with the reading of the Journal of the 44th Session, Tuesday, January 21, 2025, and consider the same as approved.
Any objection? Chair is none. Motion is approved.
Mr. President,
Majority
I move
Leader.
that we defer the approval of the Journal of the 45th Session, Wednesday, January 22, 2025.
Any objection? There being none, motion is approved.
Mr. President, I move that we proceed with the reference of business.
Any objection? There being none, Secretary is directed to comply.
Messages from the House. Letter from the House informing the Senate that on 22 January 2025, it designated Representatives Marquez, Salceda, Salo, Bondoc, Yu, Barba, and Bordado as conferees to the Conference Committee on the Legislative Provisions of House Number 10730 and Senate Number 2825, providing for the modernization of the Philippine Institute of Volcanology and Seismology.
To the Committee on Rules.
Letter from the House informing the Senate on the 22 January 2025, it passed the following House bills in which it requests the concurrence of the Senate. House Number 11164, establishing in the Municipality of Tigaon, Province of Camarines Sur, a basic comprehensive specialty center to be known as the Tigaon Mother and Child Specialty Center, appropriating funds therefore.
To the Committees on Health and Demography and Finance.
11185, establishing a National Science High School in Tanay, Rizal, to be known as the Tanay National Science High School, appropriating funds therefore.
To the Committee on Basic Education and Finance.
11189, renaming Barangay New Alabang Village in Muntinlupa as Barangay Ayala, Alabang.
To the Committees on Local Government and Electoral Reforms and People's Participation.
11200, establishing a special economic zone in Freeport in Jose Panganiban, Camarines Norte, creating for the purpose the Camarines Norte Special Economic Zone Authority, appropriating funds therefore.
To the Committees on Economic Affairs, Local Government, Ways and Means, and Finance.
11186, regulating the practice of agriculture profession in the Philippines, creating for the purpose a professional regulatory board for agriculturists, appropriating funds therefore.
To the Committee on Rules.
11202, establishing a socialized and low-cost housing loan structuring condonation program.
To the Committee on Urban Planning, Housing and Resettlement.
11227, providing for a Magna Carta of tricycle drivers and operators and institutionalizing the mechanisms for its implementation.
To the Committee on Public Services and Local Government.
Bills on first reading, Senate Number 2946, an act prohibiting cross-ownership between generation companies and distribution utilities, amending for the purpose Section 45 of RA 9136, the Electric Power Industry Reform Act of 2001, Senator Gatchalian.
To the Committee on Energy.
2947, proclaiming the first Monday of August every year as Line Worker Appreciation Day, Senator Gatchalian.
To the Committee on Energy. Majority Floor Leader. Before that, may the Chair instruct the Sergeant-at-Arms to kindly maintain order in the plenary. The Majority Leader is recognized.
Mr. President, I move to consider on third reading Senate Bill number 1536. This is the bill strengthening the protection of the Las Piñas Parañaque Wetland Park, the printed copies of which were distributed to the members of this chamber on January 21, 2025, in compliance with the 3-day rule of the Constitution. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, Senate Secretary is directed to comply and to proceed to roll call vote.
An act strengthening the protection of the Las Piñas Parañaque Wetland Park, including the establishment of its buffer zone and appropriating funds therefore. Roll call vote. The Honorable Senator Binay, Senator Cayetano Alan, Senator Cayetano Pia, Senator De La Rosa, Senator Ejercito, Senator Estrada, Senator Gatchalian, Senator Go, Senator Antiveros, Senator Lapid, Senator Legarda, Senator Marcos, Senator Padilla, Senator Pimentel, Senator Poe, Senator Revilla, Senator Tolentino,
Yes.
Senator Tulfo, Senator Villanueva, Senator Villar Cynthia, Senator Villar Mark, Senator Zubiri, the Senate President.
With 21 affirmative votes, 0 negative, 0 abstention, Senate Bill number 1536 is approved on third reading. Majority Leader.
Mr. President, I move to consider the third reading of various bills, the printed copies of which were electronically distributed to the members of this chamber on January 24, 2025, in compliance with the 3-day rule of the Constitution. With that, I move to consider on third reading Senate Bill number 2781, the Bill on E-Governance Act. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, consideration of the aforementioned bill is now in order. Senate Secretary is directed to read the title only of the measure and to proceed to roll call vote.
An act institutionalizing the transition of the government to e-governance, establishing for the purpose the E-Governance Academy and appropriating funds therefore. Roll call vote. The Honorable Senator Binay, Senator Cayetano Alan, Senator Cayetano Pia, Senator De La Rosa, Senator Ejercito, Senator Estrada, Senator Gatchalian, Senator Go, Senator Antiveros, Senator Lapid, Senator Legarda, Senator Marcos, Senator Padilla, Senator Pimentel, Senator Poe, Senator Revilla, Senator Tolentino,
Yes.
Senator Tulfo, Senator Villanueva, Senator Villar Cynthia, Senator Villar Mark, Senator Zubiri, the Senate President.
With 21 affirmative votes, 0 negative, 0 abstention, Senate Bill number 2781 is approved on third reading. Majority Leader.
Mr. President, Senator, Mr. President, I move to consider on third reading Senate Bill number 2865, the Bill on Capital Markets Efficiency Promotion Act. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Consideration of the aforementioned bill is now in order, and Second Secretary is directed to read the title only of the measure and to proceed to roll call vote.
An act amending sections 22, 24, 25, 27, 28, 32, 34, 38, 39, 42, 51, 52, 56, 57, 127, 149, 174, 176, 179, 190, 199, and 258 of RA 8424, otherwise known as the National Internal Revenue Code of 1997 as amended and for other purposes. Roll call vote. The Honorable Senator Binay, Senator Cayetano Alan, Senator Cayetano Pia, Senator De La Rosa, Senator Ejercito, Senator Estrada, Senator Gatchalian, Senator Go, Senator Antiveros, Senator Lapid, Senator Legarda, Senator Marcos, Senator Padilla, Senator Pimentel, Senator Poe, Senator Revilla, Senator Tolentino,
Yes.
Senator Tulfo, Senator Villanueva, Senator Villar Cynthia, Senator Villar Mark, Senator Zubiri, the Senate President.
With 21 affirmative votes, 0 negative, 0 abstention, Senate Bill number 2865 is approved on third reading. What is the pleasure of the Honorable Gatchalian?
Mr. President, may I be allowed to explain my vote, Mr. President? Last na. Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Mr.
a
Sorry,
request-
Mr. President.
A request was earlier made for all of the explanations of vote to be done after we complete the 18 bills on third reading, so
submit,
that the
Mr.
others can go to the lounge to be able to answer or address the call of nature, since they have to be on the floor for the entire 18 bills.
I submit, Mr. President.
Thank you for your understanding, Your Honor. Majority Leader?
And that, Mr. President, for the record, should include likewise the insertion into the records of explanation of votes.
So ordered.
Mr. President, I move to consider on third reading Senate Bill number 2900, the bill on the Special Defense Zone Act. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, Senate Secretary is directed to read the title only of the measure and to proceed to roll call vote.
An act establishing a special defense economic zone inside the government arsenal, defense industrial estate located in Camp General Antonio Luna, Lamau, Municipality of Limay, Province of Bataan, creating for this purpose the Special Defense Economic Zone Authority and appropriating funds therefore. Roll call vote. The Honorable Senators Binay, Cayetano Alan, Cayetano Pia, De La Rosa, Ejercito, Estrada, Gatchalian, Go, Ontiveros, Lapid, Legarda, Marcos, Padilla, Pimentel, Poe, Revilla, Tolentino, Tulfo, Villanueva, Villar Cynthia, Villar Mark, Zubiri, the Senate President.
With 21 affirmative votes, 0 negative, 0 abstentions, Senate Bill number 2900 is approved on third reading. Majority Leader?
Mr. President, I move to consider on third reading Senate Bill number 2814, the bill on the free legal assistance for military and uniformed personnel. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, Secretary is directed to read the title only of the measure and to proceed to roll call vote.
An act providing free legal assistance to military and uniformed personnel facing any charge arising from incidents related to the performance of official duty and appropriating funds therefore. Roll call vote. The Honorable Senators Binay, Cayetano Alan, Cayetano Pia, De La Rosa, Ejercito, Estrada, Gatchalian, Go, Ontiveros, Lapid, Legarda, Marcos Padilla, Pimentel, Poe, Revilla, Tolentino, Tulfo, Villanueva, Villar Cynthia, Villar Mark, Zubiri, the Senate President.
With 21 affirmative votes, 0 negative, 0 abstentions, Senate Bill number 2814 is approved on third reading. Majority Leader?
Mr. President, I move to consider on third reading Senate Bill number 2895. This is the bill on the amendments to the Comprehensive and Ammunition Regulation Act. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? There being none, Senate Secretary is directed to read the title only of the measure and to proceed to roll call vote.
An act amending Republic Act number 10591 as amended, otherwise known as the Comprehensive Firearms and Ammunition Regulation Act. Roll call vote. The Honorable Senators Binay, Cayetano Alan, Cayetano Pia, De La Rosa, Ejercito, Estrada, Gatchalian, Go, Ontiveros, Lapid, Legarda, Marcos, Padilla, Pimentel, Poe, Revilla, Tolentino, Tulfo, Villanueva, Villar Cynthia, Villar Mark, Zubiri, the Senate President.
With 21 affirmative votes, 0 negative, 0 abstentions, Senate Bill number 2895 is approved on third reading. Majority Floor Leader?
Mr. President, I move to consider on third reading House Bill number 6505. This is the bill on franchise renewal of the Intercontinental Broadcasting Corporation. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, Senate Secretary is directed to read the title only of the measure and to proceed to roll call vote.
An act renewing for another 25 years the franchise granted to Intercontinental Broadcasting Corporation under RA 8954, entitled An Act granting the Intercontinental Broadcasting Corporation a franchise to construct, install, establish, operate, and maintain radio and television broadcasting stations in the Philippines. Roll call vote. The Honorable Senators Binay, Cayetano A, Cayetano P, De La Rosa, Ejercito, Estrada, Gatchalian, Go, Ontiveros, Lapid, Legarda, Marcos, Padilla, Pimentel, Poe, Revilla, Tolentino, Tulfo, Villanueva, Villar C, Villar M, Zubiri, the Senate President.
With 21 affirmative votes, 0 negative, 0 abstention, House Bill number 6505 is approved on third and final reading. Majority Floor Leader?
1 minute suspension, Mr. President.
Session is suspended.
Mr. President, I move to consider on third reading Senate Bill number 2906, the bill on the Philippine Agriculture Act. So move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, Senate Secretary is directed to read the title only of the measure and to proceed to roll call vote.
An act regulating the practice of agriculture profession in the Philippines, creating for the purpose a professional regulatory board for agriculturists and appropriating funds therefore. Roll call vote. The Honorable Senators Binay, Cayetano A, Cayetano P, De La Rosa, Ejercito, Estrada, Gatchalian, Go, Ontiveros, Lapid, Legarda, Marcos, Padilla, Pimentel, Poe, Revilla, Tolentino, Tulfo, Villanueva, Villar C, Villar M, Zubiri, the Senate President.
With 21 affirmative votes, 0 negative, 0 abstentions, Senate Bill number 2906 is approved on third and final reading. Majority Leader.
Mr. President, I move to consider on third reading various bills, the printed copies of which are electronically distributed to the members of this chamber on January 23, 2025, in compliance with the 3-day rule in the Constitution. With that, I move to consider on third reading House Bill number 8839, the bill granting Philippine citizenship to Lee Duan Wang. So move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, Senate Secretary is directed to read the title only of the measure and to proceed to roll call vote.
An act granting Philippine citizenship to Lee Duan Wang. Roll call vote. The Honorable Senators Binay, Cayetano A, Cayetano P, De La Rosa, Ejercito, Estrada, Gatchalian, Go, Ontiveros, Lapid, Legarda, Marcos, Padilla, Pimentel, Poe, Revilla, Tolentino, Tulfo, Villanueva, Villar C, Villar M, Zubiri, the Senate President.
With 19 affirmative votes, 1 negative vote, 0 abstention, House Bill number 8839 is approved on third reading. For the record, may I request our Deputy Minority Floor Leader, Senator Risa, to explain her vote after all of the third reading bills to be taken up, in line with the earlier instruction of the Chair.
Salamat po, Mr. President. Will do.
Thank you for your understanding, Your Honor. Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. President, I move to consider on third reading House Bill number 10726, the bill on the Bar League, National Agricultural and Vocational High School. So move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, Senate Secretary is directed to comply and to proceed to roll call vote.
An act changing the name of Eastern Bontoc National Agricultural and Vocational High School in Lingoy, Barlig, Mountain Province to Barlig National Agricultural and Vocational High School. Roll call vote. The Honorable Senators Binay, Cayetano A, Cayetano P, De La Rosa, Ejercito, Estrada, Gatchalian, Go, Ontiveros, Lapid, Legarda, Marcos, Padilla, Pimentel, Poe, Revilla, Tolentino, Tulfo, Villanueva, Villar C, Villar M, Zubiri, the Senate President.
With 21 affirmative votes, 0 negative, 0 abstention, House Bill number 10726 is approved on third reading. Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. President, I move to consider on third reading House Bill number 10729, the bill on the Pasay City National High School. So move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, Senate Secretary is directed to read the title only of the measure and to proceed to roll call vote.
An act separating the Pasay City North High School, Tramo Campus in Barangay 57, Tramo Pasay City from the Pasay City North High School, converting it into an independent national high school, to be known as the Pasay City National High School, appropriating funds therefore. Roll call vote. The Honorable Senators Binay, Cayetano A, Cayetano P, De La Rosa, Ejercito, Estrada, Gatchalian, Go, Ontiveros, Lapid, Legarda, Marcos, Padilla, Pimentel, Poe, Revilla, Tolentino, Tulfo, Villanueva, Villar C, Villar M, Zubiri, the Senate President.
With 21 affirmative votes, 0 negative, 0 abstention, House Bill number 10729 is approved on third reading. Majority Leader.
Mr. President, I move to consider third reading House Bill number 10947, the bill on the Sinoropan National High School in Locomo, Zamboanga City. So move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, Senate Secretary is directed to read the title only of the measure and to proceed to roll call vote.
An act separating the Vitali National High School, Sinoropan Annex in Barangay Locomo, Zamboanga City from the Vitali National High School, converting it into independent national high school to be known as the Sinoropan National High School and appropriating funds therefore. Roll call vote. The Honorable Senators Binay, Cayetano A, Cayetano P, De La Rosa, Ejercito, Estrada, Gatchalian, Go, Ontiveros, Lapid, Legarda, Marcos, Padilla, Pimentel, Poe, Revilla, Tolentino, Tulfo, Villanueva, Villar C, Villar M, Zubiri, the Senate President.
With 21 affirmative votes, 0 negative, 0 abstention, House Bill number 10947 is approved on third reading. Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. President, I move to consider on third reading House Bill number 10911, the bill on Inday Melencio National High School in Muñoz, Nueva Ecija. So move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, Senate Secretary is directed to read the title only of the measure and to proceed to roll call vote.
Anak establishing a national high school in Barangay Palusapi, Science City of Muñoz, Province of Nueva Ecija, to be known as the Inday Valencia National High School, and appropriating funds therefore. Roll call vote. The Honorable Senators Binay, Cayetano A, Cayetano P, De La Rosa, Ejercito, Estrada, Gatchalian, Go, Ontiveros, Lapid, Legarda, Marcos, Padilla, Pimentel, Poe, Revilla, Tolentino, Tulfo, Villanueva, Villar C, Villar M, Zubiri, the Senate President.
With 21 affirmative votes, 0 negative, 0 abstention, House Bill number 10911 is approved on third reading. Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. President, I move to consider on third reading House Bill number 10945, the bill on Tomitos National High School in Tomitos, Zamboanga City. So move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, Secretary is directed to read the title only of the measure and to proceed to roll call vote.
Anak establishing a national high school in Tomitos, Zamboanga City, to be known as the Tomitos National High School, and appropriating funds therefore. Roll call vote. The Honorable Senators Binay, Cayetano A, Cayetano P, De La Rosa, Ejercito, Estrada, Gatchalian, Go, Ontiveros, Lapid, Legarda, Marcos, Padilla, Pimentel, Poe, Revilla, Tolentino, Tulfo, Villanueva, Villar C, Villar M, Zubiri, the Senate President.
With 21 affirmative votes, 0 negative, 0 abstention, House Bill number 10945 is approved on third reading. Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. President, I move to consider on third reading House Bill number 10946, the bill on Calabasa National High School in Calabasa, Zamboanga City. So move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, Senate Secretary is directed to read the title only of the measure and to proceed to roll call vote.
Anak establishing a national high school in Calabasa, Zamboanga City, to be known as the Calabasa National High School, and appropriating funds therefore. Roll call vote. The Honorable Senators Binay, Cayetano A, Cayetano P, De La Rosa, Ejercito, Estrada, Gatchalian, Go, Ontiveros, Lapid, Legarda, Marcos, Padilla, Pimentel, Poe, Revilla, Tolentino, Tulfo, Villanueva, Villar C, Villar M, Zubiri, the Senate President.
With 21 affirmative votes, 0 negative, 0 abstention, House Bill number 10946 is approved on third reading. Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. President, I move to consider on third reading House Bill number 10948, the bill on Kasanyangan National High School in Kasanyangan, Zamboanga City. So move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, Senate Secretary is directed to comply and to proceed to roll call vote.
Anak establishing a national high school in Kasanyangan, Zamboanga City, to be known as the Kasanyangan National High School, and appropriating funds therefore. Roll call vote. The Honorable Senators Binay, Cayetano A, Cayetano P, De La Rosa, Ejercito, Estrada, Gatchalian, Go, Ontiveros, Lapid, Legarda, Marcos, Padilla, Pimentel, Poe, Revilla, Tolentino, Tulfo, Villanueva, Villar C, Villar M, Zubiri, the Senate President.
With 21 affirmative votes, 0 negative, 0 abstention, House Bill number 10948 is approved on third reading. Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. President, I move to consider on third reading House Bill number 10949, the bill on Sapa Manok, Curuan National High School in Curuan, Zamboanga City. So move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, Senate Secretary is directed to read the title only of the measure and to proceed to roll call vote.
Anak establishing a national high school in Barangay Curuan, Zamboanga City, to be known as the Sapa Manok Curuan National High School, and appropriating funds therefore. Roll call vote. The Honorable Senators Binay, Cayetano A, Cayetano P, De La Rosa, Ejercito, Estrada, Gatchalian, Go, Ontiveros, Lapid, Legarda, Marcos, Padilla, Pimentel, Poe, Revilla, Tolentino, Tulfo, Villanueva, Villar C, Villar M, Zubiri, the Senate President.
With 21 affirmative votes, 0 negative, 0 abstention, House Bill number 10949 is approved on third reading. Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. President, I move to consider on third reading House Bill number 10950, the bill on the Latuan National High School in Latuan, Zamboanga City. So move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, Senate Secretary is directed to read the title only of the bill and to proceed to roll call vote.
Anak establishing a national high school in Barangay Latuan, Zamboanga City, to be known as the Latuan National High School, and appropriating funds therefore. Roll call vote. The Honorable Senators Binay, Cayetano A, Cayetano P, De La Rosa, Ejercito, Estrada, Gatchalian, Go, Ontiveros, Lapid, Legarda, Marcos, Padilla, Pimentel, Poe, Revilla, Tolentino, Tulfo, Villanueva, Villar C, Villar M, Zubiri, the Senate President.
With 21 affirmative votes, 0 negative, 0 abstention, House Bill number 10950 is approved on third reading. Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. President, relative to your previous instruction to allow the members of this chamber to express their explanation of votes, several members of this chamber are now ready to explain their votes in sequence, Mr. President, starting with Senate Bill, the recently approved Senate Bill number 1536. I move, Mr. President, to have Senator Cynthia Villar, the main sponsor, be recognized.
Senator Villar is recognized to explain her vote. You may proceed, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Senate President and Majority Floor Leader. I wish to convey my deep gratitude to my colleagues for the passage on the third reading of the Las Piñas Parañaque Wetland Park Protection Act of 2025. Thank you for taking this important step to conserve one of Metro Manila's last remaining wetland ecosystem, which is an area of immense ecological, cultural, and economic significance. The Las Piñas Parañaque Wetland Park is a protected area under the expanded NIPAS Act and an internationally recognized wetland of international importance under the Ramsar Convention. It is home to diverse ecosystems that support endangered species, vital fisheries, and mangrove forests, which act as natural shields against disaster. This legislation establishes an ample buffer zone to strengthen the park's protection and ensure its sustainability for future generations. Beyond preserving biodiversity, this act helps secure the livelihood of 300,000 fisher folks in Manila Bay and contributes to food security in Metro Manila. It also fulfills our commitment to global environmental agreements, which reaffirm our role in the collective effort to conserve nature and fight climate change. I would like to extend a special thank you to Senator Bong Revilla for recognizing the importance of this measure and supporting its passage. With the provision of the seaward buffer zone dito sa bill, the Las Piñas Parañaque Wetland Park will be better conserved and will allow broader protection for its ecosystem. This measure will also ensure the free flow of water from 4 connected rivers, the Parañaque River of Parañaque, the Las Piñas and Zapoteras rivers of Las Piñas, and the Molino River of Bacoor. There is no doubt in my mind that this legislation will greatly benefit his kababayan in Bacoor City, as well as the other nearby cities and municipalities in the province of Cavite, by mitigating the effects of flooding and climate change. Once again, I thank my colleagues voting with me in championing environmental protection and sustainable development for the Filipino people. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator Villar. Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. President, relative to the recently approved Senate Bill 2781, the E-Governance Academy, this representation, as well as Senator Go, would like to be made co-author of the said measure, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, duly noted and entered into the records.
Mr. President, this representation would likewise submit for insertion to the records an explanation of vote.
For the record, members who wish to submit an explanation of vote for the 18 measures we approved on third reading, you may do so, and it will be reflected into the records and will be duly noted and recorded as such in order to save time.
Mr. President.
What is the pleasure of the Honorable Villanueva?
Yes, Mr. President, may I avail of your latest statement? May I just be allowed to just insert into the records my explanation of votes, Mr.
For the
President?
various bills.
For all these measures that we have passed. Thank you very much, Mr.
Noted.
President.
Majority Leader.
Mr. President, for Senate Bill number 2900, the recently approved Special Defense Economic Zone, Senator Juan Miguel Zubiri would like to explain his vote.
Senator Zubiri is recognized to explain his vote. You may proceed, sir.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I'm being badgered by our former majority leader here in the back, my dear friend. I said at least the sponsors sana makabigay po ng manifestation. I will start first, Mr. President, with thanking everyone in this chamber for their support in the Special Defense Economic Zone Act. We're here together with General Jerry Amante, Director of the Government Arsenal, which will host the SPEDEZA, the Special Defense Economic Zone. This will work in tandem with our Self-Reliance Defense Posture Act and give interested locators a dedicated eco-zone that will cater to the very specific needs of the defense industry manufacturers. This will be a one-stop shop for their government transactions, and this will be strategically located in Limay, Bataan, right by the government arsenal. Sigurado po ako, Mr. President, na maraming investors ang gaganaan na pumasok sa ating homegrown defense industry dahil sa insentibo na binigay natin sa SRDP Act at ngayon sa SPEDEZ Act. And with this, we can truly, as a nation, develop a self-reliant defense posture with armaments made in the Philippines by Filipinos. So again, my warmest thanks to our colleagues for their support in the passage of this measure. And if I may, Mr. President, and if I may continue so that I'm done with both, if I can also give my manifestation of third reading approval on the Philippine Agriculturist Act, with your permission.
While he has the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Mr. President, I would just like to recognize the stakeholders that are here with us today in the passage of this very important Philippine Agriculturist Act. We are joined together by Dr. Roberto Ranyola of the Philippine Association of Agriculturists, Dr. Fernando Dindo Sanchez, PAA National President and former Chancellor of UP Los Baños, Dr. Karen Bautista, our PAA immediate past President and Board Member, Dr. Emma Sales, PRC Chair, Board of Agriculture. We also have with us PRC Board of Agriculture members, past presidents of the PAA Board members and national officers, and the Director for Southeast Asian Regional Center for Graduate Study and Research in Agriculture, Dr. Glenn Gregorio, are with us, together with the regional chapter presidents of the Philippine Agriculturist Association from CAR, Region 2, Region 3, Region 4A, Region 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, NCR, and BARM. Nandito po sila. Maybe we can ask them to all stand. All the agriculturists, please stand and be recognized. They're representing thousands of agriculturists, Mr. President. Full force po sila ngayon at talagang masayang-masaya ang lahat sa pagpasa ng ating panukala. This I consider, Mr. President, a happy bill, and I'd like to thank also the minority for supporting this as well as the majority. Minority Floor Leader Senator Coco Pimentel and Assistant Minority Floor Leader Risa Ontiveros. Maraming salamat po, ma'am. And as one of our happy bills, we've been receiving throughout the weekend messages of gratitude from all our stakeholders in social media, thanking us for spearheading this measure and ensuring that our agriculturists are given the professional recognition and remuneration that they deserve. Nakakatuwa po ang buhos ng pasasalamat mula sa ating mga kapwang agrikulturista na matagal na pong naghihintay na magkaroon sila ng sariling professional regulatory law na may kasamang mga oportunidad para makapagsilbi sa gobyerno at sa bayan. Kaya muli, maraming salamat po sa inyo lahat, lalo na kay Senator Bong Revilla for allowing us to head the subcommittee for this measure. Maraming salamat, Sen. Bong. At salamat sa ating mga kasamahan para sa inyong suporta, hindi lamang para sa panukalang ito, kundi para sa mga agriculturist at buong agricultural sector. Maraming salamat, Mr. President. Thank you very much, my distinguished colleagues. Mabuhay ang mga agrikulturista. Mabuhay po.
Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. President, just to reiterate for the records, there is a continuing ruling by the President of the Senate permitting members of this chamber to submit their explanation of vote for inclusion in the official records. Mr. President, for Senate Bill number 2814, the act providing legal assistance to military and uniformed personnel, I move that we recognize Senator Jinggoy Estrada to explain his vote.
Senator Estrada, our Senate President Pro Tem, may proceed. You are recognized, sir.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, as your chairperson of the Senate Committee on National Defense and Security, Peace, Unification, and Reconciliation, I am honored to have been the principal sponsor and author of several key national policies of our defense establishment. I may already have served for almost 15 years as a duly elected senator of the Republic, but I am truly humbled to be a neophyte in the Defense Committee. Thank you for entrusting this representation with this difficult assignment, where not only have I gained deeper understanding of the complex defense and security issues, but also my respect, appreciation, and admiration for our soldiers and our men and women in uniform have grown exponentially. I sincerely thank our dear colleagues for supporting the approval of yet another LEDAC priority bill, Senate Bill number 2814, providing free legal assistance for our military and uniformed personnel, or MUP, which the Armed Forces of the Philippines has also included in their list of priority measures since the 18th Congress. Salamat po sa ating Pangulo ng Senado, Francis Chis Escudero, sa masigasig na pagtutulak at pagbibigay importansya sa panukalang batas na ito. Sa ating napakasipag at buting Minority Floor Leader, Senator Coco Pimentel, our resident legal luminary, sa pagbibigay linaw sa mga probisyon ng ating panukala, at sa ating magiting na Committee Vice Chairperson at former Chief ng Philippine National Police, Senator Bato de la Rosa, sa kanyang mga amendments. Gayon din sa ating mga kasama mambabatas at kapwa may akda ng panukalang ito, Senator Bongo, Bong Revilla, Amy Marcos, Mark Villar, Grace Poe, Rafi Tulfo, at former Senate President Mig Subiri. And we wish to emphasize that this legislation provides legal assistance exclusively for cases relative to the discharge of their official functions and legitimate performance of their duties. We recognize the unique position of our men and women in uniform who swore to protect national security and public order, run after criminals, and apprehend lawless elements. Unfortunately, the nature of their work exposed them to harassment suits and counter charges, causing them financial stress, anxiety, and demoralization. And we thank the honorable members of the Senate for providing this much-needed support to our military and uniformed personnel from the AFP, PNP, Philippine Coast Guard, Bureau of Fire Protection, Bureau of Jail Management and Penology, Bureau of Corrections, and NAMRIA. Malaking moral boost po ito sa kanilang hanay. Gaya na nangyari sa period of interpellation, marahil ngayon ay napapalakpak ulit sila sa tuwa. Ngayon po ay muling pinatunayan ng Senado na buong ating suporta sa kanilang tapat na pagtupad sa sinumpaan ng tungkulin at nakaalalay tayo sa pagsuong nila sa bawat misyon at operasyon. With this, we expect them to be even more relentless in arresting criminals and dismantling syndicates, and demonstrate an even higher level of dedication and commitment to duty without being fearful or intimidated with possible charges that might come their way. Thank you, Mr. President, and to my distinguished colleagues.
Noted and entered into the records. Majority Floor
Mr.
Leader.
President, while there is a continuing ruling coming from the Senate President, Senator Mark Villar would like to place into the records that is explanation of votes for Senate Bill 2814 and 2781 would be inserted into the record. Mr. President, Senator Go would like to deliver his explanation of vote for Senate Bill 2814, the free legal assistance.
Senator Go may proceed. You are recognized, sir.
Mr. President, just want to manifest and explain my vote for Senate Bill 2814. As Vice Chair of the Committee on National Defense and principal author of the measure at hand, I would like to express my sincere gratitude for the third reading passage of Senate Bill 2814, or the Free Legal Assistance for Military and Uniformed Personnel Act. Mr. President, I have always been supportive of our military and uniformed personnel even before I became a senator. This support has been evident when former President Duterte fulfilled his campaign promise to increase the salaries of our uniformed personnel with the help, of course, of the previous Congress. Our military and uniformed personnel face countless risks in the line of duty, often in hostile and life-threatening environments. They perform their responsibilities with courage and commitment, safeguarding our sovereignty, upholding the rule of law, and providing assistance during times of calamity and crisis. However, there are instances when they encounter legal challenges arising from the faithful execution of their duties. In such cases, the government must ensure that they are not left to fend for themselves. Mr. President, ang panukalang batas na ito ay sumasalamin sa ating iisang layunin na tulungan ang ating mga kawani sa militar at uniform personnel habang patuloy nilang ginagampanan ang kanilang tungkulin para sa sambayan ng Pilipino. Isang patunay dito na kinikilala ng gobyerno ang mga natatanging hamon na kanilang hinaharap at ang ating responsibilidad na tiyakin ang kanilang karapatan at kapakanan. Mr. President, once again, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to this chamber for supporting this vital measure. I also thank Senator Jinggoy Estrada for sponsoring this bill. The passage of this measure is a reaffirmation of our unwavering commitment to the brave men and women who serve and protect our nation. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Bongo, for the manifestation in support of Senate Bill number 2814. Majority Leader.
Mr. President, Senator Ronald De La Rosa is likewise seeking the floor to explain his vote.
Senator Bato de la Rosa is recognized.
Mr. President, for the next consideration, for the next bill about firearms amendment, not for this particular bill. Thank you.
You do not want to support
Yeah,
my bill?
I am supporting your bill,
Okay.
Mr. President, wholeheartedly. So I therefore manifest my support. I am one of the authors of this bill, and my participation was very much recognized by the sponsor, Mr. President. So I would like to manifest my full support for the passage of this measure. Thank you, Mr. President.
I was just kidding. Thank you, Senator De La Rosa. Majority Leader.
Mr. President, just for the record, Mr. President, this bill is very timely, and perhaps, Mr. President, once the implementing rules is due for crafting, and perhaps with the assistance of the appropriate office of the Supreme Court, a provision likewise should be placed that would entitle third year and fourth year law students to be part of this free legal assistance program for military and police personnel. Just for the record, Mr.
Yes.
President.
Your manifestation is hereby noted.
Mr. President, for Senate Bill number 2895, the Comprehensive Firearms and Ammunitions Regulation Act, which we just approved, Senator Ronald De La Rosa is seeking the floor to explain his vote.
Senator Bato de la Rosa is hereby recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President, Majority Leader. Mr. President, together with my esteemed colleagues, Senators Mark Villar, Joel Villanueva, and of course, Senator Mig Zubiri, I wish to take this opportunity to thank this august body for approving on third reading Senate Bill number 2895 or the Act amending Republic Act number 10591 as amended, otherwise known as the Comprehensive Firearms and Ammunition Regulation Act. I would also like to extend my gratitude to our Senate President, Chis Escudero, Senate Minority Leader, Senator Coco Pimentel, Senate Deputy Minority Leader, Senator Riza Hontiveros, and Senator Pia Cayetano for their invaluable contribution in improving the provisions of this bill. With the approval of the amendments under the bill, it will clarify licensing and registration procedures, which will promote compliance, strengthens regulations against illegal firearms, and enhances public safety, provides for the safe and responsible transfer of firearms in cases of death or incapacity, and establishes an amnesty program to encourage the registration of unregistered firearms nationwide. This is in no way a departure from our state policy that gun ownership is a mere privilege and not a right. Hindi pa rin po natin papayagan, humawak at magmamay-ari ng baril ang mga taong hindi makakapasa sa mga requirement at qualification na ating inilagay sa panukalang batas. Ang mga amendment na ito ay mas lalong makakatulong upang magkaroon tayo ng mas epektibo na firearms law. Sabi nga ni Franklin Roosevelt, our laws must be updated to reflect the realities of our time. And today, this is our reality when it comes to this part of our law. Malaki ang tiwala namin na ang bill na ito ay makapaghihikayat sa mga mas responsableng pagmamay-ari ng baril at magsusulong ng kaligtasan ng ating mga kapwa Pilipino. I wish to commend this August Chamber for championing this vision with me, that of a safer, more secure Philippines. Thank you, Mr. President. Maraming salamat.
Thank you, Senator De La Rosa. Yes, Senator Subiri. I can see Senator Subiri raising his hand.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I just want to express my deepest satisfaction and appreciation to our sponsor, Senator Batol De La Rosa, on behalf of the almost 2 million gun owners of this country or responsible gun owners. Maraming salamat po, sir, sa inyo. Mabuhay po. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Subiri. Majority Leader.
Mr. President, for Senate Bill number 2906, the Agricultural Profession Act, Senator Juan Miguel Zubiri. I retract, Mr. President. For House Bill number 8839, the Citizenship Bill, understand, Mr. President, that the Deputy Minority Leader would like to explain her vote.
What about House Bill number 6505?
65.
You might have overlooked it.
Mr. President,
After that.
I think the Senate President Pro Tem would be giving an explanation of vote.
Of 6505?
6505.
No, this representation would like to insert into the records the explanation of votes. All right.
Yes, Mr. President. There is a standing ruling of the Senate President to have all explanation of votes be inserted into the records. Mr. President, Senator Risa Ontiveros is taking
Yes,
the floor.
Senator Risa Ontiveros.
Mr. President, mea culpa, Mr. President, the Honorable Rafi Tulfo sought the floor earlier relative to 6505, Mr. President.
The franchise of Channel 13, IBC.
Thank you. Yes, Mr. President.
Yes, Senator Tulfo.
Yes, good afternoon, Mr. President and my dear colleagues. Ako po'y lubos na nagpapasalamat sa inyong lahat sa pagsuporta sa panukalang batas na ito. Ang pagbibigay ng panibagong franchise sa IBC 13 ay nangungulugan ng pagbibigay ng panibagong pag-asa na ito'y lumago at ipagpapatuloy ang pagbibigay ng tamang impormasyon at kaalaman, lalo na patungkol sa mga pangyayari sa gobyerno sa bawat mamamayang Pilipino. Isa na itong pagkakataon na mabigyan ng trabaho ang mas maraming Pilipino sa pamamagitan ng mandato ng IBC 13 to create employment and job opportunities. Ang panibagong franchise na ito ay magpapatuloy din sa mga programa ng IBC upang matugi sa mga fake news, mapangalagaan ang kulturang Pilipino at mabigyan boses ang ating mga kababayan sa lahat ng mga issues pampolitika at pang-ekonomiya. Again, thank you so very much, Mr. President, and to all my dear colleagues. Magandang hapon po.
Thank you, Senator Tulfo. Majority Leader. Since there are no senators who have reserved for the manifestation of support for House Bill for House Bill number 6505, maybe you can recognize Senator Tiveros.
Mr. President, Senator Revilla would like to have his explanation of vote for Senate Bill 2814 as well as 2906 be inserted to the records. The same is true with Senator Gatchalian, Mr. President.
Okay,
for
the
Senate Bill
manifestation of the Majority Leader
2781.
is hereby noted. Senator Tiveros, please proceed.
Salamat po, Mr. President. Bago yung aking explanation of vote, for the record, nakikisa din po ako kay Chairman Raffy Tulfo dun sa pagpasa ng bill sa IBC 13. Bilang nagtrabaho din po ako dati doon bilang isang anchor person. At ako po yung nagpapasalamat kay Chair Raffy sa pagtitiyak na yung probisyon tungkol sa pagtupad ng IBC 13 management sa kanilang mga dating empleyado ay kasama po dun sa ating ipinasang batas. Salamat po, Mr. President.
Malaki ba ho sweldo niyo ron ng araw?
I'm sorry, Mr. President?
Malaki ba ho sweldo niyo ng araw sa IBC 13?
Talent lang po ako, kaya talent fee lamang po, hindi sweldo.
Okay.
Salamat, Mr. President. Mr. President, I could not in good conscience vote to grant Filipino citizenship to Lee Duan Wang. Ang pinag-uusapan natin ay hindi naman po simpleng application para sa driver's license o business permit kung saan simpleng checklist ng isinumite ang kailangan. Ang sangkot dito, timbang ng buong kapangyarihan at autoridad ng lehislatura para sa iisang tao. What was on the floor was an act of Congress, a law granting Filipino citizenship to a foreign national. Surely, this demands even more rigor, scrutiny, and discernment from legislators. We owe that much to the Filipino people. Obligasyon nating siyasatin ang kasaysayan at pagkatao ng aplikante beyond what he has already declared in his own interest. At sa aking interpellation sa panukalang ito, nalaman natin na napakarami at naglalakihang red flags ang itinago ni Lee Duan Wang sa Kongreso. Si Lee Duan Wang ay junket operator at kasosyo ni Duan Renwu, ang sinasabing big boss ng na-raid na Pogo sa Porac, Pampanga. Ang negosyo niya ay nasa parehong building ng negosyo ni Shi Zhejiang, isang self-confessed Chinese spy. Konektado siya sa Philippine Xinjiang UC Association na sinasabing parte ng United Front Work ng Communist Party of China. At sa mga opisyal na dokumento sa SEC, nagsinungaling siya at nagpresenta bilang Pilipinong si Mark Coong. Hindi pa po ba tayo natuto sa panloloko ni Guo Huaping, alias Alice Guo, o kay Yang Jianxin, alias Tony Yang? Hindi pa ba tayo nadala sa mga abusadong dayuhang nagpanggap na Pilipino para pagkakitaan ang taong bayan at dungisan ang ating mga sistema? Susugal pa ba tayo muli sa isang taong ikinubli sa Kongreso ang kanyang mga kaduda-dudang kaugnayan? Hindi ko po hinatulan na guilty sa anumang krimen si Lee Duan Wang, Mr. President. Pero sapat ang mga red flags na ito para hindi siya pagkalooban ng pagiging Pilipino ng ganito lamang kadali. Sa buong paniniwala ko, ang nararapat gawin ng gobyerno ay imbestigahan si Lee Duan Wang, hindi magpasa ng batas para ituring siyang isa sa atin. For these reasons, Mr. President, I voted no on this measure. Salamat po, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Riz Ontiveros. Majority Leader.
Mr. President, Senator Sherwin Gatchalian would like to deliver an anterior explanation of vote for the E-Governance Act, Senate Bill number 2781.
Senator Gatchalian, is recognized.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, distinguished colleagues, I rise today to cast my yes vote to the E-Governance Act. This bill is about reimagining how we serve and deliver public services to the Filipino people in the 21st century. Time is our most precious resource, and the Filipino people deserve a government that values their time. More than saving time, this measure ensures continuity of essential government services even in times of emergencies and disruptions. Sa gitna ng sakuna, pandemya o anumang pagsubok, hindi titigil ang serbisyo ng gobyerno. We are building a resilient system that will allow the government to keep moving forward no matter the challenges. Let us not forget, e-governance is about accessibility and inclusivity. It means that our persons with disabilities will find it easier to transact with government offices. No more barriers, no more burdens. This is a government that reaches out to everyone, wherever they are and whoever they may be. Further, this is about trust. Trust in the digitalization of government processes. We know that not everyone is digitally adept, but this measure ensures that the system we are building is transparent, secure, and user-friendly. With stronger transparency, measures, and real-time feedback mechanisms on digital delivery of public services, we can bridge the gap between government and citizen. Kapag malinaw at mabilis ang proseso, tataas ang kumpiyansa ng tao sa pamahalaan. Mr. President, before I end, allow me to take this opportunity to thank Senator Alan Peter Cayetano for accepting my amendments to this measure. E-governance means empowerment. Empowerment for businesses, for policymakers, and most importantly, for our citizens. It means more jobs in the ICT sector, a stronger digital economy, and a government workforce equipped for the challenges of tomorrow. Mr. President, I cast my yes vote to unlock the full potential of our nation. It is for a future where every Filipino feels the presence of a government that is accessible, transparent, and efficient. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Gatchalian. Majority Leader.
Mr. President, I understand Senator Gatchalian, who just yielded the floor, would like to deliver likewise an explanation of vote for Senate bill for the firearms law, Mr. President.
No, Mr. President, this is for Senate Bill number 2865. This is for the Capital Markets Efficiency Promotions Act, Mr. President. So, Mr. President, together with the co-author of this bill, Senator Joel Villanueva, I stand before you with a profound sense of gratitude in this august chamber. Today, Senate Bill number 2865, or the Capital Markets Efficiency Promotions Act, is approved on third and final reading. After rigorous debate and meticulous consideration of amendments, our committee has crafted a proposed measure that seeks to promote efficiency in the capital markets and reduce the barriers that have long made investing seem out of reach for the everyday Filipino. Mr. President, I am humbled to acknowledge that the passage of this bill would not have been possible without the dedicated efforts and amendments put forth by my esteemed colleagues. Allow me to express my deepest gratitude to Senator Minority Leader Coco Pimentel, who contributed to shaping this legislation. Furthermore, I would like to acknowledge the active participation of numerous public and private stakeholders who have tirelessly worked to enhance this proposed measure. With the passage of this measure, we are taking a significant step toward revitalizing our capital markets, ensuring that they serve not just the privileged few, but every Filipino aspiring for professional growth and security. A more efficient and equitable market creates opportunities not just for individual investor, but for the nation as a whole. Thank you, Mr. President, esteemed colleagues.
Thank you, Senator Gatchalian. Majority Leader.
Mr. President, before we proceed with the order of business again, Mr. President, the gentleman from Bulacan is seeking the floor for a short manifestation, Mr. President.
Yes, Senator Villanueva. is
Thank you
recognized.
very much, Mr. President. Thank you, Majority Leader. Mr. President, I let go of my explanation of votes, and I just wish to insert into the records my explanation of votes. But this is totally different from the measures that we have passed today. Mr. President, dear colleagues, may I just be allowed to make a short manifestation? Because today, Mr. President, we are celebrating the 8th National Bible Day, established through Republic Act number 1163, which designates the last Monday of January each year as a special working holiday. This reflects the nation's deep-rooted faith and the importance of the Bible as a moral, ethical, and spiritual guide for the Filipino people. Mr. President, this morning, we are truly blessed to be able to join in the celebration of the annual National Bible Day in Shangri-La, Makati, alongside with our Deputy Majority Leader, Senator Mark Villar, and the People's Champ, our colleague here in the Senate, former colleague, also author of RA 1163, Senator Manny Pacquiao. Mr. President, for 8 years now, we have consistently placed the name of the Lord Jesus Christ at the center of our efforts, uniting us all in faith and in purpose. Mr. President, in the Philippines, where faith is deeply intertwined with our culture and identity, the Bible has always played a very important role. It is not simply a religious book, but a source of wisdom, comfort, and hope. It reminds us of God's love, His promises, and His guidance. And that's why, Mr. President, as lawmakers, we seek guidance to be able to create meaningful laws which mirror the principles, traditions, and beliefs that we hold dear as a nation. While the Constitution is our fundamental and supreme law, it is the Word of God that serves as our guide and moral compass. And I remember, Mr. President, I always quote what is written in the preamble of our Constitution, which states, "We, the sovereign Filipino people, imploring the aid of the Almighty God." Mr. President, this God that we are talking about is the God of the Bible. One of my favorite characters in the Bible is Joseph the Dreamer. His story, as told in Genesis chapter 37 to chapter 50, is a powerful reminder that unwavering hope and faith in God can shape righteous leaders and inspire young people to fulfill their God-given purpose. Mr. President, from being a young shepherd and then being sold into slavery, no less than by his own brothers, Joseph did not lose hope. He remained faithful to God and rose to become the second most powerful leader in Egypt. And even during his time, during the time of famine, Mr. President, his leadership saved countless lives in Egypt and its surrounding nations. In Proverbs chapter 22, verse 6, it says, "Train up a child in the way that he should go, so that when he is old, he shall not depart from it." Mr. President, imagine a nation where the youth are raised with the practice of reading the Bible, where the youth constantly ask themselves, what would Jesus do? To guide their thoughts, to guide their words, and even their deeds, Mr. President. Marahil po, mas marami pang magiging katulad ni Joseph na tatayo sa bulwagang ito na tapat na maglilingkod para sa ating Diyos at sa bayan. Sa araw po na ito ng National Bible Day, let us recommit to nurturing the spiritual well-being of the next generation. In a world of rapid technological advancement and societal challenges, let us teach them to seek the wisdom found in the book of life, which is the Word of God, the Bible, to build their lives and its solid foundation. In closing, Mr. President, let me quote 2 Timothy chapter 3, verse 16 to 17. It says, "All Scripture is inspired by God and is useful to teach us what is true and to make us realize what is wrong in our lives. It corrects us when we are wrong and teaches us to do what is right. God uses it to prepare and equip His people to do every good work." And so with this, Mr. President, it is my prayer, this humble representation's prayer, that my fellow public servants and every Filipino will turn to the Bible as a source of hope, wisdom, and guidance. Let us integrate God's Word into our personal lives, our families, and even in the performance of our work. Let us be the nation that not only believes in God, but also lives according to His Word. Because as Psalm chapter 33 verse 12 says, "Blessed is the nation whose God is the Lord." Maligayang ika-8 taon po ng pambansang araw ng Biblia sa ating lahat. Maraming salamat, Ginoong Pangulo, at pagpalain tayong lahat ng ating Panginoong Diyos.
Thank you, Senator Joel Villanueva, Majority Leader.
Mr. President, I move that we now resume consideration of House Bill number 10926 under Committee Report number 427. This is the bill on the renewal of the Meralco franchise. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, the resumption of consideration of House Bill number 10926, under Committee Report Number 427, is now in order.
Mr. President, I move to resume the period of individual amendments using the clean copy of the bill as of January 22, 2025 as our working draft, and recognize the chairperson of the subcommittee on the Meralco franchise renewal, Senator Joel Villanueva, as a principal sponsor.
Hearing no objection, period of individual amendments is now in order. Senators Villanueva and who else? Senator, the Minority Leader?
And to propose individual amendments, Senator Aquilino Pimentel.
And the Minority Leader
The
are hereby
Minority Leader.
recognized.
Yes, this is the first one, right? This is the page 2, the reality. Yeah. Mr. President, may I ask for a minute suspension, Mr. President?
Session suspended. Resumed.
May I be recognized, Mr. President?
Please proceed.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Mr. President, before we continue with the period of individual amendments, may I just place into the records and wish to inform the body that Meralco has submitted all the data and information requested by our colleagues, particularly the last interpellator, Deputy Minority Leader Senator Risa Hontiveros. And we are assured, Mr. President, that copies of these submissions can be made available to any of our colleagues to ensure transparency again and facilitate informed discussions. With that, Mr. President, may I be allowed to just propose some of the individual amendments given to us by our distinguished colleagues. On page 2, line 19, after the word proper, insert a colon and the following proviso, provided that the grantee, its successors, or assignees shall comply with relevant technical standards, rules, and regulations of the DOE and ERC. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there an objection? There being none, the amendment is approved.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Mr. President, this amendment came from our distinguished minority leader on page 2, line 24. After the word parties, insert a colon and the following proviso, provided that the grantee shall ensure the proper management and systematic organization of distribution lines as defined under Republic Act number 11361 or the Anti-Obstruction of Power Lines Act without prejudice to any claim or action it may pursue against utilities or entities sharing in its infrastructure to prevent hazards, maintain the structural integrity of its facilities, and minimize cable collateral. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there an objection? There being none, the amendment is approved.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. On page 3, line 10, after the word shall, insert the phrase provide universal service and. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? There being none, amendment is approved.
Mr. President, on page 3, line 11, after the word area, insert a comma and the phrase including unviable areas. Thereafter, insert another comma. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, amendment is approved.
Mr. President, on page 3, delete lines 24 to 27, starting from the word energy, and in lieu thereof, insert the following. And new and renewable energy sources in accordance with Republic Act number 9136 or the Electric Power Industry Reform Act of 2001 as amended, Republic Act number 12120 or the Philippine Natural Gas Industry Development Act and Republic Act number 9513 or the Renewable Energy Act of 2008. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? There being none, amendments approved.
Mr. President, again, this is an amendment from our minority leader, Senator Coco Pimentel, page 4, line 11, delete the phrase for consumer concerns, and on the same page and line, insert the words concerns and between the words consumer and complaints. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, amendments approved.
Still on page 4, Mr. President, line 13. After the word on, insert the phrase and resolved. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, amendments approved.
On page 4, line 14, after the word it, insert the phrase within such period as may be determined by the ERC in accordance with applicable regulations. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there an objection? There being none, amendments approved.
That is all on the part of this representation. I think the gentleman from Valenzuela would like to propose his individual amendments. May I move that he be recognized, Mr. President?
The Senator Gatchalian is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I have some individual amendments, some of which have been given to the good sponsor for his perusal and, if necessary, amendments, Mr. President. So let me start off on page 2 after line 10. Insert a new paragraph which reads, the grantee, letter A, uphold its commitment to the protection of consumer rights Letter B, ensure the efficient and reliable delivery of electric power services. And letter C, adhere to competitive market principles. I so move, Mr. President.
I accept, Mr. President, as the sponsor of the measure, and that would help clarify some of the things being thrown in this particular bill. So we thank the gentleman from Valenzuela. I accept, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? There being none, the proposed amendment is hereby approved.
Thank you to the good sponsor, Mr. President. Mr. President, on page 2, after line 19, okay na ito. Okay. Sorry, Mr. President, my amendment was introduced already by the good sponsor, Mr. President.
I have to say, Mr. President, for the record, that
You can,
some of the amendments given to us by the gentleman from Valenzuela were already carried, Mr. President.
Ganyan
Thank you.
ka-close, Mr. President, nababasa niya isip ko.
May telepathic kami, Mr. President. But we're not twins, Mr. President.
Mr. President, on page 3, line 35, after the word access, insert the phrase under Republic Act number 9136 as amended. So move, Mr. President.
We accept, Mr. President.
Any objection? There being none, the amendment is approved.
Mr. President, on page 3, line 36, after the word laws and before period, insert the phrase and shall ensure the supply of electricity to its captive market in the least cost manner. So move, Mr. President.
We accept, Mr. President.
Any objection? There being none, amendment is approved.
Mr. President, on page 3, line 36, insert a comma after the word grantee, followed by and its affiliates as defined under Republic Act number 9136 as amended. So move, Mr. President.
Accept, Mr. President.
Any
We accept.
objection?
Thank
There
you.
being none, the amendment is approved.
Mr. President, on page 3, line 37, delete the word power and replace with the phrase position or anti-competitive behavior as defined under the Philippine Competition Act. So move, Mr. President.
We accept, Mr. President.
Any objection? There
Thank
being
you.
none, amendments approved.
Mr. President, on page 3, after line 41, insert the following sentence. The grantee shall, for the promotion of transparency, competition, and protection of consumer interests, structurally and functionally unbundle its non-regulated business activities from its regulated business activities in accordance with Republic Act number 9136, otherwise known as the IPIRA, as amended.
Okay.
The ERC shall formulate the appropriate guidelines and ensure full compliance with this provision. So move, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President. So the gentleman would like to delete the reference to Section 6. That's it. Yeah. Anyway, Mr. President, we accept, Mr. President.
Thank you.
Subject to style. Thank you.
Subject to stand, Mr.
Is
President.
there
Thank you,
any
Mr.
objection? Hearing none, the proposed amendment is hereby approved, subject to stand.
Thank you, Mr. President. On page 3, line 40, after the word DOE, insert the phrase ERC and the Philippine Competition Commission, PCC. So move, Mr. President.
Mr. President, I have some concerns, if I may.
Itself.
Because the resource persons behind me were asking if we can, and this is an appeal to our good colleague, if we can delete the mentioning of Philippine Competition Commission, because to begin with, Mr. President, they have no regulatory power under their charter, Mr. President, and it is the ERC, being the lead regulator agency, would be the one to do the oversight, Mr. President, over this distribution utilities like Meralco. If that is also will work out with our distinguished colleague from the great city of Valenzuela, Mr. President.
1 minute suspension, Mr. President.
Session suspended.
Thank you, Mr. President. During the break, Mr. President, the gentleman from Valenzuela in this representation talked extensively about the importance, Mr. President, of checks and balances. And we'd like to again put into the record, Mr. President, that the Energy Regulatory Commission has a memorandum of agreement with the PCC, and therefore, Mr. President, they can always look into it, and that mechanisms are in place to ensure transparency and accountability, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, Mr. President, just to explain my amendment, Mr. President, this is an amendment that pertains to procurement of power supply contracts for its captive market, Mr. President. So the logic of my introduction, Mr. President, is to include ERC, which regulates the power supply contracts, and PCC to make sure that there is robust competition when they procure its power supply contracts. I do admit, Mr. President, that under EPIRA, it's ERC that is tasked to ensure competition. And because of that seeming conflict with PCC, they entered into a memorandum of agreement so that there will be no conflict insofar as competition is concerned, so far as competition aspects are concerned, Mr. President. So with that explanation, Mr. President, I will withdraw my my amendment because that MOA is outstanding right now, and ERC is empowered to ensure competition among in procuring power supply contracts, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President. We'd like to thank the gentleman from Valenzuela, our energy expert here in the Senate, and also would like to again put into the record, Mr. President, that ERC is in its first level of review checks, Mr. President, for anti-competitive behavior. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr.
The
President.
recent amendments of Senator Gatchalian is hereby withdrawn.
Mr. President, moving on to the next amendment on page 3, line 41, after the word market, insert a new sentence which reads, "The grantee shall, as may be allowed under applicable laws and regulation, give fair access to information for the promotion of retail competition and open access framework under EPIRA." So move, Mr. President.
What does the sponsor say?
Nasaan yan dito?
Mr. President, if I may, we are okay and acceptable po, Mr. President, hanggang dun po sa pag-add ng ERC, Mr. President. But with respect to the, and I understand where the gentleman from Valenzuela is coming from, the sharing of information for the promotion of the retail competition and open access framework under the EPIRA. May I just pose a question, Mr. President, to the gentleman proposing the amendment, Mr. President, as to what particular information are we looking at from on the side of Meralco that we are asking them to provide? Is it the promotion access to RCOA, Mr. President?
Well, Mr. President, this is the logic of the amendment, Mr. President. Meralco is by far the biggest utility in the country. It commands 48% of our total peak demand in the country. And in Luzon, it commands about 67% of the total peak demand, Mr. President. The next to Meralco is already VECO, which is 2% of the total Philippine demand, Mr. President. So that's how big Meralco is, Mr. President. And it has wealth of information about its consumers. And in a deregulated environment, with respect to retail electricity suppliers, Mr. President, other rest suppliers cannot compete with Meralco because it doesn't have that wealth of information. So where we're coming from, Mr. President, is to even the playing field. So for example, I'm a rest. I should also have some access to that information so that I can offer customers services that will enable them to lower down their electricity rates, Mr. President. And those information should enable me to compete with Meralco itself, even though it holds the information, Mr. President. So that's the logic of this proposal, Mr. President, just to even the playing field in terms of information,
Yeah.
Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. We understand clearly where this amendment is coming from, but may we also respectfully put into the record, Mr. President, that even during the technical working meeting and consultation with consumers, some consumers are actually anxious about Meralco's taking care of their personal information, Mr. President. Providing access to consumer information is quite challenging, Mr. President, and
Correct, Mr. President.
that's the only thing that
Yeah.
we are looking at. With regard to suppliers, Mr. President, we were told that
That's why, Mr. President, I acknowledge the statements of the good sponsor that even some consumers are hesitant to divulge their privileged information, Mr. President. So what we introduced in this amendment is applicable under laws and regulations so that ERC will come up with regulations that will be in line with what the consumers want to divulge in terms of information. And if ERC deems that some information are not available to the public, then it can promulgate regulations to regulate that. But at the same time, ERC can also make sure that the playing field is even. No? So they will balance the playing field and information availability, Mr. President. That's why we left it to the regulator to come up with regulations to that effect.
yeah. Thank you, Mr. President. I understand where the gentleman from Valenzuela is coming from. But again, Mr. President, if I may, if that is the case, Mr. President, perhaps it should be to all distribution utilities, Mr. President, and that is the essence of this representation's position. But anyway, Mr. President, may I ask for a minute suspension to just confer with our resource persons, Mr. President?
Session suspended.
Thank you. Thank you. Mr. President, during the lull, Mr. President, we were able to get an explanation from our resource persons with regard to the access to information, the standard information that Meralco is always willing to give out to its customers, Mr. President, especially to the regulators, and perhaps the gentleman from Valenzuela would further explain, Mr. President, because of so many technical terms, Mr. President.
Thank you,
So,
Please,
please,
thank you, Mr. President. And after conferring with the good sponsor and the technical people from Meralco, and after the assurance from Meralco that information that will enable third-party RES to compete, because third-party RES to compete with information coming from Meralco will be readily available, then, Mr. President, I will withdraw my amendment, Mr. President. So meaning the assurance of Meralco that information will be given to customers, and that information will now be used to get third-party RES that can compete, can also compete with Meralco, Mr. President.
Yes,
so
that is correct,
that
Mr.
information, because that information is privileged information coming from Meralco, and only Meralco has that information. But if that information now is guaranteed to be given to their customers, and that information now will enable customers to look for other suppliers, then that is the then I will withdraw my amendment, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President.
All right,
Thank the gentleman.
recent proposed amendment of Senator Gatchalian is hereby withdrawn.
Thank you, Mr. President. And Mr. President, on page 3, line 44, after the word cross ownership, insert the words market share limitations, retail competition, and open access. So moved, Mr. President.
We accept, Mr. President.
Any objection?
Thank you.
There being none, amendments approved.
Mr. President, lastly, on page 4, after the word behavior, insert a sentence.
What line?
which-
What line?
Page 4.
Page, line 1.
Anong line to? Sorry, Mr. President.
One line? Line 1?
Mr. President, let me get the exact.
Hindi, walang, line 1, Mr. President, yes.
Line 1, Mr. President.
Yeah.
After the word behavior, insert a sentence which reads, the grantee shall fulfill its responsibility under Republic Act Number 9136, Republic Act Number 10150, and Republic Act Number 9994, and other relevant statutes and policies. So moved, Mr. President.
We accept, Mr. President.
Any objection? There being none, amendments approved.
Thank you, Mr. President. I thank the good sponsor for accepting our amendments, Mr. President, and thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. And again, we thank the gentleman, our in-house expert when it comes to energy sector, Senator Sherwin Gatchalian. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Gatchalian. Is there any other senators who wishes to propose amendments? Majority Leader?
Mr. President, with no other individual amendment, I move to close the period of... Mr. President, I retract my statement. Senator Ontiveros is seeking the floor.
Senator Risa Ontiveros is recognized. Are you going to propose amendments? Majority Leader?
Mr. President, I move that we suspend consideration of House Bill number 10926. So moved, Mr. President.
Any objection? There being none, the motion is approved.
Mr. President, before we continue, Mr. President, may we know, Mr. President, because I have been waiting for all the amendments, is there any other than, is it our Deputy Minority Leader, and who else, Mr. President? Because we are pressed for time also, Mr. President, just to remind the body that there's no session on Wednesday, Mr. President.
Yes, I think it is only Senator Risa Ontiveros who is going to propose amendments tomorrow. I think.
Yes, Mr. President.
So that's the last one, Mr. President. Just to
Hopefully.
because, Mr. President, just to put on record, Mr. President, I have been in this podium for the past 4 weeks, Mr. President, and just to put on record, I hope that the Deputy Minority Leader is the last one, Mr. President. And if there are any other, Mr. President, may I just appeal to the members of the Senate to at least give us an advance copy of their individual amendments so we can fast track the proceedings, Mr. President.
Yes.
As we always do. Thank you very much, Mr.
Thank
President.
you, Senator Joel. Majority Leader.
Mr. President, I move that we resume consideration of Senate Bill 2942 under Committee Report Number 466. This is the bill resetting the first regular elections in the Bangsamoro Autonomous Region in Muslim Mindanao. And so move, Mr. President.
Is there an objection? There being none, the resumption of consideration of Senate Bill number 2942 under Committee Report number 466 is now in order.
Parliamentary status, Mr. President, is having sponsored the measure, I move to open the period of interpellation, recognize the sponsor, Senator Joseph Victor Ejercito, and to interpellate Senator Aquilino Coco Pimentel, and thereafter I was informed that Senator De La Rosa would likewise interpellate. Mr. President.
Hearing no objection, period of interpellation is in order. Senators Ejercito and Pimentel are hereby recognized.
I'll give way, Mr. President, to a member of the majority to interpellate first, Senator Bato de la Rosa.
Is Senator De La Rosa ready to interpellate?
I think, Mr. President, Senator
Yes,
De La Rosa is ready and
Yes,
willing.
Mr. President.
All right, please proceed, Senator De La Rosa.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you to the minority leader for giving way to this humble representation. Thank you. Mr. President, if the good sponsor would allow for this representation to start the ball rolling, Mr. President. But okay lang, paupuin mo muna natin sila.
Okay, now proceed.
Yes, Mr. President, we'll gladly read the points that will be propounded by our colleague from Mindanao, no? And just like Mr. President, again to reiterate the presence of the heads of the government of the Bangsamoro government are here. Of course, led by the Chief Minister, the ministers are here, and the rest of the Bangsamoro government and Bangsamoro Parliament are likewise here, Mr. President.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, good sponsor. Mr. President, for the record, I supported the first resetting of the BARM election in 2021 due to a threat to the health of our people. The COVID-19 pandemic proved to be a formidable opponent, and there was an urgent need to focus resources on ensuring everyone's survival and well-being. And now, Mr. President, the BARM is faced with an issue of a different character, no longer threatening physical health, but this time, perhaps, the peace and order situation in the BARM. Apart from the fact that the peace process has not yet reached its end game, the recent Supreme Court decision that separated Sulu from the BARM only serves to underscore a pressing need to reset the elections once more. After all, on our list of priorities, peace remains at the top, a priority that sits much higher than any need to follow a strict schedule to the letter. In order to clarify on the necessity of resetting the elections, would the good one from San Juan, of course, the presiding officer is the better one. Would the good one, but both of them are the best ones, Mr. President, the best ones. Would the good one from San Juan yield to a few clarificatory questions?
Yes,
Mr. President?
gladly, Mr. President. a matter as sensitive as the postponement of BARM, because, Mr. President, we really have to understand fully the rationale why we are pushing for the postponement, once again, of the BARM elections because of the sensitive situation in the area. And I think we're glad that the principal sponsor of the Bangsamoro Organic Law, our former Senate President Mig Zubiri, is here also. We all supported this because we want peace. No, at least we are making headways already in the past few years, ever since the passage of the Bangsamoro Organic Law. Mr. President, we have tried a lot of solutions that failed to achieve lasting peace in Mindanao. I'm sure the good Senator De La Rosa, who is from Mindanao, knows about the situation. Sinubukan na po natin ang military solution, all-out war, in the past. But, decades of strife and the secessionist movement happened in Mindanao. Kaya nga po yung development in Mindanao, we cannot reach the full potential. So, with the passage of Bangsamoro Organic Law, we saw hope and an opportunity. When we're hoping that we do not want to make a mistake, one misstep might ignite again. That's the worry of this representation. One misstep might ignite again conflict in Mindanao, which we do not want to happen. Because in the past, as I mentioned, Mr. President, the past few years after the passage of Bangsamoro Organic Law, we have already experienced peace, especially in that area. So we're very glad to answer some queries from the gentleman from Mindanao, Davao del Sur, Senator De La Rosa.
Thank you, Mr. President. Can the good sponsors spread into the record the rationale on why there is a need to reset the BARM's first regular election to August 11, 2025? What factors were considered in the determination of this date, considering that in the House version, the proposal is to move it to May 2026? Hindi ba parang maigsi ang 3 months? Ano ba ang mga gusto natin ma-achieve sa loob ng 3 buwan?
Yes, Your Honor, Mr. President, because there are always two sides. There are those who are in favor for the postponement, but there are also those who are against. Just to mention the rationale of those who are against, for them, the legitimacy and accountability of political leaders are forged through elections. So elections have to be held as scheduled. It will deprive BARM residents of the right to choose their leaders. The regional elections have to be synchronized with the national and local elections, and political parties are ready for the elections. Now, that is according to those who are against the postponement of the election. And likewise, it will cost, postponing the elections would cost about 1 to 3 billion pesos, according to COMELEC. But those who are in favor, number one, it will give the Bangsamoro Transition Authority time to relocate. As you mentioned earlier, yung pong Sulu, because of the Supreme Court decision, was as excluded already from the BARM. So it left 7 district seats that will be supposedly allotted for Sulu na hindi po mapupunuan. So that might be maging constitution. That has to be reapportioned, Mr. President. Yung 7 district seats of Sulu has to be reapportioned. And we're hoping that it will also give the Supreme Court time to rule with finality on Sulu status with BARM. Because, Mr. President, we know for a fact, those who supported the Bangsamoro Organic Law, Sulu has been part of the struggle. It was the center, in fact, of the struggle of the Bangsamoro people through the decades. And excluding them from BARM, it's unimaginable, actually, for this representation. So I think the Senator Zubiri, the author of the Bangsamoro Organic Law already filed a bill. Probably, Mr. President, if Senator Zubiri is
Yes,
seeking the floor to...
Mr. President, may I be given the recognition just for a
Yes,
few
with
minutes?
the permission of the
Yeah.
two gentlemen.
Permission
I'm
of,
willing to yield the
Senator-
floor to the main author of
Thank
the
you, Mr. President.
BOL,
Senator
Mr.
Zubiri.
President.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Thank you very much to my distinguished colleagues. Mr. President, due to several factors, initially, on the record, nagsalita na rin ako noon, yung in-extend po natin yung BARM for another 3 years, the BTA. I had already given a statement that we will no longer extend. Actually, on the record yan, dito. But because of circumstances that are beyond our control, particularly the dislocation or the dismemberment of Sulu from BARM, now they're no longer part of BARM, which for me is a sad day in the history of what we call historical justice for our brothers and sisters in Sulu. Because many, and alam po ni Senate President Coco Pimentel yan, na Sulu was the mitsa. Diyan po nagmitsa, diyan nag-umpisa yung struggle ng ating mga kapatid na Muslim na makilala bilang pamuno dito sa lugar nila. Their struggles for an independent Mindanao, their struggles for an independent Bangsamoro region. And because of the Bangsamoro Organic Law, we were able to convince the leaders that this is the political solution to prevent war from happening, from continuing after 30, 40 years of struggles, 120,000 people dead in our region, Your Honor, Senator Bato's region and my region in Mindanao. And now, because of this law and the setup of the Bangsamoro Autonomous Region of Muslim Mindanao, we are seeing the fruits of peace. There's so much progress and so much hope from our people. So in this decision of the Supreme Court, parang nabulaga ulit tayo, Mr. President. Nabulaga ulit tayo dahil alam naman po natin, ayaw po natin magkaroon muli ng extremism sa ating mga kapatid na tausug dun sa Sulu. Dahil ang haka-haka po kasalanan naman po ng national government, kasalanan naman po ng Manila dahil kinausap nila yung Supreme Court para matanggal yung Sulu. Parang ganun ang mga haka-haka. Maraming fake news Maraming fake news na ginagamit po ng mga extremists para magsabi na, kita mo, ginugulo na naman tayo ng Manila. Parang ganun. Kaya ako po, bahala na po sino magalit sa akin. Alam ko, I'm always getting the political brunt of this because there's always people who are against and for it. I am looking at the bigger picture. I'm looking as a statesman, what is the bigger picture for the betterment of Mindanao? Ang aking sagot dyan po, Mr. President, is to file a bill to allow Sulu to go through a plebiscite once more. Kung ano ba talaga, after 5 years of BARM assistance, no? Almost hundreds of millions of pesos, almost billions of pesos spent on Sulu for the development of their water systems, their farm-to-market roads, the different educational, the new classrooms. Siguro naman, na yun siguro marami na pong, baka gusto na po nila na bumalik sa BARM. Dahil yung last election, naalala ko po, 130,000 was in favor, and 160,000 was against. So hindi po ganun kalaki ang diferensya ng boto, no? Your Honor, correct me if I'm wrong, I may be mistaken. But my point is, let's give them one more chance to make that decision. And we cannot do that if we have an election now, Mr. President, because if we have an election now, first of all, Sulu will be disenfranchised because yung 80 seats of the Bangsamoro Parliament will only be electing 73 seats. Mawawala po 7 seats representing Sulu. So that alone is a violation of the BOL because the BOL says that there is an 80-seat member of the Parliament of the Bangsamoro Autonomous Region of Muslim Mindanao. So because of these circumstances, Mr. President, these factors that are prevailing, there is a bit of discontent and there's now also confusion. So, ako na yun, with due respect to all those that listen to my speech, I am taking a step backwards and allowing myself to agree to a postponement Pero definitely, tama po sinabi nyo, 3 months is useless. 3 months is useless. Kaya I appealed to the sponsor earlier. Dapat yan at least 6 months. Kasi pag naipasa po natin yung, napakasimple lang po yung plebisito sa Sulu na final ko po ay 1-pager lang. 1 page lang yun. To allow the Sulu to proceed with the plebiscite to re-enter into the BARM. No? So, kung maipasa po natin yan, Your Honor, we can have a plebiscite within 2 months, and then right before the election of the Bangsamoro Parliament, kung yes sila, nasama natin yung may 7 seats pong Sulu sa Bangsamoro Parliament. Pero kung mag-no sila, then wala talaga tayong magagawa. Kung mag-no sila muli. But that is the reason why I'm appealing to this August chamber, Mr. President. Every decision that we make here, parang BOL yan. May katumbas na consequence or benefit. We have to weigh the benefits and we have to weigh the consequences. And one thing that we have to think about is the possibility of outbreaks and skirmishes and outbreaks of violence. And yan ang ayaw na ayaw po natin. Kaya ginagawa po natin lahat politically na kaya natin bilang isang institusyon para maging peaceful itong lugar na ito. So I hope that helps with the explanation, Your Honor. We have to discuss that issue of the Sulu, and we have to, and if they do not agree and there is no one who will sponsor in the House, and I'm hoping that somebody can sponsor this in the House, particularly from their province, from the region, para matuloy na rin yung discussion doon. Pero kung wala talagang mangyayari, then they will have to go back and amend their electoral code. So that will take time because they will have to go back and amend their electoral code. Right now, their electoral code includes Sulu. So that's why, because of this confusion, we would request this August chamber for an extension, Your Honors. Thank you. I hope that helps, dear sponsor. I'm here to continuously add to the knowledge of our good sponsor already on the issue. Thank you. Maraming salamat po, sir.
Thank you. I would like to thank our colleague and the author of the Bangsamoro Organic Law, the principal author and sponsor. And to add to that, as mentioned earlier, there are legal issues that need to be addressed. It was already mentioned, the exclusion of Sulu from BARM brought legal issues, which includes, as mentioned by Senator Zubiri, the reallocation of seats to other BARM provinces. But, and second, the committee considered giving the Commission on Elections significant time to prepare and the current Bangsamoro Transition Authority to wind up their transactions. No? Kasi po, bago po sila, they're asking for 1 or 2 years nga po, sanang extension or postponement so that they can wind up their transactions. And lastly, meron pa kung there are also security concerns in the region while ensuring the complete, we are also looking at and monitoring the complete commissioning of the MILF combatants, which is still continuing up to this day, Your Honor, Mr. President. So, likewise, there are 8 orphan municipalities. We sought to create a new province so that these 8 orphan municipalities, ito po yung proposal ni Senator Rominod Padilla, yung creation of the Cotabato province, because these 8 orphan municipalities can vote for the members of parliament, but they cannot vote for the local officials. Wala po silang governors and mayors. So, na-orphan po sila. So, again, Mr. President, there are legal issues that need to be resolved. Yung creation of the province, yung pong sa Sulu issue, as mentioned by Senator Zubiri, that we are hoping that can be resolved by postponing the elections. Kasi po, talagang malapit na po eh. Hindi, and all of these issues will remain hanging, so to speak, if we push through with the elections, Mr. President.
Thank you. Thank you, good sponsor, Mr. President. And also, to support the statement made a while ago by Senator Zubiri, I was one with him during the last Congress when he said, when he was our then Senate President, when he said that, okay, pagbigyan natin itong postponement, pero last na ito ha, Yun din ang stand ko. I was with him. But ngayon, dahil nga sa prevailing circumstances, may mga bagong developments and one of which is the Sulu issue, ako rin ay nag-backtrack rin ako sa aking position because pareho kami ni Senator Mixubere, pareho kami taga Mindanao. We know how volatile the situation is. Kaya talagang we have to maximize lahat ng pwedeng gawin natin para ayos natin ito. So, Mr. President, that brings me to my next question. Kaya ba ng Supreme Court? Anyway, hindi natin, wala tayong, it is a co-equal branch of government. We have no control over them. Pero in your estimation, as the good sponsor of this particular bill, kaya ba ng Supreme Court na ma-resolve yung issue within 3 months? Kung mag-stick tayo dito sa 3 months as proposed in the bill, kaya ba nila yung madesisyonan within 3 months?
Your Honor, Mr. President, the decision of the Supreme Court is already final.
No, I'm referring to the motion for consideration that was filed before the Supreme Court.
It was already denied, Your Honor, Mr. President.
Okay, thank you.
So we're hoping that the bill that was filed by Senator Zubiri, our good colleague from Mindanao, there will be a counterpart measure that will be filed in the House. Hopefully, and our counterparts from Mindanao will also file a similar measure because I'm sure both of you from Mindanao know how volatile, how precarious the situation, how sensitive it is. Ayaw na ho natin na misstep eh. Now that we have already experienced peace in Mindanao, we would want to focus on important things that would improve the quality of lives of our people in Mindanao. Decades of strife, conflict, really affected the economy of Mindanao. But what really is the cause of all of this struggle? No, yung secessionist movement in Central and Western Mindanao, the rebellion in the Eastern Mindanao, it's all about hunger, poverty, no? And the only way we can address poverty and hunger is to improve the quality of lives by having opportunities. Now that that opportunity has been very hard to reach for Mindanao because of the conflict through the decades. Wala hong mag-i-invest na negosyante sa Mindanao. Nobody in his right mind will invest in an area where there is a problem of peace and order. Especially may secessionist, may rebellion, kakaiba po yun. Now that we are already experiencing relative peace in Mindanao, Mindanao has been, referred to as the land of promise. Alam niyo po, nung panahon ng aking ama ni President Era, mahal na mahal po niya Mindanao. Sabi ko, bakit kaya? Nung napunta po ako doon, that's when I saw how the potential of Mindanao, talagang the richest soil, the vast natural resources, no? Hindi binabagyo. Doon nga daw, magtapon ka lang ng buto, kinabukasan, tutubo na eh, no? Ganun So, he had plans of making Mindanao as the food basket of Asia, but that would not be realized during that time because of the conflict. Now that we already have experienced, again, relatively a peaceful Mindanao, now is the time for us to concentrate on putting the different instruments, different factors that are needed for development. No? Kaya nga po, Mr. President, Your Honor, ako po ang advocacy ako talaga, infra development. I've been pushing for that. Even during the Duterte administration, I pushed for the Mindanao railway system. No? But it was put on hold because I feel that by putting the necessary infrastructure, we will be able to spread out the development. Hindi naman po pwedeng Davao lamang at Cagayan de Oro ang centers of development in Mindanao. No? Yung pong mga probinsya na nasasakupan ng BARM ngayon, sa western side, central side, tapos yung pong nasa Caraga region, eastern side, diyan po yung mga mahihirap na probinsya, diyan po nagkakarebelyon kasi mahirap ang mga probinsyang yan. Now, by pushing The infrastructure development, we have good highways now in Mindanao. 4 lanes, 6 lanes, 8 lanes. Hopefully, maitulak talaga natin yung Mindanao railway system to make movement of people faster, movement of goods faster, spread out the development. Again, kung Davao, pag meron kang railway at highways, may spread out mo, we create new growth areas around. No? We create new growth areas in BARM, we create new growth areas in Eastern Mindanao. Pag meron kang railway na highway, magkakantayang industrial estate, commercial complex, food terminals, so warehousing, lahat po. That will create new growth development areas. We spread out the development. Yan po ang problema ng Mindanao sa tingin ko, and as well as other provinces in the country. Because of our poor infrastructure, ang centers of development, Metro Manila, Cebu, Davao, and Cagayan de Oro. In Mindanao, lagay natin railway, highway, sports. We will create new growth nodes, growth development areas, produce jobs and opportunities pag nagkaroon na ng mga pabrika, commercial centers, food terminals for our agriculture. So, I think in the long term, yan po ang aking nakikita. But we need to put first, we have to lay down the framework, we have to make sure that there is peace. Yun po ang pinakaunang requirement for investments to come in. No? Yun pa, infrastructure lang, tsaka energy. No? And the peace in Mindanao. I think that those are the main factors that we need to push for us to be able to realize the full potential of Mindanao.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. President. Nabanggit mo lang rin yung infrastructure, no? Gusto ko lang ipagmayabang sa'yo na noon, kaming taga Davao, pag pupunta kami ng Marawi, we have to pass by Bukidnon, bababa kami ng Cagayan de Oro, punta kami ng Iligan, din akyat ng Marawi. Pero ngayon, from Davao, Bukidnon, diretso na Marawi. Ang ganda na lang. At saka yung lugar na yan noon, na hindi yan mapasok-pasok, mahirap pasukin ng civilian yan, ngayon po napakaganda na. Ako mismo, dumadaan ako doon, nagmumotor. Kaya ang ganda na. Very shorten ang ruta dahil sa infrastructure. So, may I continue with my next question, Mr. President? Considering that isa sa ating concern, kung talagang hindi na maisama ang Sulu sa BARM, kailangan po bang amendahan ang Bangsamoro Electoral Code, Bangsamoro Administrative Code, at Bangsamoro Local Government Code?
Yes, Your Honor, Mr. President, both codes have to be amended, no, so that the 7 seats have to be reallocated or reapportioned, no, to the remaining to the existing districts, Your Honor, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President. At bilang mambabatas, alam po natin kung ano ang proseso na dinaraanan ng paggawa ng batas. Sa tingin po ba ninyo ay sapat na ang 3 buwan para maipasa ang amendments sa Bangsamoro Electoral Code, Bangsamoro Administrative Code at Bangsamoro Local Government Code?
Your Honor, Mr. President, that was what was arrived by the committee or recommended by the committee. In the proper time, Your Honor, Mr. President, we will reconsider. No, if the body of or any of our colleagues would make the amendments, then we will reconsider. And because admittedly, 3 months is really too short. No? But it's a sort of a compromise. Kasi po 1 year ho talaga yung recommended, no, or passed by the House and also recommended by the peace process. 1 year po talaga. So doon naman sa mga against, they want the elections to be held as soon as possible. So it was sort of a compromise. So that's why the committee arrived at 3 months. And there's still a lot of if you would look at the indicative timeline of in the screen, no, there are a lot. medyo marami-rami po, no? The time nito of passing the amendments. So medyo mahaba-haba yung kanilang hinihiling na extension. No, but according to the BTA, the Office of the President for Presidential Advisor for Peace Process and others, they are willing for ang akin lang pong recommendation 1 year, no, will give them enough time already for them to be able to do all of these things that need to be done to address all of these legal issues, Your Honor, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President. Anyway, my interpellation is all about extending the extension beyond 3 months. And I'm happy that the good sponsor is willing to accept my amendment in the proper time. Kung pwede natin gawin, sinabi mo na kayo na 1 year. Doon po papunta yung aking mga amendment, Mr. President. So, to continue,
probably, Mr. President, to add, probably I was able to talk, I had the chance to talk to the members of Parliament earlier, the leaders of the Bangsamoro government, as I mentioned earlier, Chief Minister Ahod Ibrahim is here, Minister Mohamed Iqbal, and a lot of people that we worked with, no, during the passage Bangsamoro or Organic Law. Andito po si Ms. Nabiltan, no, kasama po natin to. Siyempre si Kuya natin Kuya Attorney Lorena, no, member of Parliament, Kuya po natin. Secretary Galvez is here. Comelec also. I had the chance to talk to Comelec. Ang sabi po nila, probably minimum of 6 months and ideally 1 year.
okay, that will be decided by this body once we are going to introduce our amendments during the proper time, Mr. President. But to move forward, Mr. President, Section 2 of the proposed bill provides that the BTA shall continue as the interim government in the BARM, and the interim members of the BTA shall serve until their successor shall have been elected and qualified. Tama po ba na sa madaling salita, ang ating mga current interim members ng BTA ay magkakaroon ng holdover capacity kung maipasa natin ang panukalang batas na ito?
Yes, Your Honor, Mr. President, it will be advisable for them to have to be on a holdover capacity, because if the President would still appoint new members of Parliament, sayang po yung oras, learning curve and everything. Wala na ho silang magagawa in so short a time. So might as well have a holdover. That they should continue to perform their duties on a holdover capacity. That's the position of this representation, Your Honor, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President, for that stand. I am with you, and I'm going to support you in that holdover capacity issue. I am with you, Mr. President.
Kasi sayang po, kung magpapapoint, yung mag-aaral pa, yung learning curve, no? Yung that would take about mag-aaral muli 6 months to 1 year. By the time they already know they gain knowledge, tapos na po yung term nila. So I would also believe that it will be best to have for the current members of Parliament and the BTA to perform the duties continually on the holdover capacity order.
Idagdag mo pa dyan, Your Honor, Mr. President, yung pag nagpalitan dyan, sigurado ko yung aalis, kukunin yung mga gamit niya sa opisina, yung papasok, maghanap ng gamit para ilagay sa opisina. So, matagal pa yan bago magkapag-operate yung opisina na yan kung baguhin natin. So, what is 1 year? Baka mamaya, ang 1 year na yan, mabawasan ng 5 months yan for physical preparations lang sa opisina. So, kung pwede pa nga, more than 1 year. Sana, kung pwede pa, more than 1 year, aking magiging proposal. But pag-usapan natin yan, Mr. President, sa period of amendment. Ang ikinabahala po natin ay ang posibilidad na kung hindi magpatuloy ang current interim members sa BARM, baka magkaroon ng disruption ng public service. Kung magkakaroon po ng mga bagong miyembro ang BTA, baka mas mahirapan po tayo may accomplish sa madaling panahon ang mga gusto nating ma-accomplish sa BARM. Katulad ng mga pagpasa ng batas na nabanggit natin kanina. Posible rin po ba na magkaroon ng problema sa pagpapasweldo sa mga employee ng BARM katulad ng mga teachers kung magbabago po ang komposisyon ng BTA?
Yes, Your Honor. According to our resource persons, yes, it is possible that that would pose a problem. Kasi po, magkakaroon pa ng that would not give them enough time for a transition, no? Turnover of a record. So, we all know for a fact that every time there's a new administration taking over, it takes time, Your Honor, Mr. President. So, it is possible na maapektuhan po talaga pati pasweldo at iba pong proyekto. The ongoing projects, Your Honor, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President. And then that we don't want to happen. We don't want to happen. Under Section 3 of the proposed bill, those who filed their certificate of candidacy for the May 2025 elections shall be automatically considered candidates and nominees to be voted for at the new election date. May we know if this provision is necessary? Would this encroach upon the power of the COMELEC to promulgate rules and regulations for the conduct of the elections?
Your Honor, Mr. President, according to COMELEC earlier, we had a discussion. If it reaches about 6 months to 1 year, 6 months to 1 year, it is possible to open, no? Kumbaga back to zero, reopen the filing of certificates of candidacy. But if it's less than 6 months, kung 3 months po talaga, or talagang matutuloy na po, or shorter, hindi na ho pwede. Whoever filed was able to meet the deadline, yun na po yun, yung magiging kandidato. So kung aabot po ng 6 months to 1 year, it is possible and advisable to reopen the filing of the certificates of candidacy, Your Honor, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President. We will include that in the period of amendment. Mr. President, in closing, I would like to thank our good sponsor for answering our questions today. Indeed, the question that lies before us, whether to reset the BARM elections, is tied to the question of priority. It is the position of this representation then, Mr. President, that we prioritize peace and that we treat it as an enabling condition for a prerequisite to a full-blown electoral process. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. I would like to thank Senator De La Rosa. Of course, you know too well the situation in Mindanao. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator De La Rosa. The chair would like to remind the people in the gallery to please refrain from clapping. Thank you. Senator Robin Padilla is hereby recognized to interpolate.
Maraming salamat po, Ginoong Pangulo. A'udhu billahi minasyaitanir rajim. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. Bismillahi wassalatu wassalamu ala rasulillahi. Assalamualaikum. Inaasahan ko po ang aking kaibigan, Senator J.B. Ejercito, kung papayag po makapagtanong po tayo.
Siyempre naman, no? Siyempre sa ating kapatid na the only Muslim representative here in this chamber, of course, definitely, your question, yung mga tanong mo ay talagang ating pong inaantabayanan.
Maraming salamat po. Ang katotohanan po, Ginoong Pangulo, marami po sa aking katanungan ay nasagot po ng aming tinatawag na Godfather, yung amin pong sandigan, yung amin pong tinitingala, Senator Mig Subiri, sa kanya pong manifestasyon kanina. Nasagot na po ang maraming katanungan. Ngunit meron lang po akong gustong liwanagin pa. Una po sa lahat, gusto ko pong ipaalam sa ating mga mahal na kababayan na ang akin pong relasyon sa Bangsamoro ay espiritual. Never po itong naging political. Naging political lang po ito sa usapin na maisusulong ko po yung mga batas na may kinalaman po sa aming religion. At ito pong pinag-uusapan, ito po ay isang political issue, kaya ang akin pong concern uli ay yung spiritual na aspeto ng aking mga kapatid sa Bangsamoro. Number one, unang-una po, kung wala pong katahimikan, walang kapayapaan, imposible pong magkaroon ng practice ng kanilang spiritual. Kaya ito pong mga katanungan ko ay una, meron po akong panukala na nabanggit po kanina ng ating kaibigan na sponsor patungkol po doon sa Cotabato. Meron po tayong mga kababayan na hanggang ngayon, mahigit po sa 60 na po ng mga barangay ang hindi pa po nakakaboto. Hindi po ba dapat na ginoong aming sponsor at anak ng masa na dapat po yata, mauna muna po yata natin gawin yon bago po tayo magkaroon ng eleksyon sapagkat sinasabi po ng konstitusyon na karapatan ng bawat Pilipino ang siya ay makapaghalal ng kanyang lokal at national na pinuno. Malungkot po yung diyan sa mahigit na 60 na pong barangay na yan at pagkakaalam ko po'y 200,000 na tao ay hindi po nakakaboto. Hindi po ba dapat bago po natin pag-usapan ang halalan, pag-usapan muna po natin kung kailan po sila makakaboto?
Yun nga po, Mr. President, sa aking pong kasamahan, siguro kung nyo mapansin, marami na nagtatanong sa akin tungkol dito as chairman of the Committee on Local Government. Marami na nagpa-follow up tungkol po rito sa postponement, sa bill on the postponement of the BARM elections. No? Hindi ko po sinasadyang i-delay ito. Kaya nga po, dahil nabanggit ko kanina, may mga legal issues na kinakailangang marisolba. No? At isa na nga po yung creation ng bagong probinsya para po doon sa 8 munisipyo sa Special Geographic Area or SGA na hindi po makaboto ng kanila pong mga local officials. No? Pero sa BTA pwede sila. No? Pero sila po ay makakaboto bilang miyembro ng BARM sa mga miyembro ng parliament. Yun nga lang po, wala ho silang gobernador at wala ho silang congressman. So, meron po silang mayor, no? Meron silang mayor pero wala ho silang district representative at wala silang governor. So, yun nga pong inuna po natin, kaya nga po inuna natin, no, nagkaroon tayo ng hearing about the creation of the Cotabato province na yun yung pong panukala. So, kaya nga po, isa sa mga inaasahan po natin na marisolba o magkaroon ng solusyon ay itong na bago magkaroon ng eleksyon ay sana po ay may pasa po natin itong pagtatag ng bagong probinsya para naman po hindi po sila ma-disenfranchise at sila po ay makaboto ng kanila pong mga lokal opisyal.
Opo, napakahalaga po niyan, aming Ginoong Pangulo, sapagkat alam niyo po, kapag ito po'y inihambing natin sa sitwasyon po ng Sulu ngayon, parang ganun po yun. Sila po ay parang, kumbaga, left hanging. Opo, parang napakahirap po yun na nakabitin ka. Kaya ako po ay sumasang-ayon din kanina nung nagsasalita po ang aming godfather na Senator Mig Subiri, ganun din po si General Bato, patungkol po sa kapag hindi po na-resolve din yung issue sa Sulu, ito po ay maaring pagmulan ng panibagong suliranin po sa atin. Sapagkat alam naman po natin, pag pinag-usapan po natin ang kasaysayan, talagang ang MNLF po, at ang MILF, nag-umpisa po sa MNLF, napunta sa MILF, ibig pong sabihin, napakahalaga po ng MNLF kapag pinag-usapan po natin ang BARM. Sapagkat hindi po mabubuo ang isang istorya kung wala pong kasaysayan. Ang kasaysayan po nandyan na po talaga ang MNLF, ang mga tausug. Kaya po hinihingi po natin na sana bago po tayo magkaroon ng eleksyon, ma-resolve muna po ito. Kasi ito po'y mabubuksan po ang maraming issue dito. Kapag ka ito po ay hindi natin ni-resolve kagad at tayo po ay nag-eleksyon, ang dami pong bagong issue ang mabubuksan dito. At ito po ay pamumugaran na naman ng iba't ibang kwento. Alam niyo po, ang masama niyan, hindi pa po tayo nakakapaglinang pa ng mga batas kung paano po natin makokontrol ang fake news. Katakot-takot po ang fake news. Minsan, yung pa po ang pinaniniwalaan, bago po natin to siguro maayos, baka nagkagulo na. Kaya sana po, bago po tayo tumalon, kung ilang buwan, kung ilang buwan ba talaga, 3 buwan, 6 na buwan, 1 taon, sana po lahat po muna na mga issue, ma-resolve muna po natin. Sapagkat ang lahat po ng ito, hindi po tayo pumapabor sa MILF o pumapabor po tayo sa mga political families. Ang tinitingnan po natin dito yung kabuuan ng Bangsamoro at yung pangako ng BARM, yung BARM Law. Yung BARM Law ay napakahalaga po para sa mga Muslim sapagkat ito po ang salamin ng self-determination na sinasabi po, yung aming pamamahala sa aming mga sarili. Kapag hindi po namin ito na-achieve at parang pautay-utay, hindi po nangyayari yun. Kailangan po sana, magkaroon po talaga tayo ng oras talaga na ito po talaga matakel natin, mapag-usapan natin dahil ito po bago po maging anumang issue, national issue na po itong Sulu, ito pong Cotabato Province, national issue. At ito pa pong isa. Ito na lang po kasi marami na pong nasagot. Marami po ito. Ito po 7 pages pero marami na pong nasagot. Ito na lang pong huli. Kung matutuloy po, pero narinig ko naman po yung sinabi ng aming godfather, Senator Mig Subiri, na yung 3 buwan parang hindi ring workable. So siguro po ang mangyayari po nito, Ginoong Pangulo, katulad na lamang po ng sinabi ni General Bato, kung papayag po ang ating sponsor na kami po ay makapag-amendment na lang patungkol po sa mga ilang bagay para mapabilis po itong pagsusulong ng panukala na ito.
Bukas po tayo, no? Kung ito po ay talaga makakatulong, ang ating pong intention talaga ay kapayapaan. Kaya naman natin to kinukonsider at pinag-uusapan. Ang primary purpose talaga natin, no? Ma-maintain natin yung kapayapaan na ngayon ay tinatamasa at nararamdaman na ngayon sa Mindanao. Mr. President, Senator Zubiri is seeking the floor.
Maraming salamat, Mr. President. Mr. President, tama yung sinabi po ni Senator Padilla, yung kanyang Cotabato Province, mahalaga din po yan. Actually, dapat isabayan yung plebiscite, yung bill ng plebiscite ng Sulu at yung kanyang creation ng panibagong province doon sa North Cotabato, yung carved out 60 barangays, no? 63 barangays para hindi po sila ma-disenfranchise. And that takes time. Because dito lang sa Senado, for example, sa 6 months nga lang, binila ko, alanganin tayo. You are a Deputy Majority Floor Leader. I was once a Majority Floor Leader. Pag ang bilang po natin ay after May elections, yung kanilang 6 months, that is June, July, May. June, July, August, September, October, November. Sa November pa lang, papasok po tayo last week of July, which is the State of the Nation Address of the President. So you're technically, August na po tayo magtatrabaho dito. Kasi wala, yung first week, ano lang po yan. May mga learning curve pa yung mga panibago natin, mga bagong kasamahan. So you're looking at August, September, tapos October, break. So dalawang buwan lang. And then magpe-plebiscito pa. Let's say, naipasa natin dito sa 2 buwan yung sa Sulu plebiscite at yung Cotabato Province. Magkakaroon pa ng plebiscito yan, boss. So October, wala tayong pasok. November, eleksyon na. para sa kanila muli. So napakabitin. Kaya tama po Ginoong Senator Padilla na sinasabi, we have to make, and also Senator Bato, parang alanganin din yung 6 months eh. If we're looking at the proper perspective of legislation, napakahirap dahil may plebiscitong component pa to. But for peace, we're willing to give it a chance, di ba, Mr. President, my distinguished sponsor. So let's keep an open mind. Maybe even 6 months might not be enough. Kaya yun lang po. I wanted to put that on record. As a legislator, nandito yung ating majority leader, si Senator Tol, the 2 months when we get back, August and September is not enough kasi magkaka-plebiscito pa yan eh. Which is under the law, under our bill, it's 120 days after the enactment of the act. We can make it 30 days after the enactment of the act, of this act, but still, it will still take time. So I hope that our colleagues and our sponsor will be open to the idea that we'll be in sync with the Cotabato province of North Cotabato of Senator Padilla and the additional plebiscite for Sulu. Yun lamang po, Mr. President. Thank you po.
Thank you, Senator Zubiri. Senator Padilla.
Opo,
Please proceed.
wala na pong gaganda pa sa paliwanag po ng aming godfather, Senator Mig Zubiri, sapagkat siya po ang mas nakakaalam kung paano po nag-umpisa ang BARM law. Kaya po ako po ay nakikiusap muli sa ating sponsor. Sana po ay pagmuni-munihan, linangin ng maayos, at iniimbita ko rin po. Alam ko naman pong ang ating pong sponsor ay madalas na sa Mindanao, pero sa usapin po nito, mas maganda din po siguro kung makapasyal kaming dalawa para makita din po namin ang sitwasyon doon at maramdaman mo namin talaga mismo sa mga tao na talaga pong napakarami pang naipangako ng national government ang hindi pa po naisasagawa. Yun lamang po. Maraming salamat po, Ginoong Pangulo.
Maraming salamat, Senator Padilla. I think it is it's the minority leader who is next to interpolate.
Yes, the minority.
1 minute suspension, Mr. President.
Session suspended.
Mr. President, next to interpellate would be our Minority Leader, Senator Aquilino Pimentel III.
The minority leader is recognized to interpolate.
Thank you, Mr. President. With the permission of our sponsor.
Yes, Mr. President, of course, the interpellations, the minority leader is always welcome.
Thank you. The BARM leadership, the incumbent BARM leadership, Mr. President, and the BTA members are all our friends, Mr. President. So I hope they understand that this interpellation is pursuant to the role of the minority to test the proposals of the majority. So the committee report defers the election for just 3 months. Yeah, instead of May 12, which is
August.
that's scheduled for May 12 now, to August 11, 2025. May we know where the committee got the input that let's defer it for just 3 months?
Yes, Your Honor, Mr. President, as I mentioned earlier, during the earlier interpellation, there are always two sides. So there are those that are against the postponement, and they would want the elections to push through already, claiming that the Bangsamoro Transition Authority has been in office for almost 7 years. 7 years na ba tayo? 6 years, Your Honor, Mr. President. So that sa kanila po dapat magkaroon ng eleksyon, no? And they are depriving the residents of BARM the right to choose the leaders. But there, as I again also there are still a lot of issues that need to be resolved. First and foremost are the legal issues. No, first is the exclusion of Cebu, which was discussed earlier, because there will be 7 district seats. No, that will need to be reapportioned.
Can we focus
Mr. President.
on the period of the deferment first? So, yung against, they want it on May 12,
Yes, that is correct.
2025, di ba?
Yes.
So,
sa House
paano
po
po
kasi,
na-decide ng committee na 3 months po ang deferment?
yes, our counterparts passed a similar measure, no? Pero yung kanila po 1 year. But the committee decided that to sort of a compromise between the two sides, yung 1 year, tsaka yung to proceed already as scheduled in May. So binigyan po natin ng 3 months. After hearing both sides.
Hindi po pinili ng committee yung gitna. 6 months sana yung gitna, pero we chose 3 months.
Hindi pa, Mr. President. But as I mentioned earlier, there medyo marami pang
Sige po.
kailangan i-resolve. So we're
Puntahan-
open. You're open, Your Honor, Mr.
Puntahan po
President.
natin yung mga yung mga grounds po. Pero bago ko po malimutan, can I just go to page 2, section 3, na last sentence, substitution of candidates and nominees shall not be allowed, except, okay naman po yun, that's a general rule, except in cases of death, disqualification, or incapacity pursuant to the guidelines promulgated by the Commission on Elections. Yung substitution in cases of death and disqualification, familiar po ako doon kasi nasa election code yan eh. Pero yung incapacity, saan po ito nanggaling, Mr. President? Bago? Is this a new ground to allow the substitution of candidates, this incapacity?
Your Honor, Mr. President, there are instances that there are officials that might be in the hospital, hindi pa naman brain dead or not yet declared dead, but they are already considered is incapacitated, Your Honor, Mr. President. Kaya po nasama po ito.
Who should declare that that person is already incapacitated so that he can be substituted for, but still alive.
Your Honor, Mr. President, the best person probably in authority is any government doctor, Your Honor, Mr. President.
Is this the, am I correct that this third ground for substitution is not found in our current election laws?
Yes, Your Honor, Mr. President. It's not included in the election,
Yes.
election laws, Your Honor.
But am I also correct that COMELEC allows this as of the moment? Not in the BARM, but generally speaking.
Yes, Your Honor, Mr. President, according to our COMELEC representative, in certain instances, they do allow.
Kasi dito, at least dito, we are providing the legal basis to do it in BARM. But right now, that is practiced by COMELEC kahit walang legal basis, Mr. President. Paano po nangyari yun, Mr. President?
Your Honor, Mr. President, there's one instance in the case of former Congressman, the late Charlie Cojuangco, in Tarlac, who was declared incapacitated, Your Honor, Mr. President, when he suffered a massive heart attack or stroke. So he was still alive, but he was declared incapacitated, Your Honor, Mr. President, according to COMELEC, Your Honor. And he was substituted, Your Honor, eventually, Your Honor.
Yeah, without his signature, for sure, Mr. President. So, yun na. At saka, I think there's a recent case. Yung kasitmate nyo, Mr. Sponsor, si Senator Binay, has shared with us a recent incident in Makati where a candidate for councilor ata was substituted for on the ground of incapacity. So, and COMELEC allowed it, yet he's still the barangay captain. Sabi ni Senator, hindi ko alam yung pangalan or facts, but as relayed to us by Senator Binay. So, incumbent barangay captain continues to be barangay captain and yet declared incapacitated to be allowed to be substituted. That is what happened in Makati. Tama ba? Can we ask our COMELEC resource persons if this happened in Makati?
Your Honor, Mr. President, according to our COMELEC representatives here, they will verify first.
Yes, okay.
We'll get back to you on that later on.
So at least kinaklaro ko lang na for this particular bill, may na rider po tayo. May sinakay tayo na ground for substitution, which I think COMELEC wants to be recognized as a ground for substitution. Although, kulang tayo ng hints as to, or ng guidance as to when is that candidate incapacitated. Kulang eh. Walang standards because this is not found in national law, in election code. So maybe if the sponsor wants to adopt this approach, we should add more information of when a candidate is incapacitated, so that substitution will be allowed, Mr. President.
Your Honor, Mr. President, there's a COMELEC resolution in 2024, COMELEC resolution 11046, cites incapacity as one of the grounds for substitution.
Precisely, pero ang law, in-enumerate natin yung grounds eh. Can COMELEC empower itself by adding grounds, Mr. President? Bakit ba tayo nag-enumerate ng grounds? Kung COMELEC lang pala, you can enumerate all the grounds that you want, Mr. President. So anyway, at any rate, napansin ko po ito. So bantayan lang po natin ito kasi baka ini-insert nga natin yung konseptong yan kasi pinapractice ng COMELEC pero wala sa existing national laws, including election laws. So legal basis nila is their circular or anong tawag nila? COMELEC resolution. But, yun nga, can COMELEC empower themselves by adding grounds not enumerated by law? So yun lang po yung tanong ko dyan, Mr. President. Okay, so we go back to our resetting. And the legal, or the legal confusion or issue that we are using is the latest Supreme Court decision which excludes Sulu from the province of Sulu from the territorial jurisdiction of BARM. Yun po ba yun?
Yes, Your Honor, Mr. President. That's number one, no? Yung pong, of course, what's the next move because of the 7 seats that are allocated supposedly for Sulu. So there is a need for them to be reallocated to other provinces. And second is the disenfranchisement of voters in the 8 newly created municipalities in the special geographic area. Ito po yung mga areas na hindi po bumoto. Ito po yung bumoto, no, na masama sa BARM.
Yes.
So sila po ay hindi na po nakasama sa kanilang mga original na probinsya. So 8 municipalities are orphaned, so to speak, kasi wala po silang probinsya, Your Honor, Mr. President. So these are the 2 legal issues that need to be resolved.
Ito po yung 63 barangays.
Yes, Your Honor, Mr.
Na
President.
bumoto pabor, sumali sa BARM, and then by action of the BTA, inorganize sila into 8 municipalities. Ganun po ba yan?
Yes, Your Honor, Mr. President. That's 8 barangays, 63 barangays, 8 municipalities, and about, according to census, about 215,433 ang kanila pong population total.
So if our desire, second ano yun, second desire yun is to allow them to vote. So to vote for, can they not vote, just referring to the 8 newly created municipalities, can they not vote for the BTA members, for the parliament members if the elections were held on May 12, 2025?
Yes, Your Honor, Mr. President, they can vote.
They can?
Yes, they can for BTA members. Wala nga lang po silang governors, governor and may congressman.
But our measure is not meant to address that problem for them to have mayor or congressman or governor. This is for the parliamentary elections.
That is correct, Your Honor, Mr. President. But it's disenfranchisement. It's like it's also depriving the voters of these said new municipalities the right to vote for their own local leaders, Your Honor, Mr. President.
Since the BTA created 8 new municipalities, hindi in-schedule ang election ng kanilang mayor, Mr. President, and sanggunian?
Your Honor, Mr. President, no, there is no scheduled elections for them. They are all appointed, Your Honor, Mr. President. Yung po mga mayors doon, yung mga local officials are appointed. But according to COMELEC, these coming elections, they will be included already in the
mayor.
election. For mayor.
Yes. So sa plano ng COMELEC, yung 8 newly created municipalities, sa May 12, mag-election din sila for mayor, vice mayor, and sanggunian bayan members.
That is correct.
Wala lang silang for representative at saka wala silang for governor, vice governor, and sangguniang panlaliwigan members. Wala sila nun.
That is correct.
Meron din silang for parliament district. Meron.
Yes, Mr. President. That's correct.
Okay, so kasi mukhang iba pong sagot dun eh. Hindi yata dito dapat sagutin yata yun. Sasagutin dapat yung problema na yun, but I do not think na dapat nakatali siya rito dito sa panukalang batas na ito na hindi tayo makapasa nito dahil may problema pang ganun. Aren't we making the problem even worse, Mr. President? Diba? Na appointed. Mas gusto natin appointed na lang kaysa sa may mandato sana, Mr. President.
Well, Your Honor, Mr. President, that's why we wanted also that before we schedule this BARM postponement, we wanted to to solve that problem. One of the legal issues, sana nga po maipasa po natin din yung creation of the new province, no? So that these 8 municipalities will not be orphaned anymore, Mr. President. Kaya nga po nagkaroon tayo ng hearing, yung pong proposed ni Senator Robin Hood Padilla, yung creation of the new Cotabato or the province of the Moro province, Your Honor.
So we want to link the problem of the 8 newly created municipalities sa election nila ng member of the House of Representatives tsaka provincial leaders. We want to link it with the parliamentary elections, Mr. President. Na habang hindi nasusolve yun, hindi tayo magpa-parliamentary elections, baka taon po ang ating pinag-uusapan.
Your Honor, Mr. President, according to our resource persons, isa po sa mga member of parliament, thinks it's an issue, no, that has to be resolved as well. Kasi nga po,
But
orphaned
is it linked to this? Should it be linked to the parliamentary elections, Mr. President?
Not linked, Your Honor, Mr. President, but it's an issue, Your Honor, para sa kanila
Yes.
po.
Is the position of the sponsor and or the committee that we cannot proceed with parliamentary elections until after we resolve the issue of the congressman for the 8 newly created districts and the province?
Not necessarily, Your Honor, Mr. President. But ideally, kung maganda ho sana,
Maganda nga sana, opo.
na
At naintindihan natin bakit hindi to kasalanan ng BTA kasi ang paggagawa ng probinsya, sabi rin ng Supreme Court, beyond the power of the by BTA or even of the Parliament because it automatically creates a seat in the House of Representatives.
that is correct.
Yes, which is by law only, by national law only, Mr. President. So tulungan natin sila to solve that that issue, but I do not think that should be cited as a reason to postpone the election, Mr. President.
Yes, Your Honor, as I mentioned earlier, it's not linked, but sabi nga na ating kasama si Hamilton, it's inevitably related, Your Honor, Mr. President. So sana po ma-resolve dito in the soonest possible time as we tackle this measure, Your Honor.
Meron nata tayo nakaschedule na Parliament Congress Forum. Next week ba yun? Kailan yun?
Yes, Your Honor, Mr. President,
Meron.
scheduled on February 4.
Dapat ito doon pina-point out ito na oy Congress, National Congress, kilos kayo kasi meron orphaned 8 na newly created municipalities. I think that's the purpose. I think we have anticipated all of these issues na kung may ganyan, dito ilalabas, dito sa Bangsamoro. Ano that's the official name of the body? What's the official name?
Yeah, it's the Philippine Congress Bangsamoro Forum, Your Honor,
Yes,
Mr. President. Parliament Forum.
Next week yun, magkita-kita tayo ron, Mr. President. I-discuss natin ito. So we can proceed with talking about this the first regular elections of the Bangsamoro Autonomous Region, independently of the problem of the 8 newly created municipalities. Pwede nating hiwalay. Para mag-progress po tayo. Apo. Pwede po. Sige po. So,
Yes.
So at least natanggal
So
na
that we
natin yung
can,
second ground. Yung first ground, yung decision on Sulu. Sa earlier interpellation, final na pala. I think the chairman shared the information na final na, even the MR has been denied. Final na.
That is correct, Mr. President.
So is the BARM now acting like Sulu or as if Sulu is no longer a member?
Your Honor, Mr. President, according to our BARM representatives who are here, not yet, Your Honor, Mr. President, but they are transitioning right now so that they will continue to to support their budget, Your Honor, Mr. President, for 2025, Your Honor. So nanggagaling pa sa BARM yung budget po nila.
But our BARM is already following the decision of the Supreme Court and anticipating the effects of the decision. Siyempre, understandable naman yun na siyempre we cannot just parang abruptly end everything and end the relationship immediately. Naintindihan ko po yun.
At present, Your Honor, Mr. President, they created a technical working group to and an IGRB, Intergovernmental Relations Body, Your Honor, Mr. President, to oversee or to handle the transition, Your Honor, Mr. President. Para po yung mga employees at iba pang things that need to be, or issues that need to be resolved, Your Honor, during the transition.
Ang ginawa kasi natin sa Bangsamoro Organic Law, we treated the then arm as one LGU na doon natin binase yung plebiscite results. What was if just in case lang the sponsor is familiar with the Supreme Court decision, what did the Supreme Court find wrong with our treatment of the plebiscite results, Mr. President?
Nag-in favor. Your Honor, Mr. President, according yung pong Supreme Court decision, ang kanilang pong basis that only those provinces who voted in favor of their inclusion in BARM. So, yun po ang
So mali yung approach natin as Congress na trinato nating isang LGU si then arm. Tama? Tama?
That is correct, Your Honor, Mr. President.
Okay. How close was just in case lang the sponsor knows, how close was the election results for yes or no dun sa Sulu, province of Sulu, Mr. President?
Your Honor, Mr. President, it was very close, no? Very close. 138,000 voted for non-inclusion and only 163,000 voted against the inclusion, Your Honor. So 138,000 yung voted for the inclusion. So medyo malapit lang ho. 138,000 and 163,000.
Then there is no question about the integrity of the results of the plebiscite. Wala naman. I mean, we trust the results of the plebiscite. That no really won over yes.
But Your Honor, Mr. President, according to our members of Parliament, the resource persons here, the question in the plebiscite was not clear, no? To the people of Sulu, kasi po ang tanong ay, do you ratify the BOL? So hindi po, and there is no opt-out provision, Your Honor, Mr. President. Ang tanong lang po, do you ratify the BOL?
It's a question.
Also without an opt-out provision, Mr. President.
I think that's important, Mr. President. May we know talaga yung may we know what the exact wording of the question in the plebiscite, Mr. President?
There are two questions. One for those that part of the act.
Ganun pala yun.
And whether you want to join. The question for part those provinces in the BARM is, do you ratify?
Ang dalawa. Ano po yung una? Ano yung first muna?
Yung isa, yung outside BARM, we want to be part of BARM.
Your Honor, Mr. President, there were two questions, no? For those outside of BARM, ang katanungan, do you want to join? Tapos yung isa naman, do you ratify the Bangsamoro Organic Law?
Talaga. Do you let's just for Sulu lang, sa Sulu. The question asks
Yes,
in
Your
the
Honor, Mr.
Sulu
President, we'll try
plebiscite,
to get the...
nasa Section 5 po ng, ano bang article ito? Section 5 ng Article 15 ng Bangsamoro Organic Law on the plebiscite. Plebiscite questions. The questions to be asked of the voters in the plebiscite shall be determined by the Commission on Elections. So, COMELEC ang nag-formulate ng katanungan?
Yes, Mr. President.
And may we know, for the province of, but sa province of Sulu plebiscite, only one question. Tama, okay. May
That is
we know the exact question asked? Kung pwede po, eksakto po talaga. Can we have a minute suspension, Mr. President, habang kinukuha yung information?
Okay, session suspended.
Mr. President, I have with me here yung pong question po ng ating minority leader tungkol po sa question sa plebiscite. Ito po, yung official ballot ng Bangsamoro Organic Law Plebiscite, January 21, 2019. First question, payag ba kayo na pagtibayin ang batas, Republika, bilang 11054, nakilala din bilang Organic Law for the Bangsamoro Autonomous Region in Muslim Mindanao? That's the first question. Para po ito sa mga taga-arm.
Correct.
Itong pangalawa po ay payag ba kayo na isama ang lungsod ng blank sa rehiyon ng autonomo ng Bangsamoro? Para po doon sa mga outside arm.
So doon lang, so since si Sulu ay arm naman, so yun ang yung unang question yung natanong sa mga taga-Sulu.
Yes, Your Honor, Mr. President.
At napresenta po ito sa balota sa Tagalog?
Yes, Your Honor, Mr.
Walang
President.
English man or Arabic?
May Arabic ba? May Arabic na. May Arabic, Your Honor, Mr. President. Nakita ko po sa baba. May Arabic.
Walang English?
Wala. Meron ba? Wala po sa official ballot. So Tagalog, in Filipino and Arabic. Mr. President.
Yung mga marunong mag-Arabic, kung literal translation nila yung nakasulat, ano naman ang ibig sabihin?
Anong ibig sabihin? Ganun pa rin.
Gusto ko lang malaman. Kaya gusto ko malaman. Kasi,
Ganun din, Mr. President, according to
Ganun din,
do you ratify? Ganun po. The BOL.
Okay. Apa. So thank you for that. And then sinabi na yung resulta po sa atin. So Mr. President, so the results of the Sulu plebiscite were contested before the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court said that the no won over the yes. Therefore, Sulu did not vote to join the new BARM. And that decision is now immediately executory or now executory. That is the state of facts, Mr. President.
Yes,
Tama?
Your Honor,
Apo.
Mr. President.
Sige po. And then,
Ito po yung for the record, Mr. President, Supreme Court said in its decision that the no vote against ratifying the Bangsamoro Organic Law is Sulu's vote of its exclusion from the BARM.
is, ano?
Is Sulu's vote
Yes,
of its exclusion from BARM.
from exclusion from BARM. Okay.
Na sabi nga po ng ating mga kasama rito, mga resource persons, which is wrong kasi hindi man lang daw natanong, no? Kung gusto ba nila talagang lumabas, no? Kasi nga walang opt-out, no?
Okay.
Because there was no
yes.
opt-out.
Precisely, kaya nga
Vision,
pinalabas natin dito yung tanong eh. Sige, kung familiar lang po si sponsor and or yung mga resource persons, ano naman ang issues na linabas sa kaso sa Supreme Court na rinisolve ng Supreme Court? May we know? Baka si Kuya Joe Lorena, alam niya, kabisado niya lahat dyan eh.
First po, yung constitutionality of the BOL, according to Attorney Lorena, our member of parliament here.
Sige, how many issues muna? Enumerate natin lahat para daan natin isa-isa. Alam niyo ba?
And then second is the provisions pertaining to Sulu is unconstitutional in the BOL, Your Honor, Mr. President. Because of the result of the plebiscite, Mr. President.
Okay. Sige po, ano pa po? Sige po, Ting.
And the third is that the Supreme Court agreed with the doctrine of operative fact. And fourth, dalawa lang sa original. Your Honor, Mr. President, a correction. In the original decision, dalawa lang po. Yung pangatlo pala sa MR na po lumabas, Your Honor, Mr. President. So, constitutionality and the exclusion, Mr. President. Dalawa lang po.
Yes, so the constitutionality of the BOL was upheld.
Yes, Mr. President.
Siguro ang isa pang substantive issue is to whether the inclusion of the province of Sulu in BARM, despite its rejection of the Bangsamoro Organic Law, is unconstitutional. Ang sagot ng Supreme Court doon, yes, it is unconstitutional.
That is
Tama
correct,
po?
Mr. President.
Okay, so ngayon, Mr. President, ang often cited confusion is dahil sa composition ng Parliament. Ang sinabi kasi ng Section 6 ng Article 7, composition, the Parliament shall be composed of 80 members unless otherwise increased by the Congress of the Philippines. So, and Sulu has been given 7 seats in the Parliament. Where can we find the 7 seats of Sulu in the Parliament? That's not in the BOL.
It's in the Electoral Code, Your Honor,
Correct.
Mr.
It's in
President.
the Electoral Code, Mr. President.
And the redistricting law, Your Honor, Mr. President.
Yes, regional law. Regional law, yes.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, so cannot that be addressed, Mr. President? By the same power that BARM, BTA exercised in redistricting the entire or providing for the territorial limits of the districts of the entire region, cannot the same power be used and invoked to redistrict without Sulu and still come up with 80 members of parliament?
Yes, it can be it is possible, Mr. President, but it would take time to reapportion, to reapportion it to the other provinces would take time, according to the members of the members of Parliament, Your Honor, Mr. President.
Let's assume that since anyway everybody accepts, I think that the Supreme Court decision is already final and already being implemented actually. We're just in the transition period. Is it possible to imagine a Bangsamoro Parliament with only 73 members? Is that legal, constitutional, or valid?
Your Honor, Mr. President, the BOL law, the Bangsamoro Organic Law, provides for 80, Mr. President. So,
Hindi ba the Constitution provides for 24 senators and we are only 23? What is our problem, Mr. President?
but we were 24 before.
Can we ask you what will be the problem, Mr. President?
Ang daming problema kung 73 lang. The law provides for 80.
Because even in the districting now, there are requirements required by the ball, yung 100,000 population, contiguity of the area. So if we remove, without Sulu, 73, in fact, that should be more than 80. But if we comply the 100,000, but if we reduce it to 73, it will now be, it will be violating the requirement provided.
80.
Yung 100,000 requirement.
Ano yung requirement?
Requirement for district, at least one district.
Upper district. Your Honor, Mr. President, if there's only 73 seats that will be elected, it will be violative. It will be a violation of the BOL, Your Honor, Mr. President, because per district, the requirement is 100,000 at least. So aside from the contiguity, 100,000 po yung voting ba?
Hindi, pero yung remaining 73, compliant yun eh. Kasi the entire 80 seats, compliant na, di ba? Sa rules ninyo. Some are party list, some are reserved seats, some are district seats. Yung district seats, I'm sure compliant na yun sa population requirement.
Chief Minister.
Regardless of the size of the park, there must be 80.
Your Honor, Mr. President, according to them that regardless of the size of the barn, it is provided for that it should be 80. And likewise, the Chief Minister is elected by 80 members of Parliament, Your Honor, Mr. President. Yun po yung nasa BOL. 80 po talaga ang buong boto sa Chief Minister.
Yes, that's the interpretation of our resource persons, Mr. President. Okay. Pero let us say, no, sabi kasi ng Supreme Court, wala si Sulu. Will that affect the number of reserved seats? Hindi, no? 8 pa rin, di ba? 8 pa rin, tama po.
That is correct, Mr. President.
And then, party list representation, will that affect the number of party list seats? 40 pa rin.
No, Your Honor, Mr. President. Correct.
Tama ba yun?
That's
40?
Still 40.
So how is it ba? Okay, how is it with the 80? Kalahati party list? 40.
Yes.
8
that's correct.
reserve. Sectoral, reserve seats, 48. So, 32 district.
32
Okay,
districts.
so yun 32. So doon sa 32, 7 ang Sulu.
Yes,
Opo.
Your Honor.
Okay. So, ang naapektuhan talaga would be the 7 district seats of Sulu. Only. Yun lang. The party list seats, hindi apektado. Sectoral seats, reserve seats, hindi apektado. Correct? Tama po yun? Is that
That is correct,
also
Mr. President.
yes, okay. And we have established that the Parliament or the BTA has the power to redistrict, mean to say distribute the 7 seats of Sulu to the remaining components of BARM. Tama. It's just that you need time. Tama? Tama.
Yes, Your
no?
Honor.
Tama.
That's correct. But according to them, it's possible, but it would take time.
Yes, apo. So, is it the stand of a position of our resource persons that Parliament cannot function if there are
7 seats not filled up, Mr. President. There are, in short, there are 73, pag mag-attendance kayo, perfect attendance, 73 present, Mr. President. Can it function or not
Yes,
function?
they can function, Your Honor, Mr. President. But ang ano lang talaga doon, as pointed out by our principal sponsor of the BOL, Senator Zubiri, yung pong thought, no, that Sulu has always been part of the struggle and part of the history. Yes,
Sige po.
Senator Zubiri,
Sige po.
seeking
Yes,
the
sir,
floor.
yes, sir. With the permission, Mr. President, of the two gentlemen, and the permission
With
of the
the
presiding officer.
permission of the two gentlemen, Senator Subiri.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, also that the reason why we had 40 party list representatives and 40 other seats, which were comprised of the district representatives and our sectoral representatives, is that pagkabotohan, parang equal yung footing lahat, equal. Now that there's 7 less representatives, 7 less district representatives, mas lalamang yung party list representatives pagdating sa botohan. Di ba? We did that in a way na to balance the party of the MILF and MNLF, di ba? With the political leaders that will be elected. Automatic kasi yan, yung magiging members of the Bangsamoro Parliament na elected by district, sigurado political kingpin po yan eh. So the only way that the MNLF and MILF can participate in the party list system is to have a party list system wherein as a group that they can vote together. Mangyayari kasi dyan, magkakaroon na ng imbalance. Magkakalamangan na po yung MNLF and MILF or the party list will have a bigger chunk of the say rather than the district representatives. So that was one of the compromises that we had when you were Senate President and we passed the Bangsamoro Organic Law. The lacking of the 7 seats will actually put a disparity on this issue. That's why malaga sana maibalik natin yung Sulu para madagdagan, mabalik ulit sa kanila yung 7 seats. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, sir.
Yes, we are very supportive of BAR, Mr. President. Actually, we are a co-author of this one, and if I'm not mistaken, the working draft that we used was my bill, Mr. President. So we are really supportive of BAR. Tinitignan lang po natin yung tibay ng ating justification bakit gusto natin ng resetting. Kasi nag-one round na kasi tayo ng resetting and I think it was sponsored by our incumbent majority leader. And we all made some, hindi naman siguro promises yun, but siguro firm statements that this will be the last. Oo. Pero actually, tama naman, when just to share siguro some of the workings in our minds, siguro we adopted that posture to pressure them to pass the codes that they were not yet passing. Civil Service Code, Local Government Code, Electoral Code, Auditing Code, ano pa ba? I think there were five codes that we were pressuring them to pass. What's the status of all of those codes, Mr. Sponsor? Kumusta ba yan?
Your Honor, Mr. President, all of those codes were passed except for the Revenue Code.
Yes, Revenue Code.
Nasa Committee level
Isa pa
naman
doon
ako.
is the election code pala, yung isa doon. Sige,
Yes,
tama.
Your Honor. Pasado na po lahat except for that.
So nag-work pala yung sinabi namin that this will be the last. So, but now, Mr. President, yes, okay, yes, we
Final point lang, Mr. President, kasi na-curveball tayo sa Sulu eh. Because we did not have an opt-out provision. Diba? The idea was, take it or leave it. Either all decides to say no, or all says yes. So kung majority nag-yes, lahat po sila dapat kasama. Wala tayong opt-out nun. But the Supreme Court interpreted it differently. Na since they said no, then they should be taken out. So na-curveball tayo dun, Mr. President. So hindi, dyan tayo nagulat, nabigla tayo lahat. Kasi kung kung hindi lumabas yung Sulu decision, Mr. President, sa tingin ko, hindi rin ako papayag na ma-extend ito. Pero because of that, nagkagulo-gulo na. They need more time to fix their electoral code. We need time for a plebiscite, hopefully again, for Sulu. Yun lamang po, Mr. President. Thank you, sir.
Now, everything was done in good faith. Good faith tayo lahat noon eh. Tingin tayo, ARM. Tama naman, yung ARM was then an LGU. It's a regional LGU. Kaya napagtrato natin noon. Pati naman ako na-convinced doon that the totality of the plebiscite result in ARM ang titignan po natin. But ang point ko, Mr. President, because of the brilliance of your regional legislators, yung inyong election code can adapt to this development, Mr. President. Correct?
Your Honor, Mr. President, they can adapt, but they need time so that they can amend some provisions that sa iba't ibang codes po, administrative code, local government code, and others. Other agencies, Your Honor. Other agencies sa Sulu. So, nasa timeline po yung present po kanina. Doon sa mga nais that they want, issues they really want, they want to resolve.
Can the election proceed on May 12, 2025, and then Sulu, there will still be a remedy for Sulu to rejoin or join BARM? Pwede. Pwede. Sulu can join BARM. Yes, if there is a law, parang MR ba? Pero parang motion for reconsideration, political motion for reconsideration is another plebiscite in Sulu. This time siguro, dapat siguro tayo na, Senator Subiri, tayo na gumawa ng question. Yung question dapat very clear, Mr. President.
That's correct, Mr. President.
So even if we proceed with the election on May 12, 2025, the door is still not closed to Sulu to join BARM. Is that a correct statement, Mr. President?
Yes, Your Honor, Mr. President, it's possible, but according to Tor Lorena, wala lang po silang representative. No?
Because
once they join.
Pagkawala ng representative ng Sulu sa Parliament is a result of the plebiscite result as interpreted by the Supreme Court. There's a legal basis for it. We cannot insist that Sulu be represented in spite of the Supreme Court decision, Mr. President.
Pwede ba yan? Your Honor, Mr. President, ang mangyayari po, in case the election pushes through and elect 73 members of Parliament, and then pumasok po yung Sulu, for example. But Sulu will lose its party list representatives, Your Honor, Mr. President, and the district.
Ngayon, because of the Supreme Court decision, Sulu already loses its district representatives. Yung party list, siguro naman that's a region-wide party list. You do not, even if you have a chapter in Sulu, you do not cease to become a party list registered under the BARM elections kasi you're a regional party list.
Your Honor, Mr. President, the problem is that COMELEC did not allow any more nominees from Sulu, Mr. President. Hindi na po sila pinayagan.
That's a logical result of the Supreme Court decision.
That is correct.
Correct. I mean, but it does not affect the party list as an organization. Tama po ba? Unless it's an exclusively Sulu-based and Suluwanon composed membership, Mr. President.
The COMELEC,
The COMELEC, when we registered our parties, the COMELEC asked us to remove our members from
the COMELEC asked them to remove all the parties from Sulu, Your Honor, Mr. President.
Okay, logical.
All members.
All members, yes. Logical naman yun. Opo, opo. Logical yun. Mga taga Metro Manila, bawal din maging member ng party list. Siyempre, logical naman po yun. But will there be a party list organization to be affected? Organization. Not sa individual members, but an organization. Merong madidissolve?
Meron ba?
Yes, the Isama group was not registered. There are many, because the membership are from the island.
Yes, Your Honor, Mr. President, there are a number of party list groups that were not registered or included because their members are from Sulu, Mr. President.
Exclusively from
Meron pa.
Sulu. Ganun po ba? Exclusively from Sulu ang mga members nila?
Because according to COMELEC, that it is a requirement that there should be at least 10,000 members and that all provinces are represented, Your Honor, Mr. President. Dapat may 10,000 members. So nung natanggal po yung Sulu, nagkulang na po ng 10,000.
Oh, so that's a good. How many? Ilan? So itong mga affected, pag sinabi kong affected, they were compliant before the Supreme Court decision on Sulu. Paglabas ng decision, ilan na po ang naging non-compliant party lists?
Out of 16 only, 8 were registered, 50%.
Ganun.
Yun pala, meron din 10,000. Pero
So out of 16, only 8 were approved, Your Honor, Mr. President.
out of
So,
16,
kalahati lang.
8.
Yes.
So yung 40 seats ngayon, 8 lang ang 8 party list organizations na ang naglalaban doon sa 40 seats na yon?
Yes, 8 political parties.
Sige po. That's a good information to share, Mr. President. But that requirement of 10,000 members, that's in the electoral code of the BTA,
Yes, Mr. President.
which could be amended by the BTA and the Parliament. Tama?
Yes.
Apo. Sige. Kasi ibang reality nung ginawa ninyo yun eh. Iba yung totality ng regional population sa mata ninyo eh. Nung time na yun eh. Apo.
That is correct.
Ilan po ang population ng Sulu?
Voting population is about 400 plus.
Voting population is about
Siguro
400,000.
and then population will be close to 1 million siguro. Close to 1 million.
About 1 million. 1 million. Yung population. Voting is 464,393. Tapos mga about 1 million po yung population of Sulu.
Mr. President, can I ask for a minute suspension?
Session suspended. Yes, I see. Are we going to continue with the interpellation?
1 minute suspension, Mr. President.
Session suspended.
Mr. President, this representation is terminating his interpellation on the mission, Mr. President.
Thank you, Minority Leader. Majority Leader.
With that, Mr. President, there being no other reservation for interpellation, I move to close the period of interpellation.
Is there any objection? There being none, the motion is hereby approved.
Mr. President, I move that we suspend consideration of Senate Bill number 2942. So move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, the motion is approved.
Mr. President, I move that we resume consideration of House Bill number 428 under Committee Report number 448. This is the bill declaring the welfare bill property in Mandaluyong City open for disposition to bona fide residents. So move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? There being none, the resumption of consideration of House Bill number 428 under Committee Report number 448 is now in order.
Mr. President, the parliamentary status is that having sponsored the measure, I move to open the period of interpellation, recognize the principal sponsor, Senator Cynthia Villar, and to interpellate again the indefatigable Minority Leader Senator Aquilino Pimentel III.
Hearing no objection, the period of interpellation is now in order. Senators Cynthia Villar and the Minority Leader are recognized.
Pa-approve muna. Haba-haba nito si Coco.
Saan ang notes ko sa welfare bill? Unless the sponsor has an opening statement,
No more,
Mr.
no
President.
more.
Yes, okay.
I am ready to answer your questions. Pagod na ako.
Saan pa yung papel? Well, anyway, Mr. President, I think this is a social justice measure, Mr. President. Am I correct, Mr. President? We will we'll put it in quotation marks, give more to those who have less in life. Is this what we're trying to achieve, Mr. President?
Yes, Mr. President, the welfare bill has 111 hectares. 47 hectares will be given to the informal settlers who are living in welfare bill, and 64 hectares will be given to the government institutions who have offices at welfare bill.
Thank you, Mr. President. Yung ano ba ito? Ano bang plano natin? Ang lupa sa tinatawag na welfare bill na nahanap sa lungsod ng Mandaluyong ay ipamimigay po ba natin sa actual occupants o ibebenta natin, Mr. President, sa kanila?
Ibebenta po sa actual occupants yung 47 hectares na mga residential communities composed of 37,000 household and 182,000 individuals. That is the 47 hectares. At yung 64 hectares, natayuan na po ng mga government offices, educational institution, facilities operated by the national government, and then facilities operated by LGU, 64 hectares. Yun, ito-turn over natin sa government na may office doon.
Doon po sa 64 hectares, ba't kailangan i-turn over? Hindi ba government property po ang entero welfare bill?
Hindi nasa pangalan ng insular government, and the property is located in barangay, and it's owned by under the supervision of the Department of Environment and Natural Resources. Ang mga nagtayo merong educational institutions na most of them local government. Yung facilities, okay lang yung facilities operated by the government, but different government institution. Meron DSWD, may DOH, merong Department of Justice, merong NEDA, meron DOTR, may DILG. And then yung facilities operated by LGUs, 7 medical facilities, 21 multipurpose building, 24 covered court, 27 daycare centers, and 2 flea markets. Kaya magulo eh. So siguro yung sa local government, ibibigay na sa local government, yung sa different department, ibibigay na sa department, at yung mapapagbilhan doon sa 47 hectares, ibibigay sa DSWD for the benefit of the children. Yung program natin sa children, kasi yun talaga ang provision ng previous law na ibibigay yon for, ibebenta yon for the provision of a budget for the development of our children.
So kung maging batas po ito, 64 hectares occupied by government agencies, maililipat ang titulo. Yung ba ang purpose? Maililipat na finally ang titulo to the proper government agency. Ganun
Yes,
po. Okay.
yes.
So yung 40, so walang ano yun, wala na sigurong payment yon. Kasi
Wala na, kasi government to government.
Left hand to right hand lang po yun. So ang tinututukan na lang natin dito is the 47 hectares na
Na
sabi.
ipagbibili dun sa mga may bahay doon. Oo, at hindi ano na lang parang pag negotiated sale. Oo, kasi mahihirap naman sila, hindi natin sila talagang mamamahalan.
Ito pong mga nakatira doon sa 47 hectares ng welfare bill ay karamihan na nakalista sa 4-piece program? Ganun po ba sila kahirap that they are in the 4-piece
Hindi naman, kaya
program?
lang more than 50 years na silang nakatira doon. Unfair na hindi naman. At ang provision, kailangan wala silang bahay. Di ba?
Sige,
That this is their first house.
Sige po. And then, ano po yung... So, kunyari, meron doon nagkataon lang or dahil sa abilidad niya, naka-occupy siya lang, let us say, 300 square meters.
Bawal.
Ang iba, 30 to 40 square meters.
Hindi
Ano
pwede
po ang
yun.
mangyayari?
We will try to be as fair as possible kasi bigay lang to eh. Di halos pare-pareho ang sukat.
So, yung naka-occupy, pero is it factual? Sa totoong sitwasyon sa ground, meron dong naka-occupy ng 100 square meters? Meron dong naka-occupy ng 100
Wala daw
feet?
po. Wala.
So ano pong range ng area ng mga na-occupy po doon? Gusto ko lang po malaman yung difference ng kanilang
From 15 square meter to 30 square meter.
Okay. So when we implement the law, what is the plan? Yung 15 will be stuck to the 15, yung 30 will be given 30. Ganun po ang mangyayari.
Ganun na, more or less. Ganun. Konti lang naman ang difference kasi. And then, aayusin kasi lalagyan na, may mga formal roads na ba? Okay lang. Pero ano na yung government na yun. Maayos na daw. So, susukatin na lang kung magkano i-charge sa'yo.
Ayoko sana ng malaking disparity ng mga beneficiaries. Sana pantay-pantay kasi social justice measure ito. Ang assumption natin, they are
Pero
all...
yung 15 to 30 naman, talagang ganun ang range ng community mortgage program. Hindi talaga pwede na pare-pareho. Talagang nagkakaiba-iba. Depende sa ayos ng community. Kasi we have done that in Las Piñas. Hindi talaga pwedeng pare-pareho.
But it should be,
Impractical.
as far as practicable, we keep it within a range.
Yes, yes.
So that's the plan?
Yes.
That is the plan, okay. And then, syempre, iba rin yung financial obligation na nila, no? Kasi mas malaki na doon sa, mas malaki na
Siyempre, pag
lupain.
mas malaki babayaran mo. Pag maliit naman, mas konti babayaran mo. So, fair na rin. Di mo naman babayaran yung more than what you have.
since andito naman po si Congressman Boyet Gonzales and Ma'am Queenie are here, so familiar sila sa lugar, at ang kanilang input sa atin is wala namang kailangan i-demolish kasi wala namang lumalampas na mga 30 square meters na yun po yung maximum area na nasa isip natin na ibibigay. So there will be no demolition involved, Mr. President. And then siguro, Mr. President, ito na lang, kasi meron what we are going to establish, may board yata dyan, may committee,
Yes,
so
yes.
ipaprocess naman lahat ng application, di naman automatic ito.
Yeah.
May 10-year requirement pa ata, and then you should not be an owner of a lot, another residential lot, no?
Yes.
So I hope
And trustee committee would be the social welfare administration, the secretary of DSWD, the chairperson of the committee on audit, the secretary of the Department of Environment and Natural Resources, secretary of DNR, mayor of Mandaluyong City, secretary of DSWD, secretary of Human Settlements and Urban Development, representative of the Lone District of Mandaluyong, chairperson of the Presidential Commission for Urban Poor, and one representative from a duly recognized people's organization who shall be appointed based on a fair and reasonable selection process.
ang possible beneficiaries po natin ay 182,000 individuals,
Yes,
37,000 households.
yes.
This is 1/4 of Mandaluyong's population, or can we also say that this is 1/4 of that the beneficiaries there of voting age would constitute also 1/4 of the voting population of Mandaluyong, more or less?
Addition means all, is about 30% of the voting population of the entire Mandaluyong.
So 30% daw.
I see the rationale in making the mayor of Mandaluyong a member of the trustee committee, as in fact co-chairperson siya. Siyempre familiar siya, pero nag-alala lang po ako baka we are giving him an unfair political advantage because 1/3 of the voting population will now have some applications pending before a committee where the mayor is a co-chairperson, Mr. President.
Hindi, ikaw payag ka nang umalis sa trustee. Oh.
Sa mayor lang po ako nakafocus muna, mamaya na yung sa congressman.
Parang mahirap tanggalin ng mayor kasi hindi ba gagawa yung project without the support of the mayor. Let's give it to him. Anyway, talaga naman popular siya sa Mandaluyong, miski tanggalin natin siya. Parang...
Kasi naka-personality based po tayo. I'm looking at the law. We are erasing personalities.
Yeah, but from the point of view of practicality, hindi talaga pwedeng tanggalin ng mayor. Kasi pag nagkaroon ng konting shortage to ng budget and all that, siya sasagot dito eh. Hindi siya ang tutulong para ma-implement ito. Baka hindi ito ma-implement without him eh.
The chair agrees with the sponsor because I was once a mayor of San Juan and a neighboring town of Mandaluyong. And of course, being the mayor, I should know what is happening in my own hometown.
Yeah.
That's why I agree with the sponsor that you should not remove the mayor from the list in the board.
At saka sinasabi nila, ang mayor lang daw nakakaintindi ng problema, yung other member of the trustee committee, national government yan, hindi naman nila naiintindihan. Minsan nga, mali-mali decision nila kasi walang local inputs eh.
Sige po. Gaya na sinabi ko kanina, I can understand the rationale of why the mayor is included. Tinanong ko lang po yun, basta conscious tayo ron. But this one, my next point, si Congressman Boyet Gonzales, being a lawyer, a good friend of ours, of everybody here, Mr. President, I have a constitutional issue actually. If we make a member of Congress, of the House of Representatives, a member of a board or a committee which performs executive functions, because you issue guidelines, you oversee and administer the disposition of the welfare bill property. I believe we are encountering here a constitutional issue, Mr. President. So,
Hindi naman po kasi ako naging chairman of Committee on Education, Higher Education. Yung mga congressman nakaupo kami sa board ng mga SUCs. Tapos meron po kaming legislated protected area sa Las Piñas. Yung PAMBI po, yung Protected Area Management Board, nakaupo doon ang congressman, nakaupo ang mayor, nakaupo ang senador, lahat nakaupo doon. Kasi minsan, kailangan sila to influence yung legislation or yung mga executive department, kasi minsan yung executive department hindi sila masyadong dedicated to the welfare of our local constituents. Pag wala yung mga galing sa local constituency, hindi nila masyadong iniintindi yung dapat gawin, kasi yun yung nagtutulong para bigyan ng meaning yung trabaho nila for the people. Kasi PAMBI nga, tsaka SUCs, nakaupo din sila lahat. Wala naman nagko-question doon eh.
sige, Mr. President, I'm just looking at Section 13 of Article 6 of the Constitution. No senator or member of the House of Representatives may hold any other office or employment in the government or any subdivision, agency, or instrumentality thereof, including GOCC or the subsidiaries, during his term without forfeiting his seat. This may not be an employment, but this may be an office, Mr. President.
Ba't pinauupo yung mga congressman sa SUC at pinauupo lahat ang mga elected officials sa PAMBI? Wala naman kaming binibigay na pera doon eh. Walang compensation, just so lalagyan ng local, parang ikaw ang nakakaalam what's happening in your local place. So ikaw ang mag-feedback what is practical and what is not practical and what can help the people more than the national officials. Diba?
So thank you for the response from our sponsor. She has enumerated similar arrangements.
Wala namang compensation eh.
Yes, and then wala tong hindi pa to naki-question, bale, Mr. President.
SOP yan eh.
Well, ito kasi, the functions of the trustee committee would be to oversee and administer the disposition of the welfare bill property. Iba-iba po yung mga laws natin. Ito po, administer the disposition of the welfare bill property might be an executive function already, Mr. President. So, I do not know yung mga PAMBI, paano natin sinulat, or yung board of trustees sa mga educational institutions, but I'm just looking at this particular bill, Mr. President. So, just a word of caution that maybe we are giving a position to a member of the House of Representatives which performs executive function, Mr. President.
Pero dalawa lang sila out of 7 eh. Outvoted din pag mali ang
Yes, pero
feedback nila.
I'm looking at the constitutional angle.
Wala naman nagko-question ng ganyan eh. Basta wala kang compensation eh. Parang advisory. At saka ito, yung pagbenta, merong inano sa law, dinitalye sa law na merong market price, and then sinasabi na who can be beneficiary. Malinaw naman sa batas eh.
Apo. Sige po.
At saka majority bibigay din sa government eh. Ang dami-dami ng government institution na meron dito eh.
So, Mr. President, I think I have pointed out my concern about a constitutional provision, Mr. President. And generally speaking, this bill will benefit a lot of our marginalized constituents in the city of Mandaluyong. Is the entire welfare bill property inside the territorial jurisdiction of Mandaluyong City? Entero?
2 barangays of Mandaluyong City,
Yes.
all in Mandaluyong
Yes,
City.
all in Mandaluyong City. So with that, Mr. President, familiar din naman tayo dyan sa welfare bill. Andyan yung Pabella Hospital ata. Andyan, oh. So nadaanan na rin po natin yan. Talagang heavily populated na po yan. And if they have been there for decades, and government has allowed their stay there in decades.
5 decades.
And
More
I
than
think
50 years.
and I think there is a previous attempt also to dispose of the property already, 1960.
Walang gustong bumili kasi
1968.
Oo.
There was already the intention of the state.
3 times na natinry
3 times
pagbili.
na.
Walang bibili dahil punong-puno ng informal settler at saka government institutions. So,
So that the previous attempts were as a whole siya binibenta. Now by ano na tayo, piecemeal, retail na.
yes,
We'll give it to
yes.
the actual occupants.
yes, okay.
Siguro that's a workable approach. Is this CMP or analogous?
Community mortgage program
analogous to
to.
CMP?
Parang ganon.
Parang ganon, di ba?
Parang
Analogous.
ganon, oo.
So we have marami na tayong model po na ganito. So yun lang po, I pointed out what I want to point out, and I think the congressman has heard my point, and he is a lawyer too, Mr. President. So thank you.
Thank you
Mr.
very
President.
much.
Congratulations
Thank
to
you,
those who have
Minority
thought of
Leader.
this measure, Mr. President.
Are you prepared to open the period of amendments?
Yes.
What about Senator, the Minority Leader? Do you have any amendments?
1 minute suspension, Mr.
Session
President.
suspended.
itong second amendment.
Mr. President, there being no other reservation for interpellation, I move to close the period of interpellation.
Is there an objection? There being none, motion's approved.
Mr. President, I move to open the period of amendments and recognize the sponsor again, Senator Cynthia Villar for committee amendments. So moved, Mr. President.
Senator Cynthia Villar is hereby recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. For our committee amendment and as reported out under Committee Report 448, I move to delete the entire text after the enacting clause and to replace the same with the provisions of House Bill number 428 as attached and indicated in Committee Report number 448. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? There being none, the amendment's approved.
I also move for the changing of the title of the bill from the previous title to an act rationalizing the disposition of the welfare bill property in the city of Mandaluyong, amending for the purpose Republic Act 5260, entitled an act authorizing a committee composed of the administration of the Social Welfare Administration, the Auditor General, and the Secretary of the Department of General Services to sell the welfare bill property located in the municipality of Mandaluyong, province of Rizal, and for other purposes, appropriating funds thereof, therefore, and for other purposes.
Before I act on the amendment, usually by tradition,
The last.
by our rules, we amend the title at the last portion of the amendments.
Ito na.
I think that was the last.
This is the last amendment.
Is it the last?
Yes. Isang committee amendment, and this is the last amendment, the changing of the title. That's all.
That's the last, Mr. President.
Ito ba?
I think the minority leader will still have to propose some amendments. No more? All right, all right.
Ito ba ang papalitan? At ito ang ipapalit?
Hindi ma'am kasi ang title lang amending for the purpose Republic Act number 520.
Senator Villar,
Title lang yun.
yes. Is that your last amendment?
Yes.
Okay, is there any objection? There being none, the amendment is hereby approved.
Mr. President,
Ito yung ipinalit na.
Mr. President, there being no other amendment to be proposed, I move to close the period of committee amendments. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? There being none, the motion is hereby approved.
1 minute suspension, Mr. President. I move to consider the approval on second reading. House Bill number 428 under Committee Report number 448. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? There being none, House Bill number 428 under Committee Report number 448 is hereby approved on second reading. Congratulations, Senator Villar and Congressman Boyet Gonzalez. Congratulations.
I wish to thank all the members of the Senate and of course Congressman Gonzalez and wife Queenie for really watching over the approval of the bill. Thank you very much.
Huh?
With that, Mr. President, I move that we suspend consideration of House Bill number 4028.
Any objection? Hearing none, motion is approved.
Mr. President, I move that we resume consideration of House Bill number 11072 under Committee Report number 449. This is the bill on the franchise area expansion of Davao Light and Power Company Incorporated. So move, Mr. President.
Any objection? There being none, resumption of consideration of House Bill number 11072 under Committee Report number 449 is now in order.
I move to resume the period of interpellation and recognize Senator Juan Miguel Mig Zubiri, Chairperson of the Subcommittee on the Franchise Area Expansion of Davao Light and Power Company Incorporated, to principally sponsor and defend the measure and to interpellate Senator Win Gatchalian.
Hearing no objection, the period of interpellation is in order. The Chair would like to recognize Senators Zubiri and Gatchalian.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Is my good friend, my compare, willing to take a few questions from
Yes, Mr.
his compare?
Yes, absolutely, Mr. President. I'm honored. From the resident resident expert in electricity.
Paminsan-minsan lang po, electrician kuno, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, let me start off with some basics, Mr. President. And this is in relation to the veto of the President. I understand, we all know that this bill was passed in, I think, in the 18th Congress, Mr. President. And the President vetoed the bill, and he specified his reasons why he vetoed the bill, Mr. President. So I would like to discuss the reasons why he vetoed the bill and how this new bill, this new Davao Light franchise, corrected those reasons for vetoing the bill, Mr. President. So I'll start off with, in the veto message, they mentioned overlapping areas, Mr. President. So in this new bill, how did this new bill correct these overlapping areas that the veto message contained?
Well, I think the overlapping areas that was mentioned, basically the complainants at that time were saying that the Davao Power and Light franchise is only for Davao City. So there was a clamor at that time for the island city of Samal that is still actually experiencing brownouts and very expensive power and sometimes no power at all. And they also added the Davao del Norte area that clamored for its services in the Davao del Norte area. So the complainants were saying that they are encroaching into the area of the electric cooperative. At that time, the electric cooperative still had about 6 to 7 years on their franchise. Kasi IPIRA, they're only until 2028. So that time, mahaba-haba pa yung kanilang franchise. But now, Mr. President, their franchise is narrowing down to the last 3 years. Yeah. And
2028, no, Mr. President.
And as a matter of fact, NEA had already come out warning the electric cooperatives to already seek congressional franchises for their franchise areas. 5 years prior. Nandun yung sulat, dala-dala namin sulat, Mr. President. And what we have found out from the House, because this emanates from the House, all franchises emanate from the House as a local bill, particularly on this franchise on electricity, because it concerns a particular area. The local representatives no longer wish to have Nordeco as their power provider, because for obvious reasons, which I pointed out last week, Mr. President, and we can show it on the screen if we will be allowed to by our colleagues, yung sa SAIFI, SAIDI, the amount of brownouts that happen within the month and the amount of frequency of brownouts that happen and the length of brownouts that happen in this particular area. And of course, as I mentioned, the proof of the pudding is in the eating. It's really the price. The average price of Davao Power as compared to Nordeco is 3 pesos and 50 centavos less than Nordeco. So all the businesses, Mr. President, are suffering in that particular area. and they no longer wish to, the local mayor, the governors, the local leaders, and the business leaders already refuse to have Nordeco continue to be granted their franchise. So kaya I think we're no longer in violation because this is the period where they're supposed to be applying their franchise. And the decision of the local government units as well as the congressmen is that they want to pass already a franchise to expand Davao Power to
Cover Davao de Oro.
govern these areas, yes. Cover these areas, right?
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, is this new proposal an amendment to the Nordeco law? Or is this going to be an implied amendment? Because from what I understand, we're expanding the LPC's franchise. And by expanding its franchise and putting a limit on the existence of Nordeco, it impliedly amends the Nordeco franchise. Is that the intention, Mr. President? Because
Well,
my point there is that if that is the intention, my opinion is it will remove the overlapping because obviously in 2 years there's only one operator that will be left behind.
Yes.
Unlike the one in Iloilo where there are two operators operating, this franchise will in effect call for, or in effect mandate the stoppage of the operation of Nordeco.
Yes. Actually, for clarity, Mr. President, there is no law for Nordeco because it's an electric cooperative law.
Okay.
So as an electric cooperative, it was the creation of NEA.
The franchise.
The franchise. And it was NEA that granted them, after the EPIRA law, they granted them how many years to operate. But under the amendments to the EPIRA to be passed, they must seek congressional franchise at the end of their term, which is ending already in 3 years' time. So we are amending actually the Davao Power and Light by expanding their area of coverage, not only for Davao City, but to include Davao del Norte, City Island of Samal, Davao del Norte, and one municipality of Davao de Oro, which is Maco.
Yes, Mr. President.
Yeah.
So in effect, Mr. President, there will be, with this law, there will be no overlap with the existing franchise legally, Mr. President.
Yes, sir. Your Honor, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, the other reason for the veto is the violation of the non-impairment clause, Mr. President. And how does this bill now resolve that reason, Mr. President?
Well, as a legislative franchise, such as Nordeco, it's not protected as far as we're concerned. The non-impairment laws found in Article 3, Section 10 of the 1987 Constitution. Because its amendments are subject to, or rather, the franchise subject to amendment, alteration, or repeal of Congress, as in the present case. So, the Supreme Court actually came out with a decision, Supreme Court versus Ileco, against Executive Secretary at the time. In this case, a new franchise was given. You're correct, sir. It's more power. When we granted more power, franchise to operate in the Ileco area. And the answer of the Supreme Court was, a new franchise was given under Republic Act number 11918, while subsisting franchises remain operative. Like Nordeco, the owners of the subsisting franchises argued that the new franchise granted violated the non-impairment clause, to which the Supreme Court stated, as to what constitutes as an impairment of contracts under Section 10, Article 3 of the 1987 Constitution, we explained that there is an impairment if a subsequent law changes the term of a contract between the parties, imposes new conditions, dispenses with those agreed upon, or withdraws remedies for the enforcement of the rights of the parties. In the instant case, petitioners failed to prove how the enactment of Republic Act 11918 changed the terms of their contracts with their respective suppliers, that they are still obligated to pay the minimum contracted capacities by virtue of take-or-pay provision. This does not support the conclusion that there is any change in the terms of the contracts. Neither does the enactment of Republic Act 11918 impose new conditions conditions and dispense those agreed upon. So, Mr. President, and of course, ito na. Thus, sabi ng Supreme Court, thus, between petitioners' existing contracts and police power, the latter must prevail. In other words, the petitioner cannot validly prevent Congress from amending its franchise or account of its existing contracts. So, yeah. So, basically, yun po. But, under this law, Your Honor, Mr. President, there are provisions under the committee report that you can see that we added, wherein Davao Power and Light is committed to pay its obligations to the contractors through a 20 centavo per kilowatt hour request, Your Honor. No, magkakaroon ng CSP, competitive selection process, for the new contract, but at the same time, we also added a 20 centavos collection to pay for the, number one, yung utang ng nila sa NEA, because you have to remember that NEA gave subsidy, Your Honor, to be able to, they gave a subsidy to be able to expand, no, the areas where there practically no electricity in those areas. In many parts of those provinces, the province of Davao del Norte and de Oro still have no electricity in their puruks and their sitios. So that's number one. And number two, the obligation of contracts that were what was brought out or brought by the contracts of Nordeco to big suppliers like San Miguel Corporation, et cetera, et cetera. And I believe that we've also reached out to the suppliers of Nordeco and electricity, and they're satisfied with that, Mr. President. They're actually satisfied with that. We also asked the ERC on their position when we had the hearing on this, and they were also satisfied. They said it can be done by law. And until such a time that all of that is paid, then they remove the 20 centavos per kilowatt hour. But still, Mr. President, the price is 3 pesos 50 centavos cheaper. So even if there's a 20 centavo per kilowatt hour, that's only that's still a discount of 3 pesos and 30 centavos. So it's still a large discount, Your Honor, that I believe everyone there would be happy to take, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. President. So, Mr. President, in short, what the good sponsor is saying, if I understand it correctly, based on the Supreme Court ruling, just to put it simply, there's no impairment of contracts because the conditions of the contracts are still the same,
Yes.
Mr. President.
Yes, Mr. President.
And there's a mechanism in the law that there are several mechanisms in the law, in fact, that these contracts can be paid in the future.
Yes.
And even after the takeover of the LPC, Mr. President.
That's correct, Mr. President.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, another reason is franchises should be allowed full term, and this is under Republic Act number 9136, Section 27, that all existing franchises should be allowed full term, Mr. President. That's another reason for the veto. Has this bill corrected that reason, Mr. President?
Actually, by precedence, Mr. President, the President signed into law Republic Act number 12011, which is in 2024. It's the Negros Electric and Power Corporation. That used to be Seneco.
Yes,
President. It's now a private corporation. It's in Bacolod, where my family comes from, Mr. President. So the expiry date of that was actually 2030, still 2030. But again, going back to that a franchise is not a right but a privilege given by Congress to public utilities. That right, rather that privilege is given to a public utility that's supposed to perform its functions and mandates properly. And I argued with our good minority floor leader that that can be actually removed if there are or rescinded if obviously they are not functioning to the benefit of the population at hand, Your Honor, Mr. President,
So,
for the
Mr. Pre-
common good of the people.
So, Mr. President, if common good is a necessity for that particular area, this law can override Section 27 of Republic Act 9136, Mr. President.
Yes, Your Honor. Yes.
So, in other words, again, it's an implied amendment, particularly on the term of this, of Nordeco, Mr. President.
Yes.
That's the,
And its franchise.
that's the effect, Mr. President.
Yes, Mr.
All right,
President.
Mr. President. And lastly, Mr. President, from the reasons, I just want to be very detailed about the reasons in the veto message. The concept of collateral attack to Nordeco's franchise, Mr. President, has that been addressed here in the proposed measure, Mr. President?
It's actually, as I mentioned, it's a valid exercise of Congress's constitutional authority to amend, alter, repeal a franchise, Mr. President. With humility aside, I was the chairman of the Committee on Franchises, and you were with us in Congress when I was chairman for 6 years, 2 terms, Your Honor. And I would always tell people that whenever they apply, particularly those who are seeking an extension of their franchise. Di ba, when there is an extension of a franchise, we always do a review of their franchise operation and performance. And then whenever they say, oh, you have to renew us without question, without a doubt, and I always tell them, wait a minute. Under our laws, under the Constitution, the franchise is not a privilege. It's a privilege. It's not a right given. So I remember when PECO, the head of PECO, this young fellow went to see me in Congress. He sat down in my office. I was Majority Floor Leader, and he says, the other applicant has no right to this franchise. It's our franchise. We've held it for 100 years. And then I look at him and I showed him all the letters, Mr. President, from all the Chamber of Commerce of Iloilo on the price rating, on the brownout, on the inefficiency of power. And I told him, well, you did not convince Congress to give you the franchise. Congress gave it to more power. So that means there must have been something wrong with your services. And therefore, you are coming now to the Senate. I cannot stop more power. We have to listen and hear more power and see the advantages and disadvantages that this new player will give to the community. And the rest is history, Mr. President. PECO lost its franchise and therefore ceased to operate after that. And it just goes to show that really, affirmed by the Supreme Court, that it is really Congress's right to amend, alter, or repeal a franchise. So there's no collateral attack on the franchise of Nordeco, Mr. President. It's a matter of service. That's why I pointed out, mine is just black and white. People are saying, oh, but Nordeco has the right, they're cooperative and all that. And I show them, but the prices, how can we justify the price of Nordeco as compared to Davao Power and Light? One street, sinabi nilang isang karsadang pagitan. What's that? One street difference. One side is paying 9 pesos and 50 centavos. The other side is paying 12 pesos and 50 centavos. 13 pesos, almost 350 higher. The other side, what they do na, they tap on the lines of Davao Power and Light so that they can get cheaper electricity. But when nakikita po ng Nordeco yan, pinuputulan sila. But kawawa naman po sila, Mr. President. Imagine, pagitan lang ng kapsada, napakamalang binabayaran. I computed it, Mr. President, at 200 kilowatt hour, which is basically what the marginalized communities pay, the poorest of the poor, that we give them subsidy actually for the 200 kilowatt hour. At the 3 pesos and 50 centavos savings, they will save up to 700 pesos a month. For a poor family, Mr. President, 700 pesos is a lot of rice, a lot of food that they can buy, a lot of help for their children to go to school. So talagang hindi po attack sa franchise ng Nordeco po ito. I think it's also a wake-up call, Mr. President. I used to be chairman of the Committee on Cooperatives for almost 10 years, no? 4 plus 6, 10 years. I was chairman of the Committee on Cooperatives. They were under me in my committee. I used to tell them that they have to also, and you were chairman of the Committee on Energy. We've had these hearings before, many times on airing electric cooperatives. They really have to step up to the plate. It's only now that they're stepping up to the plate because they need to go to Congress. And now they know that they have accountability because they have to go to Congress. And unfortunately, sometimes too late already, Mr. President, in this case. And so we submit, Mr. President, that we feel that it's not a collateral attack on the franchise of Nordeco. We gave them an opportunity. I believe President Duterte gave them an opportunity because he stepped in. There was may namatay
Task
na nga
Force
dyan, di ba?
Duterte, Mr.
O Task Force Duterte, may namatay na dun. Nagbarilan yung GM yata o ng isang grupo, nagpatayan. Because of that, they came in. But even then, Your Honor, as I said here, we can look at the price range. To 9-11 pesos per kilowatt hour as compared to 12.60 per kilowatt hour. This was on November 2024 alone. Yung SIFI and SIDI, if we can show the SIFI and SIDI, for the record again, Mr. President, yung SIDI is the brownouts, duration of the brownouts. Nordeco is 242 hours, Your Honor, per month. Yung Davao Power is 209 minutes per year. Ito, 4 hours a month yung Nordeco. Tapos yung SIFI is the frequency of brownouts. The DLPC is 3.1 hours. Frequency, 3.1 times a year is the brownouts. Nordeco is 5, almost 5, 4.99. That's 5 a month, Your Honor. So, as I said, I'm just quoting the numbers, and this is from the DOE, Mr. President. I'm not making this up. This was actually brought up in the hearing, and it was affirmed by Nordeco. They have confirmed that.
Thank you, Mr. President, for the answer, Mr. President. And I think from what I gathered from the good sponsor, Mr. President, the issue of collateral attack is resolved in this bill because, again, there's a desire to attain common good, Mr. President.
That's absolutely correct.
Specifically on performance. The good sponsor showed earlier that the price of DLPC is, I think, 2 or 3 pesos below.
3 pesos, 350.
350 below, 350 below Nordeco, which is really quite shocking that the price of your neighbor is paying 350 pesos more than the other area, Mr. President. So thank you for that explanation, Mr. President. We just want to make sure that all of these reasons in the veto message gets addressed. And I do agree that when common good is a necessity, it trounces all the legal issues that came about during the deliberation of this bill during the last Congress, Mr. President. So thank you for that, for those answers, Mr. President. And I'll go to another topic, Mr. President. And this is, in fact, during the deliberation of this bill, I actually voted to abstain, Mr. President, because I was torn. You're absolutely correct that Nordeco had a lot of self-inflicted problems, Mr. President. It was a good performing EC at one point, but they had internal squabbles, and you're right that they, I think 1 or 2 people perished or died because of those squabbles. And then President Duterte organized Task Force Duterte to help it regroup and hopefully improve their performance. But in that time period that they are trying to regroup, a lot of our consumers got very dismayed at their performance. So I voted to abstain because of one reason. Number one is the remaining areas, Mr. President. The prices of the remaining areas will go up because the remaining areas, which is mainly Davao de Oro, will absorb all the liabilities, Mr. President. So just imagine, before you can spread out your liabilities in 2 provinces, now you only have 1 province to pay the liability. And during that time, when we asked ERC how much the prices per kilowatt hour will increase, from 8.6 pesos, it will increase to 15.4 pesos, Mr. President. So while I agree that Nordeco is poorly performing But I cannot, I don't agree that the remaining areas will have to absorb the burden of the remaining liabilities, Mr. President. So my question, Mr. President, is the same. I know that there'll be Davao de Oro, mainly Davao de Oro will remain in the franchise area of Nordeco. And Mr. President, my fear is they will again absorb the liabilities. And there's also a risk that they will have to pay higher electricity rates. In fact, in the position paper of Nordeco, they estimated that the generation rates will shoot up from 6.7 per kilowatt hour to 10.4 per kilowatt hour, Mr. President. So, Mr. President, I want to ask a good sponsor, since the franchise of Nordeco will expire by 2028, 3 years na lang from now. And I don't think, even though they will attempt to renew it, I don't think it will pass because of this performance issue, Mr. President. The only way to make sure that the remaining areas will not pay or will not absorb the brunt of the liabilities is to completely expand the areas all the way to Davao de Oro, Mr. President. I'd like to get the good sponsor's opinion on that concept so that Davao de Oro will not be left behind in paying the liabilities, Mr. President.
You're absolutely correct, Your Honor. As a matter of fact, I had spoken to Senator Bato de la Rosa. We have a letter here, and I shared this with Senator Bato de la Rosa. We have a letter of the governor of province of Davao de Oro, as well as the mayor, signed by all the mayors. They want to be included also so that they can also take advantage of the 3 pesos and 50 centavo discount that Davao Power Light is offering, Your Honor. So in the proper time, if there's an amendment to this provision to include these areas so that they will not absorb the stranded cost.
Yeah.
So that they will start at 350. Anyway, as you said, baka hindi rin ibibigay ng House yung
3 years
remaining
na lang, Mr.
Davao de Oro,
President. Yeah.
correct. So we could correct it with this measure, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Proper
And,
time, I'm okay with that, Mr.
Yeah, at the proper time, we'll make some amendments on the area, Mr. President. Mr. President, and thank you for that openness to expand that areas. I think that will solve the problem of increasing electricity rates at the remaining areas,
Yes,
Mr. President.
you're absolutely correct.
Mr. President, I'll go to another topic, and this is the, of course, we're introducing a new utility in Davao del Norte and Davao de Oro, and we all know that the concept came about because of Nordeco's poor performance, Mr. President, and you showed earlier that prices in the Nordeco area is 350 pesos higher. The SAIFI is also higher, Mr. President. I would like to ask, Mr. President, because I was looking at the performance of Nordeco in terms of cash flows, Mr. President. And it's in terms of, and those cash flows are reflected in their performance ratings, Mr. President. And I was, I just want to point this out, no? And I'm performance ratings. That in fairness to Nordeco, they have improved in terms of their performance ratings.
They're now AA.
Double A, Mr. President. But there's one measure here that is very concerning to me because ikaw, negosyante ka, tayo, negosyante.
Yes.
And this is a very important measure. Sorry, Mr. President, yung may graph. Yan. Yan. Akin yan. And this is on the collection efficiency, Mr. President. We'll flash on the slide 8. The collection efficiency remains at 69%, Mr. President, since 2000, well, 60% since 2014. Even though they have managed to improve their performance classification from red to yellow one, but their collection efficiency is 60%, Mr. President. So alam naman natin kung walang collection, walang pambayad.
Correct.
Mr.
Yes.
President.
You're absolutely correct, Mr. President.
Well, as businessman, the first order of business is always collection. So you have cash flows to pay your salaries, cash flows to pay your suppliers, cash flows to pay your banks. But in this case, 60% is quite concerning, Mr. President. And so I want to ask the good sponsor, how will the LPC turn this around? Because this is an important measure. How can the LPC improve collection efficiency? Because if they will step in and their people will still not pay, then we're back to square one, Mr. President. So I'd like to ask the game plan of the LPC to improve collection efficiency, Mr.
No,
President.
definitely. First, I'd like to address the double A rating. Before I answer that question on the collection efficiency, me and Senator Coco Pimentel, our distinguished minority floor leader, our former Senate President, are in agreement that I think the NEA has to review its performance ratings because their performance ratings, the standards that they set are for collection, for the I think the setting up of the infrastructure, mga parameters, the financial parameters. But in the end of the day, marami po ito. It's a lot of collection efficiency, payment to NEA. Yung payment to NEA, number one. Siguro if you pay them promptly, you get a high rating because you're paying your creditor. Liquidity ratio. But as I said during my discussion with the distinguished minority floor leader, the proof in the pudding is in the eating. In other words, the only way for me, if you want to get a double A, triple A, or even an A rating, is that you're giving cheap energy, cheap power, efficiently to your people.
Yeah.
And reliable. When I say efficiently, it's reliability. I don't understand why in Mindanao, where I am from, the price is so expensive. It's an average of 14 pesos per kilowatt hour. In spite of the fact that Mindanao is one of the fastest growing regions in the country, it's despite of the prices of electricity. Imagine if we had cheaper electricity. How I wish Starlink can make cheap electric power. So if they can make cheap electric power, you're very welcome in Mindanao. But my point is, I don't understand why NEA is giving these high ratings to our electric cooperatives that are charging so much to each and every one of us, and they're always so inefficient. There's always a brownout every day. That's why it boggles the mind. Going in the collection, on your next question, Mr. President, the question that you raised on the collection efficiency. As a private corporation, I believe as a private corporation, they'll be more professional when they deal with, of course, their collections with their constituents. I don't think they have a problem with Davao City where they're operating now. 100% collection. Wow, 100%. Yabang. 100% collection rate.
Puputulan ka agad, Mr. President.
Yeah, 100% collection rate and efficiency. So that goes to show that even their, I guess, the method they do their collection, maybe they have a benefits that they give to their consumers if they pay on time, maybe they give more chances to pay, and but it's as I said, it's 100%. They just told me, Mr. President, it's 100% collection efficiency.
So thank you, Mr. President. So the LPC can, with their experience, probably digitalization, I'm sure they're digitalized in terms of
Yes.
collection and monitoring. They can improve collection efficiency to 90 or even 100%, Mr. President.
They're actually telling me, Mr. President, that they're all digitalized. So they have everything is all computerized.
Yeah, now
everything
may
is-
app na, Mr. President. Like for
Yes.
example, in Meralco, you can actually pay through the app,
That's
Mr.
correct,
President.
Mr. President.
Is the SPC also the same? You can pay
You have
through
an
the
app? Wow, they have apps and service centers.
So, Mr. President, that's important because if it's convenient for people to pay,
Yes.
then they will be encouraged to pay, Mr. President.
Yeah.
So thank you for that, Mr. President. Another item that I saw in the performance, Mr. President, is the electrification. And Nordeco, as we speak right now, has only electrified 74% of their areas. And the remaining unserved areas is about 26%. That's 95 households, Mr. President, that are not electrified. Now, Mr. President, maybe get an assurance from DLPC that this remaining, if ever they are given the opportunity to operate in those two provinces, will they also electrify the remaining 95,000, Mr. President? Because, of course, the fear here is the LPC will just pick and choose the profitable areas, the highly urbanized areas. But the rural areas, alam naman natin, sa Davao de Oro, Mr. President, bundok-bundok yun. Are they also committed to electrify the remaining 95,803 unserved areas without government subsidy, Mr. President?
Yes, Mr. President, they are. As a matter of fact, their area, they are 99% connected. Yabang nga eh. 99%. 99%. So they're committed, Mr. President, because they want to service the whole area. That's part of the legislative franchise. At the same time, they want to help the growth of the area. They're invested, Mr. President, there. They're invested. These are the same guys that are doing VECO for Cebu City, Cebu Province. So the Aboitiz group, they're well invested into this, and they want to see the development of all these areas.
And may I ask, Mr. President, how much are they looking at to invest in Nordeco in order to electrify the remaining 95,000 households, Mr. President?
We will, maybe they're finding out, Mr. President. But
Just a ballpark figure, Mr. President, if they have any idea. Because, Mr. President, the fear is because now it's not going to be a cooperative, and only cooperatives receive subsidies from government for electrification, they might not electrify the far-flung areas, Mr. President.
But you know, Mr. President, we know naman who's running Davao Power and Light. They are financially capable. They actually own a bank, which is one of the top 5 banks. So if it's money, kasi I believe Nordeco has a loan with NEA, little over 1 billion. For the Aboitiz Power Group, that's chicken feed, I think they can easily fund the expansion area with that funds. I don't think budget is a problem, Mr. President, but right now they're whispering to my ear. Okay. For the DLPC area, they've already invested to make it 99% electrified, 400 million on their franchise area of Davao City alone. So they're willing to do the same for Davao de Oro and Davao del Norte, Mr. President.
So maybe a tune of what? For half
1
a billion?
maybe?
1 billion?
Because that's 2 provinces.
Yeah, 2 provinces. And malalayo, Mr. President.
Yes,
So
1 billion.
At least, I just want to get that commitment, Mr. President. So those listening, our constituents in the Davao de Oro area, Davao del Norte area, the far-flung areas, will be assured that they will be electrified. Because that's also one of the problems of Nordeco. Because of their cash flow problems, and they cannot get so much from government, they cannot electrify everyone.
Ang problema kasi, Mr. President, you know this, my dear seatmate, when they get subsidy from government, with due respect sa ating mga, hindi naman lahat ng electric cooperatives, hindi lahat. Pero alam ko may mga electric cooperatives, when they get subsidies, they don't put it in electrification. They build a brand new gymnasium. They buy vehicles for whatever purpose. Instead of putting it in the power lines into the rural areas where they can electrify more sitios and puruks. It's true. It's very true, Mr. President. Kasi yan ang complaint na napakaraming constituents na ang gaganda ng headquarters ng electric cooperative pero yung mga areas walang kuryente. So, yes, here, it's going to be run professionally because it will be run as a company. And they'll make sure that there's an efficiency collection, and the money that they earn will go to the expansion areas. And they've committed already more or less 1 billion pesos for their expansion in these 2 provinces. So, sa mga nakikinig po, no, sa atong mga igsoon, nagapaminaw karon, ayaw kabalakan, no, don't worry. You will be fully covered under the DP, Davao Power and Light franchise. And if we want in a proper time, if you want to make the amendment to make sure that they continue with the rural electrification, we'll be willing to accept that amendment, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. President. And thank you for the assurance, Mr. President, because that will really give hope to areas that are until now don't have electricity, Mr. President. So at least with this new group coming in with the pledge of ₱1 billion, then they can now have electricity in their homes, Mr. President. Mr. President, another topic will be on system loss, Mr. President, because this is a big chunk of our electricity bill. And Nordeco, right now, based on the 2023 data, their system loss is about 9.7%. Even though it's below the cap of 10.25%, it's still very high, no? Compared to DLPC's 5.2%, Mr. President. So, and the 5.2%, Mr. President, is the cap given to private utilities, Mr. President. So, now that Nordeco will become private later on, they will now have to follow the private system loss, Mr. President. So, may I get an assurance also, Mr. President, from a good sponsor and also from DLPC that over time, this system loss of 5.2%, even below, if kung kaya, no, will be achieved because this is tremendous savings for our consumers. Imagine half, because ngayon, 9.7% of their bill goes to electricity that don't go to them.
Yes.
No? But if we can slice it in half, then that's tremendous savings for our consumers in the new franchise area, Mr. President.
Within 5 years dapat yung system.
Yes, they're committed, Mr. President. As a matter of fact, it's part of our franchise.
Yeah.
The grantee shall comply with the system loss cap.
Correct, Mr. President. And
Prescribed for private distribution utilities.
I want to capture that on record, Mr. President, because
Yes,
that's a very important feature of the proposed measure, that it even prescribes a timetable to lower down system loss, Mr. President. In fact, this system loss is a never-ending debate because some people don't want to be passed on to consumers. But we all know this is a technical aspect of electricity, and the game plan is to lower it down as much as possible. And if the bill now will mandate to lower it down in the next 5 years to 5.2% or even lower, then that is a big win for our consumers, Mr. President.
Yes, thank you. That's on the record, Mr. President. It's also part of the measure.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, on the topic of liabilities, because we discussed that earlier, we also took a look at the remaining contracts of Nordeco, Mr. President, and it has 7 contracts, Mr. President. This is with FCD Utilities, with San Miguel Consolidated Power, with Sarangani Energy, and we also there's in the contracts, Mr. President. There are 2 things, no. Number 1 is how do we address these contracts? Because in the contracts, there's also a termination fee of about 17 billion pesos. And how will this new bill address these, how will it address the accounts payable to these utilities? And also, how will this bill address the 17 billion termination fee? So, for example, if Nordeco will cease to operate, they will have to cancel the contracts and 17 billion will be paid. No? Of course, that will be drawn out of the consumers of the Nordeco area. So, what will happen to these contracts and the termination fee, Mr. President?
Yes, they have a CSP, competitive selection process, wherein all the suppliers can still participate. They'll still participate, and they have the right to match, Your Honor. So they have the winning bidders the right to match over its expanded franchise area. So that's one. Number 2, of course, we have as I mentioned, the 20 centavo additional kilowatt hour for payment to their outstanding obligations, loan obligations. So marami po ito. It's about 3 pages, Your Honor, Mr. President, under Section 7 of the committee report, Your Honor. Section 2. Section 7? Section 2, rather. Section 2, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. President. So, well, the first, the right to match, Mr. President. So, to operationalize that, the existing suppliers will have to match at a lower fee. Is that how
Yes.
it will work, Mr. President?
Yes.
And then if they are lower, they can continue to supply power.
Yes.
Okay, Mr. President.
Yes.
And how about because I was looking at the balance sheet of the power suppliers, there's about 4.5 billion pesos outstanding to power suppliers. How will that be paid?
Yung asset sale, sale of the assets, when DLTC will have the option to buy under this committee report, under the law that if we pass, we'll have an option to buy all the assets of Nordeco, and then that could be used to pay off their debts. That's number one. Number two, yung remaining, dyan papasok ko yung 20 centavos, yung remaining. Malaki din because if Davao Light and Power buy the assets of Nordeco, it makes perfect sense. Why would they build a new set of lines,
Correct,
right?
correct. It will
So
take
they'll
time.
buy, yeah, it will take time. It will take a lot of time. And not to mention right-of-way issues. So obviously they'll be able to buy that, and when they buy it, that will be used to pay for the debts of Nordeco. And then after that, the balance again is going to be 20 centavos per kilowatt hour.
But Mr. President, I would assume that in the takeover, DLPC will expropriate or buy the how will the implementation of how will we operationalize this law? Meaning, how will they take control of the lines, the power lines, the transformers? How will that happen, Mr. President, under the law?
There's a standard in the franchise law, Mr. President, for power and light. There's an existing standard which allows expropriations. Yeah. Yes. And I don't think, unlike PECO, di ba? PECO, Mr. President, when we tackle the bill of PECO, they consider that private property, di ba? Private property, yung mga lines. They didn't want to give it up. So what happened was, I think more had to start putting their own towers, etc., to be able to power Iloilo City. So in this case, it's a electric cooperative. So after the franchise is revoked, basically they will not have a franchise anymore. What are they going to do with all those lines? Because they will not be able to operate it anyway. It makes perfect sense to just sell it to the next operator, which is Davao Light and Power. And I believe they've already come out with a more or less an amount. They have already done some due diligence, and if not mistaken, the due diligence will obviously be acceptable by both parties, and then they'll use that funds to pay off their debts.
Okay. So, Mr. President, so the first step is they will either buy or expropriate the power lines?
Yes. The first will be a negotiation between Davao Power and Nordeco.
I think there's a prescribed
Yes.
valuation here, no? Book value.
Yes, the book value.
Yeah, and then they will negotiate, and there's already a prescribed formula. I think it's book value, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes.
Oh, assessed value. Sorry, assessed value that will be used. And if that doesn't happen, then DLPC will expropriate.
That's correct.
And
Your
the proceeds from that expropriation will be used to pay off the debts, Mr.
Honor.
President.
The debts, Your Honor. Mr.
And then if there are still remaining accounts payable, this is where the 20 pesos will come.
20
centavos will
Yes,
come
sir.
in,
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. President. And how will the 17 billion pre-terminate? So there's no termination of contract, Mr. President? Because what I understand from the contracts, if the contracts are pre-terminated, there'll be a 17 billion penalty, Mr. President, or pre-termination fee. How will that be addressed, Mr. President?
They can renegotiate the contracts, Your Honor. I think the word, everybody's allergic with pre-termination. You're a businessman, I'm also a businessman. We also wear a different hat sometimes. So we know that pre-termination
Very messy, Mr. President.
is messy, yes.
Yeah.
So the word that they're using is renegotiation.
Yeah. Okay. So at all costs, they will avoid, because these suppliers will end up selling electricity to them, Mr. President.
That's correct.
So
They have no choice.
sila rin-
These are the power providers of the
Correct.
area.
Correct. So they have to, instead of going through legal battles, might as well renegotiate and supply electricity for the use of that new franchise area, Mr. President.
Yes.
Okay, that's very
That's
clear now.
correct.
That's very clear now, Mr. President. And
And also for the record, Mr. President, lahat naman yan magkakaibigan. They're all friends.
partners na nga sila, Mr.
Yeah, they're
President.
partners. So
Partner na
I
sila
think
sa
that's why the
LNG.
word that they're using is renegotiation. It's not
Partners na sila sa LNG,
termination.
Mr.
Yes.
President. Mr. President, I think I've already covered everything, Mr. President, all
Thank
my
you so
notes.
much, Your Honor.
So, Mr. President, thank you very much for your for the answers. I thank my compare, my seatmate,
you.
my longtime friend for clarifying a lot of the items for this representation. And at the proper time, Mr. President, we'll make some amendments.
Thank you. And
Thank you.
we really appreciate the inputs of our good distinguished colleague, former chairman of the Committee on Energy, who is my go-to guy when we have issues on electrification, energization of our country. Maraming salamat po.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Gatchalian, Senator Subiri, Majority Leader.
Mr. President, there being no other reservation for interpretation, I move to close the period of interpellation.
Any objection? Hearing none, motion's approved.
We have
Are you ready to propose some amendments?
Yes, Your Honor.
What about Senator Gatchalian?
Are you ready?
Does he have any proposed
Mr.
amendments?
President, I'm not ready yet. We're actually discussing some concepts.
Can we do committee amendments, Your Honor?
Yes,
Then
yes,
we can do individual tomorrow.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
Yes, President.
Please file the
Mr.
proper
President, with that,
motion.
I move to open the period of committee amendments and recognize the sponsor, Senator Zubiri, for his committee amendments.
Any objection? Hearing none, motion is approved. Senator Subiri is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Yes. Mr. President, just for proper procedure, I move to approve through amendment by substitution the following committee amendments. Delete the entire text of House Bill number 11072 after the enacting clause and replace the same with the provisions attached contained in the committee report number 449. Anyway, that is what we're discussing on the floor, Mr. President. I so move.
Any objection? There being none, amendments approved.
So, Mr. President, just some individual amendments to House Bill number 11072. Yes, maybe close the committee and period of committee amendments. Thank you, Majority Leader.
Yes,
Mr.
Mr.
Committee.
President, I move to close the period of committee amendments.
Any objection? There being none, the motion is approved.
I move to open the period of individual amendments and
Any
recognize the
objection?
sponsor.
Hearing none, motion is approved.
Thank you, Mr. President. On page 6, line 11, section 2, inserting a new section 21A, transition of operations after the phrase approved or provisionally approved by the ERC, and insert the phrase or allowed by laws, rules, or regulations to be immediately implemented, such that it will now read as follows. Section 21A, transition of operations. Mahaba pala to. I so move, Mr. President.
Are you not going to read it?
No more na, Mr. President. Mahaba to. No, sige, you want me to read it, Mr. President?
I'll just read it for you.
I'll read it, Mr. President. The grantee may conduct a competitive selection process for the electricity requirements in its expanded franchise area, provided that persons or entities that are supplying Nordeco's electricity pursuant to supply agreements approved or provisionally approved by the ERC or allowed by laws, rules, and regulations to be immediately implemented as of the date of the expansion of the grantee's franchise area lapses into law. Subject to SAL. So move, Mr. President.
Any objection? There being none, amendments approved.
On page 7, line 14, after the phrase shall be allowed to avail of loans, insert the phrase even prior to the takeover of the grantee of its franchise area, such that it will read as follows. Nordeco shall be allowed to avail of loans even prior to the takeover of the grantee of its franchise area to settle its outstanding debts and liabilities to its legitimate creditors. So move, Mr. President.
Any objection? There being none, amendments approved.
On page 8, line 15 to 19, delete the phrase upon the determination of the total value of assets of Nordeco that will be disposed of and its total outstanding debts and liabilities to all creditors, which shall be determined by the ERC within 1 year from the effectivity of this act. I so move, Mr. President.
An objection? There being none, amendments approved.
On page 9, before section 3, insert a new section 3 to read as follows. Section 3, if any provision or part of this act is declared invalid or unconstitutional, such declaration shall be confined in its operation to the clause, sentence, paragraph, or part thereof directly involved in the case, whereas the parts or provisions not affected thereby shall remain in full force and effect, and renumber the succeeding sections accordingly. I so move, Mr. President.
An objection? There being none, amendments approved.
On page 10, line 1, in the renumbered section 5, delete the phrase 15 days and replace it with immediately. I so move, Mr. President.
An objection? There being none, amendments approved.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have no longer any individual amendments. I believe
Senator Gatchalian, are you going to propose amendments tomorrow?
Tomorrow, Mr. President.
May I ask
We're
for a minute
already working
suspension?
with my staff.
May I ask for a minute suspension?
Session suspended.
Mr. President, I believe Senator Bato de la Rosa also has an individual amendment.
Senator Bato is recognized to propose amendments.
Thank you, Mr. President. On page 5, line 2, after the phrase, in the province of Davao del Norte, delete the phrase and the municipality of Maco and replace with and the municipalities of Compostela, Laak, Mabini, Maco, Maragusan, Mawab, Mungkayo, Montevista, Nabunturan, New Bataan, and Pantukan, such that the provision will now read as follows. Section 1, nature and scope of the franchise. Subject to the provisions of the Constitution, the applicable laws, rules, and regulations, the franchise granted to Davao Light and Power Company, Incorporated, hereunder referred to as the grantee, its successors or assignees, under Republic Act Number 8960, to construct, install, establish, operate, and maintain for commercial purposes an electric light, heat, and power system for the conveyance, distribution, and sale of electric power to the end users of Davao City, Panabo City, Tagum City, the Island Garden of Samal, and the municipalities of Carmen, Dohali, and Santo Tomas, Asuncion, Kapalong, New Corella, San Isidro, and Talaingod in the province of Davao del Norte, and the municipalities of Compostela, Laak, Mabini, Maco, Maragusan, Mawab, Mungkayo, Montevista, Nabunturan, New Bataan, and Pantukan in the province of Davao de Oro, is hereby extended for another 25 years after the expiration date of the franchise under Republic Act Number 8960. Let me explain the rationale, Mr. President. The proposal to amend the coverage of the bill to include all the municipalities in Davao de Oro will ultimately benefit the consumers of the province with Davao Light's better service and lower rates. It will be fairer and more equitable to include the rest of Davao de Oro Otherwise, the remaining consumers will see that the customers in Mako under Davao Light are receiving better service and lower rates, while the other municipalities are forced to deal with the many brownouts and high rates of Nordeco. In fact, there is a letter from the governor of Davao de Oro signed by the mayors to include the province in the coverage of the committee report. I so move, Mr. President.
We accept, Mr. President.
What does the sponsor say?
We accept, Mr. President.
Any objection? There being none, the proposed amendment of Senator Bato is hereby accepted.
I will
Thank
not,
you.
I will not debate with the person who lives there. It's his local bill. Sa kanila po yan. Siya may alam ng sitwasyon, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. President. And it
Thank
also
you, Mr.
answers-
President. In the
Mr. President,
title-
and also an explanation, it also answers the query of Senator Sherwin. Yung remaining area kasi, lalaki yung stranded cost nila. Kawawa naman sila. So mabuti nang isama mo na sila sa magandang presyo yung
Expand yung
buong area.
coverage.
Opo.
All right.
Opo. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President. In the title, after the words "in the province of Davao del Norte" and "the," replace municipality of Mako with the phrase municipalities of Compostela, Laak, Mabini, Mako, Maragusan, Mawab, Mungkayo, Montevista, Nabunturan, New Corelia, New Bataan and Pantukan, such that the new title will now read, an act including Tagum City, the Island Garden City of Samal, and the municipalities of Asuncion, Kapalong, New Corelia, San Isidro, and Talaingod in the province of Davao del Norte, and the municipalities of Compostela, Laak, Mabini, Mako, Maragusan, Mawab, Mungkayo, Montevista, Nabunturan, New Bataan, and Pantukan in the province of Davao de Oro to the franchise area of the Davao Light and Power Company Incorporated, amending for the purpose Republic Act number 11515, entitled An Act Extending for Another 25 Years the franchise granted to the Davao Light and Power Company Incorporated, and the Republic Act number 8960, entitled An Act Further Extending the Term of the franchise granted to Davao Light and Power Company Incorporated to construct, operate, and maintain an electric light, heat, and power system in Davao City and the municipalities of Carmen, Panabo, Dohali, Santo Tomas, province of Davao del Norte for a period of 25 years and for other purposes. I so move, Mr. President.
What does the sponsor say?
We accept, Mr. President.
Any objection? There being none, the amendment is approved.
The
Mr.
minority
Leader.
President, Senator De La Rosa has introduced two amendments, no? Not less than two amendments?
Yes.
Actually, it's only one.
Yes, one,
Yeah,
and then
only-
the title. So
Including the
it
title.
must have been a significant amendment to affect the title, Mr. President. What was the effect of the first amendment, Mr. President?
It's expanding to Davao de Oro, Mr. President.
Intero, the entire province of Davao de Oro.
Yes, Mr. President.
So, kasi when we interpolated, siyempre we ask questions on the territory, and then ang challenge nga natin, if we were to conduct, let us say, a plebiscite among the people, among the consumers, that they would vote for Davao Light and Power, but is
May I ask
that
for
still
maybe-
applicable with the
Kasi-
expanded territorial
Mr.
coverage,
President,
Mr. President?
earlier kasi we had a discussion. See, the good gentleman from Valenzuela and the Republic is absolutely correct, Senator Gatchalian, that if we limit it to Mako and then you leave the rest of Davao de Oro to Nordeco,
Yes.
the stranded cost will be so high. So tataas din yung rates nila per kilowatt hour. Kasi nga, maliit na lang yung coverage area nila. Ang dami nilang utang, kawawa po yung mga tao.
Doon sa mga naiwan sa Nordeco.
That's why they wrote us, the governor and the mayors wrote us officially. I wrote Senator Bato, I was very copy furnished, that they're worried na maiiwan sila dahil nga yung Mako will be at 9 pesos per kilowatt hour, tapos sila 12 to 13 pesos per kilowatt hour.
Yes.
Nalugi sila.
Hindi,
So,
yung area po na in-expand natin, that's actually now supposed to be the remaining territorial coverage
Yes.
of Nordeco.
yes.
So we are now rendering Nordeco insignificant and no longer with any area of jurisdiction. That's the effect.
Yes, Your Honor. The reason also that was brought up is Sherwin is saying that he agrees with me na hindi din sila bibigyan ng franchise ng 2028 for that remaining area. Kasi the remaining area is 2028 na lang. So, hindi nga nabigyan na yun. So, you'll see it next year. You'll be already a congressman. It will be on your floor. But might as well just do it now because then the people of Davao de Oro will be able to avail of the good rates and the good, efficient
I thought there was one area 2033. If
Samal po.
is that,
Samal.
but
That's the only place that's
but that's already in the original
yes,
bill.
it's
no?
already in the regional bill.
So, but Mr. President, since ito nga nangyari, meron, because the territorial coverage is very important when we talk about a franchise, di ba?
That's correct, Your Honor.
And this is a late amendment, Mr. President, or a concept that which is introduced in the amendment stage.
Ako lang, Mr. President.
Can we ask for a clean copy
Oh yes,
muna
Mr.
nito,
President. We're
Mr.
not finishing it. May amendments pa po bukas si Senator Gatchalian. Ang akin lang po, naawa lang po kami sa kanila. Because imagine we're gonna give good services, Your Honor, to this area. Sasabihin nila, ba't di na kami sinama ng Kongreso? Kami nang inapi dito. So parang looking forward, we're actually going to be doing a better service to all these areas. And Senator Bato, that is his area of responsibility. Nung sinabi niya, kawawa naman yung mga tao, syempre, malambot yung puso natin sa mga ganun.
Pero yung franchisee din po, I mean, dapat, di ba, pati ang franchisee, dapat with the consent of the franchisee, aakuin din niya yung expanded territorial coverage niya.
Ayaw naman po ng Nordeco, syempre, mawala ng ni square inch ng kanilang territory. So
The,
again,
the franchisee, in our measure.
they're very willing, Mr. President. They're very willing to accept that.
How come from the start hindi naisip na Davao de Oro kasali na?
Ngayon lang po kasi okay po yung mayors, yung governors and mayors. Ngayon lang po sila nagsulat. So, and they...
At any rate, Mr. President, the clean copy
We will
will
just
give us a
provide you a
chance.
clean
Yeah,
copy
will give us a
tomorrow.
chance to go over the
Yes, sir.
entirety
Yes,
na.
Thank
Yeah.
you. Thank you, Minority Floor Leader. Thank you, Mr.
And
President.
Mr. President, for the record, I am also taking note of the points of raised by the good minority leader, and kinoconsider ko po kiniconsider ko po yan yung puntos ng minority leader. Thank you, Mr. President.
All right.
Thank you, Mr. President. Maraming salamat po. We'll do the amendments again tomorrow. And the good Deputy Minority Floor Leader, without prejudice to, unless you would like to raise the questions tonight, it's okay. Okay.
The Senator Risa is recognized.
Salamat po, Mr. President. Just to make of record, as I think as the good sponsor knows and the Deputy Majority Leader knows, that I had my office had signified to the office of the Majority Leader that I was supposed to interpellate tomorrow. And then I noticed that we had already closed the period of interpellation and opened the period of amendments. So I spoke with the good Deputy Majority Leader and was informed that the office of the Majority Leader did not inform him that I had listed to interpellate. So I spoke with him and the good sponsor that I will ask questions during the period of amendments
Without prejudice.
tomorrow.
to ask
Without
questions.
prejudice.
All right.
I will propose amendments without prejudice to asking
Yes, Mr.
questions
President.
during the period of amendment tomorrow.
Gladly, Mr. President.
For the
I
record.
don't want to be on the bad side of my distinguished Deputy Minority Floor Leader. Definitely.
It's very hard for you to do that,
I
good
don't want- I don't
gentleman,
want-
good sponsor. Salamat kaayo.
The-
Salamat
very
po,
much.
Mr.
The
President.
manifestation of Senator Risa is hereby noted
Thank you.
and accepted by the sponsor. Yes, Majority Leader.
Yes, with that, Mr. President, I move that we suspend consideration of House Bill number 11072.
Any objection? There being none, motion is approved.
Mr. President, we are in receipt of the conference committee report. As such suspended, Mr. President.
Bicam? Mabilis lang to. Bicam? I'll just read this.
Yeah. Continue. Majority Leader.
Yes, Mr. President, we are in receipt of the Conference Committee report on the disagreeing provisions of Senate Bill number 2878 and House Bill number 11199, the bills on the NEDA reorganization bill. With that, I move to recognize the chairperson of the Senate panel, Senator Juan Miguel Zito, to give us the highlights of the Conference Committee report. So move, Mr. President.
Senator Subir is recognized. Please
Thank you very
proceed.
much, Mr. President. Thank you very much, Majority Leader. Mr. President, it is my honor to submit for ratification of the body the Bicameral Conference Committee report on the disagreeing provisions of Senate Bill number 2878 and House Bill number 11199, otherwise known as the Economy, Planning and Development or DepDev Act. This is our measure, Mr. President, reorganizing NEDA into the Department of Economy, Planning and Development. Last week, the Senate and the House panels had a quick, productive BICAM to produce a reconciled version of our respective bills, adopting the Senate version of the bill as our working draft. Foremost among the amendments made in the BICAM is a transitory provision empowering the President to retain the incumbent Secretary of NEDA as the inaugural Secretary of DepDev. Dahil dyan, nang blowout siya for the first time in the history of NEDA. Without the need of a new appointment, Mr. President, to facilitate the continuity of plans, programs, and policies throughout the period of transition. The President may also request the DepDev for its recommendations on budget appropriations that are not aligned with the long-term development framework, which may be then vetoed or subjected to conditional implementation. That was an amendment of the minority contingent. We have also included a provision establishing a subcommittee on inflation monitoring and market outlook under the Economic Development Committee to serve as an advisory body on measures that will keep inflation within government's targets. The comprehensive details on the disagreeing provisions are reflected in the joint explanatory statement. And with the permission of the body, I move that the said joint explanatory statement be read in toto into the record. Before I end, please allow me to thank our distinguished colleagues, Senator Wayne Gatchalian, Deputy Majority Floor Leader J.V. Ejercito, Senator Lauren Legarda, Senator Joel Villanueva, Senator Bato de la Rosa, Senator Nancy Binay, Minority Leader Coco Pimentel, our Deputy Minority Floor Leader Senator Risa Ontiveros, for helping us refine the bill here in the plenary and in the BICAM. I'd like to also thank the Senator's staff and the Senate Secretariat who painstakingly worked with us on this bill. Finally, I thank and congratulate the whole NEDA team, soon to be the DepDev team, headed by Secretary R.C. Balisacan. And we wish them well as they prepare to take on their new mandate as a full department. We trust the DepDev to be more effective in leading our economic planning and implementation, paving the way for more investments, more infrastructure, and more jobs for our people. With that, I move that the Conference Committee report be ratified. Maraming salamat, Mr. President, at mabuhay po ang Republika ng Pilipinas. Thank you.
Thank you, Majority Leader.
Mr. President, I move that we approve and ratify the Conference Committee report on the disagreeing provisions of Senate Bill number 2878 and House Bill number 11199, and let the text of the joint explanation be deemed spread to the records of this chamber. So move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? There being none, the Conference Committee report on the disagreeing provisions of Senate Bill number 2878 and House Bill number 11199 is hereby approved and ratified. Majority Leader.
Mr. President, I move to consider Senate Joint Resolution number 3, taking into consideration Senate Concurrent Resolution number 26. This is the joint resolution urging the National Telecommunications Commission to issue a provisional authority or license to Starlink Internet Services Philippines, Inc. So move, Mr. President.
There an objection? There being none, the motion is approved. Consideration of Senate Joint Resolution number 3, taking into consideration Senate Concurrent Resolution number 26, is now in order. Secretary will read the title of the resolution.
Joint resolution urging the National Telecommunications Commission to issue a provisional authority license to Starlink Internet Services Philippines, Inc., allowing it to build, own, and operate satellite ground stations pending final determination of its application for a congressional franchise.
To sponsor the measure, I move to recognize Senator Grace Poe. So move, Mr. President.
Senator Grace Post, recognized.
Mr. President, internet access is a sorry for the lateness of the hour for me, but Mr. President, internet access is a universal human right. This principle, declared by no less than the United Nations, reflects the reality of our interconnected world. Connectivity is not a privilege but a gateway to upholding and exercising countless other human rights. Also known as the freedom to connect, the government pushes for internet inclusivity. As a result, we now have programs like the free public Wi-Fi program, the National Fiber Backbone Project, and laws that support the digital agenda like the amendments to the Public Service Act, or PSA, which finally allowed the entry of foreign players that can provide better internet services to geographically isolated and disadvantaged areas.
Is this a typographical error? Free? Can you read it?
A free public Wi-Fi program.
Ba't nawala yung L?
Ano sabi ko?
Free pubic. Nakalagay. Is it an error or?
You know, this really won't, this will definitely, will pass scrutiny of our, President, officer. I'm sorry.
All right.
Bakit tanggal nga yan? I apologize for that,
Was it
Mr.
intentional?
President. I don't know. It probably is a Freudian slip by whoever was making this slide.
All right, please proceed.
Okay. May I also ask our colleagues to please tone it down a little bit because it's hard for me to hear myself delivering this. Okay. Babalikan ko na lang. Also known as the freedom to connect, the government pushes for internet inclusivity. As a result, we now have programs like the free public Wi-Fi program, the National Fiber Backbone Project, and laws that support the digital agenda like the amendments to the Public Service Act. Ngunit sa kabila nito, marami pa rin Pilipino ang unconnected. Data from the DICT shows that at least 65% of Filipinos are still without internet access, 30 years after the Philippines first connected to the internet in 1994. Loading pa rin ang internet sa mga unserved and underserved areas due to the difficulty of putting up infrastructure in remote communities and isolated islands. Infrastructure challenges have left the Philippines ranking 56th out of 169 countries in the 2024 Internet Poverty Index by the World Data Lab. So ibig sabihin, wala pa nga tayo sa average speed or average internet connectivity. We're below average. This translates to almost 16% of Filipinos considered internet poor. While we have seen incremental improvements in our download speeds, rising from 91.7 Mbps in 2023 to 94.42 Mbps in 2024, we remain significantly behind our neighbors. The Philippines ranks third from the bottom, trailing far behind Singapore, Thailand, Vietnam, and Malaysia. This reality underscores the pressing need for sustained investments and policy interventions to elevate our performance to regional standards. Ngunit mayroon pang pag-asa. The entry of Starlink's satellite technology on our shores enabled access to our most remote and isolated communities without the need for massive infrastructure. Since receiving authorizations from the NTC and the DICT in 2022, Starlink has provided internet access to households, schools, businesses, and government offices in far-flung areas. Even our very own COMELEC has tapped Starlink to ensure that the 2025 elections will not be hampered by signal issues. Government agencies and NGOs are also leveraging Starlink for many of its significant programs. For example, the Philippine Space Agency has utilized Starlink for the Incentivize project, which brings free internet to students and local government offices in islands like Humalig in Quezon and other remote areas like Barangay Dika Panikian in Aurora. Starlink satellites were also distributed by DepEd, some LGUs, and nonprofit organizations to schools in far-flung communities in Palawan and Cebu. It was also installed to help ensure high-speed internet for the video conferencing court proceedings in remote areas such as Bangao RTC in Tawi-Tawi. Ito po yung report sa atin ng ating mga justices nung sila'y pumunta rito na because of Starlink, they're able to conduct hearings in Tawi-Tawi. The Office of Civil Defense and the NDRRMC also used it to address cell signal disruptions and secure communication lines in calamity-stricken areas like Batanes, Batangas, and more recently in the areas affected by the eruption of Mount Canlaon. Starlink is also used in isolated military detachments like the one in Balabac, Palawan. An NGO donated 3 Starlink kits to the Philippine Navy troops stationed in Pag-asa Island to help them attain reliable online connectivity despite being detached from the Palawan mainland. The Subic Bay Metropolitan Authority also received unmanned aerial vehicles or drones paired with a Starlink Internet unit from the United States to augment the emergency response capabilities of the Freeport and its fire and law enforcement departments. This is how portable it is, Mr. President. Some of our colleagues here can attest to Starlink's relevance. Case in point, Senator Lauren Legarda spearheaded the installation of Starlink at Lacaron Integrated School in Sibalom, Antique, which faced connectivity challenges due to its remote location in a hilly and upland area. Patunay ito na ang koneksyon ay oportunidad. Sa pagkonekta ng bawat Pilipino sa internet ay may nagbubukas na pinto sa mas magandang kinabukasan. In support of initiatives on disaster response, digital and inclusive education, healthcare, military support, and expansive legal services, Starlink has deployed 250 satellite dishes worth $7.5 million to strengthen connectivity and resilience in key sectors of our country. To date, Starlink has invested 600 million pesos in its operations in the Philippines, which reaffirms its confidence in the local market's immense potential. However, Starlink faces challenges within our regulatory framework. While it plans to expand its coverage using gateway ground stations, it risks falling within the gray area of the 93-year-old radio control law, which requires radio stations to have a congressional franchise. Ngunit, applicable pa ba ang batas na ito sa makabagong teknolohiya tulad ng satellite internet? It is hard to imagine that a 1931 law could have foreseen the technological advancements behind satellite ground or earth stations like those used by Starlink. These stations, which are critical to modern satellite internet, are fundamentally different from traditional radio stations, which the antiquated legislation aims to regulate. Magkaiba naman po ang service niyan. The construction and operation of earth stations serve as ancillary infrastructure and should not be conflated with direct broadcast facilities. Before Starlink's entry into the Philippines, constitutional and legal barriers restricted fully foreign-owned companies like SpaceX. The landscape changed in 2022 with the passage of the Republic Act number 11659, amending the PSA, which I proudly authored and principally sponsored. The groundbreaking reform lifted foreign ownership restrictions for industries classified as public services, paving the way for global tech innovators like Starlink to operate in the Philippines. But even before the new PSA was passed, in 2021, Executive Order number 127 already liberalized the provision of satellite broadband services, removing barriers to market entry for private entities seeking to deploy broadband technologies, including satellite services. Section 2 of Executive Order 127 explicitly allows value-added services and internet service providers to build and operate broadband facilities to offer internet services. Moreover, the DICT Circular Number 2, Series of 2021, which implements EO 127, defines broadband facilities to include earth stations, satellite equipment, routers, and other related infrastructure. This framework empowers Starlink to construct and operate satellite earth stations under the NTC regulatory oversight without requiring a legislative franchise. Mr. President, Starlink's operations align seamlessly with the government's objectives to bridge the digital divide by providing internet access to underserved and remote communities. Requiring them to secure a legislative franchise would run counter to the principles of deregulation and liberalization enshrined in our laws and policies. It would unnecessarily delay the rollout of critical infrastructure necessary for nationwide connectivity. Nonetheless, the question of whether Starlink as a satellite internet provider must secure a franchise is a matter best referred to the committees of primary referral. Starlink has taken the proactive step by seeking a franchise. Already filed in both Congresses are House Bill number 10954 and Senate Bill number 2844. However, given the urgency of the matter, Starlink is requesting a temporary license from the NTC to put up ground stations while awaiting congressional approval. Once given authority, Starlink plans to put up 14 ground stations all over the country. Ground stations are facilities on the ground that link space satellites to terrestrial internet infrastructure for signal transmission. Think of these stations as the intermediaries that enable smooth communication between satellites and the internet. It's there on the screen. These ground stations, or points of reference, are vital in improving the capacity of Starlink's satellite internet system. Importante ang infrastrukturang ito para sa mabilis at maayos na pag-transfer ng data, lalo na sa mga lugar kung saan limitado ang connectivity. Kung wala ang mga gateway na ito, maantala ang serbisyo ng Starlink. The efficiency, speed, and low latency connectivity that Starlink promises may be compromised. It is against this backdrop that I'm asking my colleagues to support the adoption of a resolution in whatever form, whether concurrent or joint, urging the National Telecommunications Communication to grant provisional authority to Starlink. The House of Representatives has filed a counterpart resolution on this matter under House Joint Resolution number 21. Under RA number 11659, EO number 127, DICT Circular number 02, the NTC has the jurisdiction to issue such provisional licenses without diminishing, and I repeat, without diminishing Congress's authority. This temporary measure guarantees that infrastructure development can proceed without delay, ensuring continuity for Starlink's growing subscriber base. By granting this provisional authority, we ensure that Starlink can continue connecting us without delay, bringing life-changing connectivity to more communities, especially those in hard-to-reach places. This resolution represents a decisive step towards bridging the digital divide, uplifting underserved communities, and fortifying our nation's digital resilience. By approving this measure, the Senate doubles down on its commitment to fostering technological innovation, championing equitable progress, and safeguarding the connectivity essential to the Philippines' future. Let us act decisively to ensure no one is left behind in this digital revolution. Mr. President, let us seize this opportunity to shape a future where every Filipino is empowered by connectivity. I now humbly urge the Senate's consideration of the approval and adoption of Senate Joint Resolution Number 3. Maraming salamat po.
Thank you, Senator Grace. Senator Joel Villanueva is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. This is to just give a manifestation of support and perhaps co-sponsor also the measure. Mr. President, may I just place into the records my sincerest thanks and gratitude to our good sponsor, Senator Grace Poe, for sponsoring this resolution. Mr. President, we also would like to put into the records of this August chamber that we fully agree with our Senate President, Chis Escudero, who delivered an important message this afternoon, considering that we are an archipelagic nation and providing reliable and affordable internet connectivity nationwide is truly a great challenge, Mr. President. In the 1987 Constitution states that communications and information play a vital role in nation building. However, Mr. President, based on 2024 World Bank report, our internet connectivity is the most expensive in Southeast Asia, but is relatively slow compared to our neighbors in Singapore, Thailand, Malaysia, Vietnam, and Brunei. And this is why, Mr. President, it is not surprising that 65% of Filipinos are still not connected to the internet. Granting provisional authority, as mentioned a while ago by the distinguished lady from Iloilo and Pangasinan, Senator Grace Poe, granting provisional authority to Starlink, an internet service provider with global coverage, presents a significant opportunity to address this digital divide. Ginoong Pangulo, kung mabibigyan po ng provisional authority ang Starlink, hiling ko lang po, Ginoong Pangulo, ang hiling po natin na hindi lamang po maging mas mabilis at mas reliable ang ating koneksyon. Sana po ay lalo pang mapababa ang presyo nito upang maging abot kaya para po sa nakararami nating mga kababayan. Ginoong Pangulo, ako po ay isa sa mga buhay na patotoo. I would say I'm a living testimony as to how Starlink operates. And I would say, Mr. President, that they are far, far better than what is available right now in the market. A better internet connectivity, Mr. President, will enhance access to education, access to healthcare, commerce, and government services. It is also aligned with the government's push toward digital transformation that will encourage economic growth and global competitiveness. And so with that, Mr. President, we join the call of our distinguished colleagues here in the Senate, urging the National Telecommunications Commission in issuing a provisional authority or license to Starlink. Marami pong salamat, Ginoong Pangulo, at pagpalain tayong lahat ng ating Panginoong Diyos.
Thank you, Senator Joel. The minority... Senator
Co-sponsors.
Gatchalian.
Mr. President, may I deliver my co-sponsorship speech?
Please proceed.
I rise today to co-sponsor the current resolution urging the National Telecommunications Commission to grant Starlink Internet Services Philippines a provisional authority to build, own, and operate satellite ground stations while its congressional franchise application is being deliberated. This resolution serves as a vital action to bridge the digital divide and unlock opportunities for millions of Filipinos. For decades, the lack of reliable internet connectivity has been a persistent barrier to progress, particularly for those in remote and underserved communities. Isipin natin, maging ang pinakamalayong isla o pinakamataas na bundok, magagamit na ng ating mga kababayan ang internet para sa pag-aaral, trabaho at komunikasyon. Beyond this, the value of robust satellite internet is undeniable in times of disasters. When typhoons, earthquakes, or floods destroy traditional telecommunication infrastructure, satellite networks remain operational. For a country like the Philippines, ranked among the most disaster-prone in the world, this capability is indeed essential. This initiative aligns seamlessly with our broader legislative agenda for digital transformation. Through our proposed Digital Transformation of Basic Education Act, we aim to fast-track the deployment of free public Wi-Fi in all public schools in line with the Free Internet Access in Public Places Act. Starlink satellite technology complements this vision, ensuring no school, whether in the heart of the city or the remotest barangay, is left behind in the digital age. While Starlink already possesses the necessary regulatory accreditations to provide satellite internet services, the construction and operation of satellite ground stations will further enhance their capacity to deliver. However, the lengthy timelines associated with securing a congressional franchise could delay this critical expansion. By granting provisional authority, we enable Starlink to act immediately, ensuring that the benefits of their technology reach our people without unnecessary delays. In view of the aforementioned benefits to our society, I also urge our fellow legislators, including our counterparts in the House of Representatives, to prioritize and deliberate on the franchise application of Starlink. Before I end, allow me to express my gratitude to the sponsor of this resolution, Senator Grace Poe, for championing this timely and significant proposed measure. This is a step toward ensuring that no Filipino, regardless of geography or circumstance, is left behind in our nation's pursuit of progress. Let us act decisively to support this resolution. Thank you, Mr. President, esteemed colleagues.
Thank you, Senator Gatchalian, Minority Leader. Yes, please. Please proceed.
I'm aware of the lateness of the hour, but if the sponsor of the measure will accept maybe just one question, Mr. President.
Gladly,
Yes,
Mr.
okay.
President, to clarify
Yes.
also.
Meron na pong mga Starlink antennas ngayon at na-access na natin ang Starlink satellite services. So, it's functioning and some are benefiting, some are enjoying now the access. So, why is there, kasi ang panawagan ng ating resolution nata is for the NTC to issue a provisional authority for Starlink to establish ground stations. So, why is there a need for this measure when the service can already be accessed as of the moment, Mr. President?
Mr. President, actually, having those ground stations will maximize the full potential of Starlink's connectivity. And we know this because, for example, in certain areas, you do get signal, but then if you have these ground stations, I assume it will be faster. There are more wider coverage of the services that can be provided by Starlink. So it's basically there, expansion and better service.
So, that's the reason, Mr. President. So, you will just make it off record. So, thank you for that, Mr. President.
Oh, thank you also
Thank you,
to
Minority Leader.
Mr. President. Before
Yes, Senator Poe.
I'd like to. Grabe naman mampatay ng itong mga. Hindi ba yes, yes. I need. No, first I'd like to thank our colleagues for their support, and I can assure you that this is really for the betterment of our countrymen. And I'd like to thank also especially Senator Joel Villanueva for mentioning my name 3 times to acknowledge my contribution to this. Senator, our resident electrical engineer, Senator Senator Sherwin Gatchalian also for acknowledging, and Senator Cheese Escudero, our Senate President, who also filed this resolution
Mr. President.
and is one of those main authors. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Zubiri.
Yes,
Thank
Mr.
you,
President, may
Senator
also be
Grace.
made a co-sponsor and co-author of this resolution. I am in full support of Starlink. I've seen what they've done in many nations, Mr. President. They are what Elon Musk and his Starlink has done to bring back communication to people from areas that had no internet connections. Napakagaling. And maybe soon, Mr. President, if the Starlink gentlemen are listening together with Senator Grace, maybe they can also introduce to the country their Starlink telecommunications telco. I believe in Singapore, they have a telco, it's satellite. Their cell phone does not need this, you don't need a tower anymore, Mr. President. Satellite na siya. So yung cell phone, you're in the middle of the jungle, you will have cell site. Ganun kagaling ang bagong Starlink na telecommunication, the telco product it can service. So one day, maybe we can get the services of the telcos of Starlink here in the country as well. And it will be for the whole country. Whether you're in Apari or in Tawi-Tawi, you will have a cell signal with their system.
That will be beneficial to all Filipinos,
Absolutely, Mr.
especially in the rural areas. Yes, Majority Leader.
Yes, Mr. President, the Senate President would like to insert to the records his sponsorship.
The Senate President.
Senate Joint Resolution Number 3.
The co-sponsorship speech of the Senate President is hereby inserted into the records.
Mr. President, no member wishes to interpolate or propose amendments to the measure. I move to adopt Senate Resolution Number 3, take into consideration Senate Concurrent Resolution Number 26, subject to style. So move, Mr. President.
Any objection? There being none, Senate Joint Resolution Number 3, taking into consideration Senate Concurrent Resolution Number 26, subject to style, is hereby adopted. Congratulations, Mr. Foreigner.
Mr. President, I move that we resume consideration of Senate Bill Number 2647 under Committee Report Number 250. This is the bill strengthening the Basis Conversion and Development Authority. So move, Mr. President.
Any objection? There being none, resumption of consideration of said bill under the aforementioned committee report is now in order.
I move to resume the period of individual amendments using the clean copy of the bill as of January 2025 as our working draft and recognize the sponsor, Senator Mark Villar, to propose his individual amendments. So move, Mr. President.
Villar is hereby recognized to propose some individual amendments.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, with the permission of the body, I would like to introduce some amendments from Senator Alan Peter Cayetano and Senate Minority Leader Aquilino Coco Pimentel to further refine the bill strengthening the Basis Conversion and Development Authority. The amendments to being introduced are based on the clean copy from the legislative bills in index service as of January 22, 2025. On page 2, delete lines 27 until page 4, line 3, and replace with the following. Section 18, declaration of portions of special economic and free port zones as alienable and disposable, 10% of the total land area of each of the following special economic and free port zones as identified in the respective master development plans are hereby declared as alienable and disposable. A, Clark Special Economic Zone, including New Clark City and Clark Freeport Zone, created pursuant to Proclamation Number 163, Series of 1993 as amended and in relation to Republic Act Number 9400. B, Poro Point Freeport Zone, created pursuant to Proclamation Number 216, Series of 1993 as amended. C, Batan Technology Park, formerly known as the Philippine Refugee Processing Center Complex, within the Morong Special Economic Zone, created pursuant to Proclamation Number 984, Series of 1997. And D, John Hay Special Economic Zone, pursuant to Proclamation Number 420, Series of 1994 as amended, provided that the identified portions of the enumerated special economic and free port zone shall be allocated as follows. A, 5% for residential and residential mixed-use purposes, and B, 5% for institutional and industrial purposes consistent with the priority projects and plans of the government. Provided further that the President, considering the market demand and economic conditions, may declare an additional area not exceeding 5% of the total land area of each of the above-mentioned special economic and free port zones as alienable and disposable and shall be allocated for residential and residential mixed-use, institutional and industrial purposes. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? There being none, the amendments hereby approved. Lana?
Lastly, on page 4, line 11, after the period, add the sentence, existing lease contracts in the covered areas shall be protected and respected in accordance with existing laws. I so move, Mr.
That is
President.
page 4, line 11?
Yeah, lastly, on page 4, line 11, after the period,
Okay.
add the...
After the word authority. Correct?
Yes, that's correct.
All right.
Add the sentence, existing lease contracts in the covered areas shall be protected and respected in accordance with existing laws.
Any objection? There being none, amendments approved.
Thank you, and that is all, Mr. President.
Majority Leader,
With no other individual amendment, I move to close the period of individual
any
amendment.
objection? There being none, motion's approved.
I move that we approve on second reading Senate Bill number 2647. So move, Mr. President.
Is there an objection? There being none, the motion is approved. Senate Bill number 2647 is hereby approved on second reading.
I move to suspend consideration of Senate Bill number 2647.
Any objection? There being none, motion is approved.
Mr. President, I move that we proceed to reference of business.
The Secretary is directed to read the reference of business.
Additional reference of business committee reports. Committee Report 470 by the Committee on Justice and Human Rights of House Number 8905, an act granting Philippine citizenship to Grace Tanto. Recommending approval without amendment. Sponsor Senator Pimentel III.
To the calendar for ordinary business.
471 by the Committee on Justice on House Number 10804, an act granting Philippine citizenship to Job Kalakakal Umen. Recommending approval without amendment. Senator Pimentel
To
III.
the calendar for ordinary business.
472 by the Committee on Justice on House Number 9869, granting Philippine citizenship to Bulls Shemishu Ashurian. Recommending approval without amendment. Senator Pimentel III.
To the calendar for ordinary business.
473 by the Committee on Justice on House Number 10085, granting Philippine citizenship to Stephen Decatur Haynes. Recommending approval without amendment, taking into consideration Senate Number 2776, Senator Pimentel III.
To the calendar for ordinary business.
474 by the Committee on Cultural Communities and Muslim Affairs on Senate Number 2869 by Senator Padilla. An act amending RA 8731, otherwise known as the Indigenous Peoples' Rights Act of 1997, recommending approval without amendment. Sponsor Senator Padilla.
To the calendar for ordinary business.
Second additional reference of business, bills on first reading, Senate Number 2948. Further amending RA 8042, the Migrant Workers and Overseas Filipino Act of 1995 as amended by RA 10022 to enhance protection and welfare standards for migrant workers through expanded compulsory insurance coverage. Senator Estrada.
Committee on Migrant Workers.
2949, granting Philippine Sports Commission the authority to acquire real properties by other modes, amending Section 7 of RA 11214. Senator Tolentino.
Sports.
2950, providing for a national anti-doping policy in sports, establishing for the purpose the Philippine National Anti-Doping Organization, appropriating funds therefore. Senator Tolentino.
Sports and Finance.
2951, penalizing foreign interference in the Philippines and creating the Counter-Foreign Interference Council and for other purposes. Senator Tolentino.
National Defense and Security, Peace, Reunification, Reconciliation, Justice, and Human Rights.
2952, prohibiting the issuance of pre-approved credit cards without the consent of the consumer and for other purposes. Senator Estrada.
Banks, financial institutions, and currencies.
2953, establishing the Philippine Geriatric Medical Center, otherwise known as the Senior Citizens Hospital, appropriating funds therefore. Senator Estrada.
Health and Demography, Ways and Means, and Finance.
2954, modernizing the Philippine Orthopedic Center, upgrading its service facilities, appropriating funds therefore. Senator Estrada.
Health and Demography, and Finance.
2955, an act to expand free legal assistance to all indigent Filipinos, amending Chapter 5, Title 3, Book 4 of EO 292, appropriating funds therefore and for other purposes. Senator Estrada.
Justice and Human Rights, Social Justice, Welfare and Rural Development, and Finance.
2956, establishing and organizing the Philippine Electronic Sports Commission and appropriating funds therefore. Senator Estrada.
Sports, Civil Service, Government Reorganization, and Professional Regulation, and Finance.
2957, banning the importation of solid waste, providing penalties for violations thereof and for other purposes. Senator Estrada.
Environment, Natural Resources and Climate Change, Trade, Commerce and Entrepreneurship, and Finance.
2958, prescribing school bus safety standards and for other purposes, Senator Estrada.
Public Services and Basic Education.
2959, integrating basic road safety and comprehensive driver's education in the curriculum of the Enhanced Basic Education K-12 program, Senator Estrada.
Basic Education, Finance.
Resolutions. Proposed Senate Resolution 1287, commemorating the remarkable life and legacy of Ms. Gloria Romero, a pillar of Philippine cinema for her lifetime of unwavering dedication to the entertainment industry and the collective cultural heritage of country. Introduced by Senator Poe.
Rules.
1288, honoring and celebrating the life of Gloria Romero, icon of the Philippine film and television industry, and expressing condolences to her family and loved ones for her passing. Senator Lapi.
Rules.
1289, congratulating and commending Katrina Umanda for her historic achievement as the youngest Filipina to travel to all 195 countries using a Philippine passport. Senator Lapi.
Rules.
1290, expressing profound sympathy and sincere condolences on the death of Queen of Philippine Cinema, Gloria Ann Romero Gala, popularly known as Gloria Romero. Senator Estrada.
Rules.
1291, directing the appropriate Senate committee to conduct an inquiry on the armed encounter between troops from the Philippine Army 32nd Infantry Battalion and lawless elements allegedly supported by MILF. Senator Padilla.
National Defense and Security, Peace, Unification, and Reconciliation.
1292, expressing the profound sympathy and sincere condolences of the Senate of the Philippines on the death of veteran film and television actress Gloria Romero. Senator Revilla Jr.
Rules.
Committee reports. Committee Report 475 by the Committee on Higher Education, upon the recommendation of the Subcommittee on Philippine Qualifications Framework, jointly with the Committees on Basic Education and Finance, on Senate number 2960 with Senators Villanueva, Estrada, Cayetano AP, Gatchalian, and Poe as authors, institutionalizing the Lifelong Learning Development Framework, broadening the mandate of the Philippine Qualifications Framework National Coordinating Council, amending RA 10968, appropriating funds therefore and for other purposes, recommending its approval in substitution of Senate number 364, taking into consideration Senate number 2072, sponsored Senator Villanueva.
To the calendar for ordinary business.
476, jointly by the Committees on Agriculture and Agrarian Reform and Finance on House number 7500, establishing an aquaculture feed mill plant in Barangay Bahit, Municipality of Panay, Province of Capiz, appropriating funds therefore, recommending its approval with amendments, taking into consideration Senate number 2417, sponsored Senator Villar C.
To the calendar for ordinary business.
Third additional reference to business committee reports. Committee Report 477, jointly by the Committees on Basic Education and Finance on House number 9601, creating a high school for sports in Bagak, Bataan, to be known as the Bataan High School for Sports, appropriating funds therefore, recommending approval through amendment by substitution, sponsor Senator Gatchalian.
Calendar for ordinary business.
478, jointly by the Committees on Basic Education and Finance on House number 9602, establishing the Baybay City National High School for Sports in Baybay City, Province of Leyte, appropriating funds therefore, recommending approval through amendment by substitution, sponsor Senator Gatchalian.
Calendar for ordinary business.
479, jointly by the Committees on Justice and Human Rights and Finance on House number 9470, creating one additional branch of the RTC in the 9th Judicial Region to be stationed in Labason, Zamboanga del Norte, appropriating funds therefore, recommending approval through amendment by substitution, sponsor Senator Pimentel III.
To the calendar for ordinary business.
480, jointly by the Committees on Justice and Finance on House number 9480, creating one additional branch of the RTC in the 11th Judicial Region in Sulop, Davao del Sur, and appropriating funds therefore, recommending approval through amendment by substitution, sponsor Senator Pimentel III.
Calendar for ordinary business.
481, jointly by the Committees on Justice and Finance on House number 9488, creating one additional branch of the RTC in the 7th Judicial Region in Moalboal, Cebu, appropriating funds therefore, recommending approval through amendment by substitution, sponsor Senator Pimentel III.
Calendar for ordinary business.
482, jointly by the Committees on Justice and Human Rights and Finance on House number 9489, creating one additional branch of the RTC in the 2nd Judicial Region in Alicia Isabela, appropriating funds therefore, recommending approval through amendment by substitution, sponsor Senator Pimentel
To the
III.
calendar for ordinary business.
483, by the Committee on Justice and Finance on House number 9492, creating two additional branches of the RTC and two additional branches of the MTC in cities in the 11th Judicial Region in Mati, Davao Oriental, and appropriating funds therefore, recommending approval through amendment by substitution, sponsor Senator Pimentel III.
To the calendar for ordinary business.
484, jointly by the Committees on Justice and Finance on House number 9493, creating four additional branches of the RTC in the 4th Judicial Region, two of which to be designated as family courts in the municipalities of Brooks Point and Coron, and 2 to be designated as special courts for environmental cases in Coron and Rojas, all in the province of Palawan, and appropriating funds therefore. Recommending approval through amendment by substitution, sponsor Senator Pimentel III.
To the calendar for ordinary business.
485, jointly by the Committees on Justice and Finance on House Number 9494, creating 2 additional branches of the Municipal Trial Court in cities in the 11th Judicial Region to be stationed in Tagum, Davao del Norte, appropriating funds therefore. Recommending approval through amendment by substitution, sponsor Senator Pimentel III.
To the calendar for ordinary business.
486, jointly by the Committees on Justice and Human Rights and Finance on House Number 9495, creating 1 additional branch of the RTC in the 10th Judicial Region to be stationed in Maramag, Bukidnon, appropriating funds therefore. Recommending approval through amendment by substitution, sponsor Senator Pimentel III.
To the calendar for ordinary business.
487, jointly by the Committees on Justice and Finance on House Number 9496, creating 2 additional branches of the RTC in the 2nd Judicial Region in the city of Ilagan and Tumawini, Isabela, and appropriating funds therefore. Recommending approval through amendment by substitution, sponsor Senator Pimentel III.
To the calendar for ordinary business. Majority Leader.
Mr. President, I move that we transfer from the calendar for ordinary business to the calendar for special orders. Committee Report Number 479 on House Bill Number 9470. Committee Report Number 480 on House Bill Number 9480. Committee Report Number 481 on House Bill Number 9488. Committee Report Number 482 on House Bill Number 9489. Committee Report Number 483 on House Bill Number 9492. Committee Report Number 484 on House Bill Number 9493. Committee Report Number 485 on House Bill Number 9494. Committee Report Number 486 on House Bill Number 9495. And Committee Report Number 487 on House Bill Number 9496. These are the bills on the creation of courts.
Is there an objection? There being none, the motion is approved.
I move that we consider the aforementioned House bill. So move, Mr. President.
An objection? There being none, the motion is approved. The Secretary is directed to read only the title of the bills without prejudice to inserting to the records the whole text thereof.
House Number 9470, RTC in the 9th Judicial Region, Labason, Zamboanga del Norte. 9480, RTC in the 11th Judicial Region, Sulop, Davao del Sur. 9488, RTC in the 7th Judicial Region, Moalboal, Cebu. 9489, RTC in the 2nd Judicial Region, Alicia, Isabela. 9492, RTC and MTC in the 11th Judicial Region, Mati, Davao Oriental. 9493, RTC in the 4th Judicial Region, Coron and Rojas, Palawan. 9494, MTC in the 11th Judicial Region, Tagum, Davao del Norte. 9495, RTC in the 10th Judicial Region, Maramag, Bukidnon. 9496, RTC, 2nd Judicial Region, Ilagan and Tumawini, Isabela.
Majority Leader.
I move to recognize our Minority Leader Senator Aquilino Pimentel, also the Chairperson of the Committee on Justice and Human Rights, to deliver an omnibus sponsorship.
An objection? There being none, motion is approved.
Thank you, Mr. President. And allow me to thank the majority for allowing us to sponsor these measures, given even at this late hour, Mr. President. So, Mr. President, my dear colleagues, our justice system continues to face a major setback with almost 1 million unresolved cases from the Supreme Court down to the lower courts, as revealed during the last budget deliberation of the judiciary. These statistics are not merely abstract numbers. They represent the realities of countless individuals who have endured the painful consequences of delayed justice. Behind every case is a farmer wronged in a land dispute, a young woman seeking protection from abuse, or a family struggling to claim their rightful inheritance. Their voices echo with a common plea for a fair and accessible justice system. For these reasons, as Chairman of the Committee on Justice and Human Rights, this representation humbly submits for consideration the following 9 measures which got the assent and recommendation of the Office of the Court Administrator of the Supreme Court. Number 1 is House Bill number 9470. We will create 1 additional branch of the RTC in the 9th Judicial Region to be stationed in Labason, Zamboanga del Norte. Number 2 is House Bill number 9480. We will create 1 additional branch of the RTC in the 11th Judicial Region to be stationed in Sulop, Davao del Sur. Number 3 is House Bill number 9488. We will create one additional branch of the RTC in the 7th Judicial Region to be stationed in Mualboal, Cebu. Number 4 is House Bill number 9489. One additional branch of the RTC in the 2nd Judicial Region to be stationed in Alicia, Isabela. Number 5, House Bill number 9495, one additional branch of the RTC in the 10th Judicial Region to be stationed in Maramag, Bukidnon. Number 6, House Bill number 9492, we will create 2 additional branches of the RTC and 2 additional branches of the Municipal Trial Court in Cities, or MTCC, in the 11th Judicial Region to be stationed in the city of Mati, Davao Oriental. Number 7, House Bill number 9493, we will create 4 additional branches of the RTC in the 4th Judicial Region to be stationed in the following areas. 2 branches to be designated as family courts in the municipalities of Brooks Point and Coron, Palawan, and 2 branches to be designated as special courts for environmental cases in the municipalities of Coron and Rojas, province of Palawan. Title ito ba? We will change it. Okay, but as far as House Bill number 9493 is concerned, I'm basing it on the title of the bills. No? But in the body, we will introduce amendments, Mr. President. Number 8, House Bill number 9494 will create 2 additional branches of the Municipal Trial Court in cities in the 11th Judicial Region to be stationed in Tagum City, Davao del Norte. And number 9 is House Bill number 9496, 2 additional branches of the RTC in the 2nd Judicial Region to be stationed in the city of Ilagan and in the municipality of Tumawini in the province of Isabela. By bringing the judiciary closer to the people, we not only uphold our constitutional right to a fair and speedy trial, but also foster trust in our legal institutions. This initiative also aligns with our collective vision of a society where justice is accessible to all, regardless of location or circumstance. We therefore seek your support for passing these measures to improve our justice system. Maraming salamat.
Thank you, Minority Leader. Majority Leader.
I move that we suspend consideration of the aforementioned House bills.
Any objection? There being none, the motion is approved.
Mr. President, I move that we transfer from the calendar for ordinary business to the calendar for special orders. House Bill number 8905, House Bill number 10085, House Bill number 10804, and House Bill number 9869. These are the various bills granting Philippine citizenship. So move, Mr. President.
Any objection? There being none, motion is approved.
I move that we consider the aforementioned House bill. So move, Mr. President.
Any objection? There being none, motion is approved. The Secretary is directed to read only the title of the bills without prejudice, inserting into the record the whole text thereof.
House Bill number 8905, Philippine citizenship to Grace Tanto. House Bill number 10085, Philippine citizenship to Stephen Decatur Haynes. House Bill number 10804, Philippine citizenship to Job Calarakal Omen. House Bill number 9869, Philippine citizenship to Bulls Shemisho Ashurian.
Majority Leader. Ano ba ito mo ito?
I move to recognize Senator Aquilino Cocomintel, Chairperson of the Committee on Justice and Human Rights, to deliver an omnibus sponsorship speech.
Any objection? There being none, motion is approved. Minority Leader, please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President. Once again, I would like to thank the majority for allowing us to sponsor at this late hour 4 measures, although I've noticed that you pushed us at the end, Mr. President, at the tail end, at the end of our session. So, Mr. President, esteemed colleagues, today I rise to sponsor House Bill number 8905, an act granting Philippine citizenship to Grace Tanto. This bill was introduced by Representatives Rufus Rodriguez and Juliet Marie Ferrer. House Bill number 10804, an act granting Philippine citizenship to Job Calarakal Omen, introduced by Representatives Oscar Malapitan and Juliet Marie Ferrer. House Bill number 10085, an act granting Philippine citizenship to Stephen Decatur Haynes, introduced by Representatives Steve Solon, Peter Miguel, Juliet Marie Ferrer, Loreto Acharon, and Sergio Dagook, and Senator Francis Tolentino via Senate Bill number 2776. House Bill number 9869, an act granting Philippine citizenship to Bulls Shemisho Ashurian, introduced by Representatives Eliandro Jesus Madrona and Juliet Marie Ferrer. So today we have the bills for 4 individuals who by the act of this esteemed chamber and our counterparts in the House of Representatives will be made citizens of their chosen land, their lupang hinirang. They, through their actions that demonstrate their sincere desire to become Filipinos, and will be made our kababayans. Naturalization through a legislative act is in the nature of a private bill. Article 6, Section 24 of the 1987 Constitution states that all appropriation, revenue or tariff bills, bills authorizing increase of the public debt, bills of local application, and private bills shall originate exclusively in the House of Representatives, but the Senate may propose or concur with amendments. That's the reason why I mentioned who sponsored the bills in the House of Representatives, Mr. President. Grace Tanto is a Taiwan national who speaks Tagalog and Bisaya fluently. She has an impressive resume of nation building through her work as school director of Oro Christian Grace School in Cagayan de Oro City and her service as a pastor. She has helped mold young Filipinos into individuals of excellence and character, instilling in them a love for God, a love for their country, and a concern for others. In her words, "With my hand over my chest and my voice joining the pledge, I feel every bit a Filipino." Father Job Kalyarakal Umen, a priest from India, cites the Filipinos' unwavering faith and vibrant culture as his inspiration. In rural parishes of Isabela, he walked miles to far-flung barrios to celebrate Mass. He even shared the Eucharist with soldiers in military camps and, on some occasions, armed individuals in the mountains. Each encounter revealed the resilience and hospitality of the Filipino people, even in the most challenging circumstances. To him, becoming a naturalized Filipino is not just a personal desire, but a reflection of his gratitude and commitment to this land and its people. Father Stephen Decatur Haynes, a priest born in the United States, serves at the Catholic Cathedral in Marbel, saying the main English Mass.
They are both priests, itong si Umen tsaka Haynes.
Haynes, yes sir.
Both priests?
Yes.
Catholic.
Yes, Catholic priest. But Father Haynes has a very interesting history before he became a Catholic priest. Father Haynes visits the Diocesan Seminary for reflections occasionally, as well as the Passionist Seminary. He anoints the sick and the dying. Tama ba yun si Haynes ba yung dating sa UK? He has been made a Knight of Columbus and serves as chaplain to the National Bureau of Investigation. Making yearly visits to his adopted Filipino family, Father Haynes has loved the Filipino people for the longest time and regards the Filipinos' warmth, kindness, and caring families as an example to us all. Siya yung former Anglican. Father Haynes actually is a former Anglican priest also, Mr. President. Mr. Bulls Shemisho Ashurian, an Iranian citizen married to a Filipina, owns a restaurant business in Romblon, has owned a restaurant business in Romblon since 2017, has learned to speak Filipino fluently. His time in the Philippines has made him love Filipino culture, particularly the hospitable nature and close family ties of the Filipinos.
What is his nationality again?
Iranian.
Iranian.
At this juncture, it must be recalled that the opportunity of a foreigner to become a citizen by naturalization is a mere matter of grace, favor, or privilege extended to him by the state. The applicant does not possess any natural, inherent, existing, or vested right to be admitted to Philippine citizenship. After all, naturalization proceedings are imbued with the highest public interest. Ladies and gentlemen, let me assure this august chamber that this representation has carefully reviewed the qualifications of the aforementioned applicants and finds them to be worthy of being made Filipino. If there is an overarching theme to their stories, it is faith and family, hallmarks of the Filipino identity. Further, during the time that they have spent in the Philippines, they have rendered notable service in their respective fields. To be a Filipino is a gift. That is why we have been very careful, and we should be very careful. This is the greatest gift that the Filipino people can give to a foreigner. So, Mr. President, my dear colleagues, it is my belief that the applicants deserve this gift. Thus, I earnestly seek your support for the above-mentioned measures. Maraming salamat.
Thank you, Minority Leader. Majority Leader.
I move that we suspend consideration of the aforementioned House bills.
Any objection? There being none, motion's approved. Last.
Mr. President, at this juncture, I move that we resume consideration of Senate Bill number 2838 under Committee Report number 332. This is the bill on the Magna Carta of Barangay Health Workers. So move, Mr. President.
Any objection? There being none, resumption of consideration of said bills now in order.
Mr. President, the parliamentary status of the measures that we are in the period of interpellations and debate. And, Mr. President, may I just be allowed, Mr. President, to ask just one question to the distinguished sponsor, Mr. President?
Please proceed.
Thank you.
Yes,
Senator-
Mr. President, gladly so.
Yeah, just one question, Mr. President. May I know if this representation is a co-author of this measure and that this representation actually delivered a co-sponsorship speech of this particular measure?
Yes, Mr. President, Senator Joel Villanueva indeed delivered a co-sponsorship speech, and he is a co-author of the Magna Carta for the Barangay Health Workers.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. That's all I wanted to ask because there were rumors and unfortunately coming from the other house that this representation wanted to delay the passage of this particular measure, which is not true, Mr. President. In fact, I have been coordinating with the office of the gentleman from San Juan to clarify some of the things that I wanted to make sure that is part of the bill, Mr. President. And so I'd like to put that straight on the record, Mr. President.
Yes.
I will no longer mention whose member or who it came from, Mr. President. Mr. President, at this juncture, I move that we close the
Can
period.
I also ask one question?
Would you like to interpolate this
No,
representation?
only one
Your Honor?
question. Can I ask my younger brother if his kuya could be allowed to be a co-sponsor?
How sweet, Your Honor. Mr.
Very much
President.
welcome, Mr. President. It will be
Co-author.
an honor for you to be a co-author of this would-be landmark legislation.
Oh, thank you very much. Much appreciated.
Let it be placed on record that both of you are blushing, Mr. President. Mr. President, I therefore now move that we close the period of interpellations and debate. I so move, Mr.
An
President.
objection? There being motions approved.
Move that we suspend consideration of the said measure, Mr.
An
President.
objection? There being none, motions approved. Admin.
Admin matters.
Mr. President, I move that we proceed to the Senate President's designation of said conference to the Conference Committee on the Disagreeing Provisions of Senate Bill number 2825 and House Bill number 10370. These are the bills on the PhilVox modernization. So move, Mr. President.
An objection? There being none, the motion is approved. The following members are hereby designated as Senate conferees to the Conference Committee on the Disagreeing Provisions of Senate Bill number 2825 and House Bill number 10370. They are Senator Alan Peter Cayetano as chairperson, Senator Francis Tol Tolentino, Senator Joel Villanueva, Senator Juan Miguel Migzubiri, and Senator Aquilino Coco Pimentel on the part of the minority. So designated.
Mr. President, I move that we adjourn the session.
Meron pa isa. Meron pa isa. One more.
Minute suspension, Mr. President. I withdraw the previous motion, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move that we proceed to the Senate President's designation of Senate conferees to the Conference Committee on the Disagreed Provisions of Senate Bill number 2865 and House Bill number 9277. Both pertain to the bills on the Capital Markets Efficiency Promotions Act. So move, Mr. President.
Any objection? There being none, the motion is approved. The following members are hereby designated as Senate conferees to the Conference Committee on the Disagreeing Provisions of Senate Bill number 2865 and House Bill number 9277. They are the following: Senator Win Gatchalian as chairperson, Senator Joel Villanueva, Senator Joseph Victor Ejercito, Senator Pia Cayetano, and Senator Aquilino Coco Pimentel on the part of the minority. So designated. Majority Leader.
Mr. President, I move that we adjourn the session until 3 o'clock in the afternoon of Tuesday, January 28, 2025.
Is there any objection?
Mga nerdy
There being none, session is adjourned until 3 o'clock in the afternoon of Tuesday, January 28, 2025.